Night Work in a Munition Factory by Winifred Brooke Irvine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Night Work in a Munition Factory by Winifred Brooke Irvine. December 26, 1916. I applied today for a position in a large shell factory in Toronto, and have been told to report on December 31st at 11:45 p.m. I bought a regulation cap and apron, the former an ugly frilled affair, and the latter a plain long-sleeved overall made of heavy butcher blue cotton, and when I acquire a pair of heavy leather gauntlets I shall be all ready for the fray. January 1st, 1917. I reported at 11:45 last night, and found that I had to wait with 9 other women on a reserve night shift of 12 hours. Our pay is 10 cents an hour, and we sit around and wait until a call comes for a worker. At first I thought it rather amusing, but soon it becomes tiring, and I hated everybody and everything, especially the particularly uncomfortable chair that I was sitting in. About 4 o'clock a woman came up and said, "You look tired, girlie. Come and lie on my cot." Part of the rest room was a sleeping place, with rows and rows of cots, and someone sound asleep on each one. I was very thankful for the spare cot, and I spread my scarf over the rather grimy-looking pillow, and lay down thankfully, sleeping until 8 o'clock, in spite of the noises going on around me. When I got up, I went into the cloakroom, where there are long troughs for the women to wash in. I don't mean to say that we actually have to get into the troughs, but there are taps at intervals all down them, and there I washed in ice-cold water, with coarse yellow soap, and paper towels that feel as if they were made of sandpaper. There were dozens of tired-looking women, with the dirtiest faces and unspeakably black, filthy aprons. They didn't look as if they had been particularly thrilled with their night's work, and seemed glad to get away. I then went to the other end of the department, to the YWCA cafeteria, and got a good hot breakfast, porridge, coffee, bread, and butter, for 13 cents. The cafeteria is open day and night, and run by voluntary workers who work in 4-hour shifts. January 2nd. Well, I've got a job, and I can't say I particularly love it. At 12:15, when I had settled down for my vigil, the matron came up and said, "Will anyone volunteer for elevator service?" I jumped up at once and said, "Oh yes, I'll go," and was led off to the slaughter, so to speak, by a small messenger girl. We went into the yard, and across railway tracks, and weird places where the earth was steaming, past the forges and blacksmith shops, with men toiling in the glare of the fires and half hidden by steam. After walking about the distance of a long city block, we came to the shop. The first sight was quite alarming, not only the noise, but the smell and the dreadful lurid look of the whole place. I was taken up to the big freight elevator, which is used for taking shells from one floor to another, and a workman stayed for 10 minutes and showed me how to start and stop it. After a time the forelady came up and said, "You can sit down on this box when you're not working, but don't let the superintendent see you. He doesn't allow anyone to sit down." I stayed until 8 in the morning, as the elevator women work on 8-hour shifts, and I was so tired I could hardly see. January 3rd. Last night, after I had punched the clock in the rest room at 11:45, I went straight to the shop, and was told that I was not needed on the elevator, but that I am now a reserve worker, and may be called to go into the shop at any minute. I was sent to a room on the 2nd floor, and found many women there, some coming off their shifts, some waiting to be called to work, all looking tired and grimy, but fairly cheerful. There's a wooden table, some pegs to hang our coats on, and a few, just a very few, kitchen chairs. I wasn't lucky enough to get one, and as I was told that I might not be called until 5 or 6 in the morning, I spread my coat on the floor, rolled up my apron as a pillow, and went fast asleep. About 10 or 15 of the women were asleep on the floor, and we certainly didn't look pretty. At 4 o'clock, one of the foreladies woke me up, and said that the superintendent, Mr. Sheep, I will call him that, though it wasn't his name, and he looked like a disagreeable wolf, wanted a woman to go on the number 209C machine. I put on my apron and gloves, and followed her into a regular inferno of noise and steam and whirring wheels. The shop is about as long as a city block, and 200 or 300 feet wide. The second story of the building, where the adjusters are made that close the large end of the shell, reaches only halfway across, and the rest room is at one end of it. The shells come into the factory at one end, just roughly shaped pieces of shell, and they leave at the other end, finished and ready to be shipped abroad. A great overhead crane runs up and down continually, with a hideous whistling noise, and the roof seems full of big black whirring wheels and whirling leather belts. On the ground, machines and women are everywhere, all packed close together, and there are men as well, tool setters, foremen, and laborers, who go round sweeping up the steel shavings that are continually piling up round and under the machines. The machines, of which there are 4 of each kind, are in line down the shop, with narrow passages between them where the operator and inspector stand, and between the rows are wooden runways with rollers, down which the big 80-pound shells are pushed and shoved from one machine to another. I say pushed and shoved, for the rollers don't roll freely, and when a heavy shell comes along it takes all one's strength to get it to move down the line. I was sent into my place in front of a huge 15 feet long hydraulic machine, and a foreman showed me how to work it. The shells came down the runway behind me, those belonging to my machine being turned sideways and pushed along a short runway to where they were adjusted into place with a huge clamp. Then the overhead lever was pulled to one side and the machine set in motion. I had to turn on a tap, from which came a disgusting mixture of soap, grease, and water, which ran over the knives as they cut into the steel. It steamed and almost boiled, and every now and then it would splash and would send a spray into my face and over my apron, and the smell was sickening. A great cutter bored into the shell, and one adjusted the levers so that it would stop at the right time. After half an hour, my foreman said, "Well, I guess you can manage alone now," and walked away. I felt deathly sick, and more terrified than words could express, at being left alone with this hideous monster, which might blow up at any minute for all I knew. I set my teeth and thought to myself, I mustn't be sick. I must remember what that dreadful man told me about this awful thing. And somehow or other I remembered, and managed to turn out 38 shells in the 6 hours. We were only supposed to finish 35 in that time, so I felt I had been able to hold down my job. At 10 o'clock my relief came, and then, trembling with exhaustion, I stumbled upstairs to get my coat, and then out into the icy but clean air. January 4th. I was sent on to a machine this morning at 3 o'clock, but was able to get 3 hours' sleep on the drafty floor before I was called. I took a small cushion and a steamer rug, and was a bit more comfortable than I was the night before. I went to a new machine, a fearsome thing that cut off the outside steel from the shells. It took 2 of us to adjust the work into place, and a third woman to paint the nose of the shell with a yellow sticky grease before the machinery was set in motion. Then the fun began. Great long shavings of hot, jagged steel were cut off and banged around within about 18 inches of our faces. When they got too long, we beat them off with wooden sticks, and they fell to the ground. January 5th. I went on at 4 o'clock this morning, at the machine I'd first worked, and I was able to turn out 50 shells, so I made 45 cents extra. We are paid 30 cents an hour, and have a bonus of $3 a week if we're not late, and break no rules, and for every shell over 35 we turn out, we get 3 cents. There's an inspector for every 2 machines, and she checks our work and the number we turn out. I also keep an account, and mark up every shell I finish with chalk on my machine. The foreman was fairly civil, but I do not think the hours between 2 and 7 in the morning lend themselves to much cheer and sociability. In my hideous blue frilled cap I look as handsome and feel as pleasant as the wolf in the Red Riding Hood story, when he put on the grandmother's frilled nightcap. My apron is black already, and my cap too, and I shall have to buy a rubber apron to protect my blue one from the compound spray. January 6th. A new machine last night, and not quite so hard to work as the other two. I find that all the operators, inspectors, and foremen drink milk during their working hours. I asked why, and was told it counteracts some poison one breathes or swallows. Tomorrow night I shall get a pint of milk and drink it out of the bottle, just as the others do. I don't want to be poisoned or asphyxiated. January 7th. I thought I was in luck last night, as I was put far down the shop, away from the machines, and told to paint a line round the shells. I grinned with delight, and worked away happily and easily for half an hour, when disagreeable Mr. Sheep came up and said to the foreman, "Who put this woman here? She's a machine operator." I was dragged away from my pleasing pastime, and taken upstairs and given an entirely new machine to work. It is clean, but heavy work. We make from 50 to 60 adjusters in the 6 hours, and as one has to pick them off the floor and hold them against the machine while one clamps them on, and they weigh 22 pounds each, it is pretty heavy going. Still, I like it better than the dirty work downstairs. January 8th. Joy and gladness! I have a machine of my own, and a rather good one, too. Not too elaborate, and one can do very well on piecework, I'm told. The machines vary a great deal in that respect. My new machine is a roughing bore, and I have such a horrid foreman. His name is Bill, and he looks as if he is dying of consumption. His eyes glare, and his temper is hectic. My inspector is a tiny woman who says she is now 40, and has worked in a carpet factory since she was 16, and finds munition work very pleasant in comparison. Oh, heavens! What can the carpet factory have been like? The girl next to me is a little thing, too, about 21, I should judge, very ugly, and with a face like a very white pug. She offered me some candy and a biscuit, and I did like her. I made 85 cents extra to-day, and so far I have had no hospital shells, that is, shells spoilt in the operation, but not too badly to be repaired. We get a fresh card every day when we go to work, and on it a record is kept by our timekeeper and foreman. So many shells turned out, so many hospital shells, so much scrap, so many delays through the operator's fault, machinery breakdown, or lack of power. These cards are turned in at the office, and from them the pay sheets are made up. We have 4 foreladies on the floor and 4 timekeepers. They dress in khaki coats and rakish khaki-colored caps. January 10th. Bill gets on my nerves. He has an alarming habit of jumping over the shell runway to shriek scoldings in my ear. The noise is so intense that I hear nothing until he is right beside me. If we have to call our fellow workers' attention, we throw steel shavings at them, small ones. I dropped my little gold watch into the pool of greasy compound which is under my machine, but after getting my sleeves wet up to the elbows, I managed to fish it out, covered with grease, but still going strong. My shift is now from 3 a.m. to 9 a.m. Not nice hours, but one isn't given any choice. I am told that once on night shift, always on night shift. January 15th. Only 2 hours' work last night, as the power went off. I was terribly sleepy and tired, and stood with my head hanging down and my eyes closed. The forelady came by and said, "I'm sorry you're tired, but please look alert and bright. Mr. Sheep can't bear to see anyone looking weary or sitting down to rest." While the work is going quickly, I get on all right, but when there's any delay I suffer agonies of sleepiness. I never knew before what horrible physical discomfort it is to keep awake when one is exhausted with lack of sleep, and those 4 hours seemed an eternity. At 7 o'clock, when it began to get light, I felt a little better, and although I didn't look alert, I managed to stand up straight and keep my eyes open. I certainly wish I had been lucky enough to be on a day shift, going on at almost any hour except 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the early morning. The day workers do not find the work half as tiring as we do. They get a good night's sleep, and the 6-hour shift is an unusually short one compared to the hours in other factories. The inspectors have easy work with hardly any physical strain, and their pay is excellent, $72 a month. They can also keep fairly clean. The easier work, such as painting the edges of the shells, for instance, and operating the lighter machines upstairs, is given, and quite fairly, I consider, to the younger and smaller women. We have all sorts and conditions here. Young girls who have never done a day's work before in their lives, ex-stenographers, and countless girls who have been in domestic service. I am told that some of the best work of the factory is turned out by what the old hands call society girls. I imagine that these girls are of a very good class, who are doing the work as a patriotic duty. 2 that I know of turned in their pay envelopes to the Red Cross untouched. The girls who stay for a week and then disappear are girls who come in just because they think it is the fashionable thing to do. There are 3 of them who go on at 6 in the morning, and I'm always very much entertained when at night I see them shedding their lovely fur coats and silk dresses, unlacing their smart white kid boots, and lying down to sleep on the horrid black blankets attired in wonderful negligées made of pale pink crepe de chine trimmed with ribbon roses. January 16th. Another night with very little work. Something had gone wrong with our 4 machines, and I was able to watch the other women at work. There is a husky Englishwoman opposite me whose man is in France, and she is working to keep the home together for 7 children. I never saw such a hustler. It makes one almost dizzy to see the way she plunges and dives and pushes and whacks the levers up and down. She told me before we went on duty tonight that she "ated the un," and I think every shell she manipulates is a wordless "im of 8." I wish that I could sleep enough in the daytime. If I did, I could stand the night work better. We have a room in a house where there is a singing teacher and also a violin teacher, so I am beset with noise by day and by night. I generally go to sleep in the streetcar on my way home, but one can hardly call it a restful hour. Many of the women choose to work at night so that they can look after their children and do their housework by day. No wonder they look worn and weary. When the shells reach my machine, they are rough and black inside. They come into the factory partially hollowed out. The group of machines that mine belongs to has the 3rd or 4th operation. The group just before ours cuts off the rough ends, and our rough bore scrapes out the first roughness from the inside. Sometimes the shells come in sticky with snow and sand, as they lie outside piled up on the ground, waiting to be sent up into the factory. A lot of the women on my shift are regular old factory hands, most of them English, and their language savors very much of Billingsgate. But I find them kind and thoughtful, and very honest about their work. When shells are rather scarce, we take them in turn as they come along the runway to our machines. The women all play fair and never take a shell out of turn, and 3 or 4 extra shells are quite a financial consideration to them. It means a loaf of bread, or perhaps half a pound of sausages. The factory never closes down. We work on Sundays and all holidays except Christmas Day. January 17th. It has been 8 below zero for the last week, and a bitter wind blowing. I go out to the factory about 10:30 p.m. and settle down to sleep on a cot. Then at 2:15 the matron comes, gently shakes my shoulder, and says, "Time to get up, dearie." Oh, the effort of getting up and putting on my uniform, rubbers, gloves, and cap! I looked in the glass last night and hardly knew my own face, it looked so white and puffy with fatigue. It is a judgment for saying that my kind little fellow worker looked like a pug, for I certainly am getting to look very much like one myself. There is a dear soul who goes on at my shift, a clever and charming woman, who was a newspaper reporter before working in the factory. She has been on a machine since October 1st and has never missed a day. She looks very delicate, and I think she must hold down her job by sheer pluck and force of will. We go to the cafeteria together and indulge in soup and 2 cups of strong black coffee, which help to brace us up for our 6 hours of strain. She gets the matron to wake her at 1:45, as she says she has to have a whole hour to compose her brain before going on to her machine. We have to punch the clock at 2:45, and that gives us time to get over to the shop by 3, as we have to be ready waiting at the machine so that there need not be an instant's delay in the work while the shifts change. The 3, 4, and 5 o'clock shift women look deadly weary when they come on, and almost dead when they go off. But the 6, 7, and 8 o'clock shift women seem less tired, and my own relief, who comes in at 9 o'clock, is quite spry and jaunty. My hands and arms are getting very chapped and ingrained with dirt. The compound soaks through our thick gloves, and I wear out a heavy leather pair every week. A horrid, irritating couplet kept running through my head last night. It was something like this: "When the heart is courageous, all work's a delight." The more I said it, the more doubtful that statement seemed. I long sometimes to lie down on the greasy, wet, wooden floor and go to sleep. January 18th. When I got in last night, I heard that a girl had been killed that afternoon. A wheel fell from the ceiling onto her neck as she was bending over her machine. It made me feel rather sick, and I hear that several women have left the factory. But it is strange how, when one is at work, one never expects the particular wheel that is over one's own head to drop. Never before did I hear such fantastic tales as were going round among the workers. The lurid description of what the foreman did, and how the poor girl looked, every story different, and more horrible than the last. January 19th. A machine shop is a very unlovely place. The only thing that is bearable to look at is the reflection of a fire outside the windows. It makes a ruddy glow on the glass, and I watch it as being the only relief from the tired, dirty faces, the whirling black machinery, and the heaps of cruel, jagged-looking steel shavings that the men load onto wheelbarrows, all dripping with the yellow-black compound. At 7, the men of the day shift come in, and I get a below-zero breeze, as the entrance is just opposite to where I stand. It is cold, but refreshing after the thick, heavy night air of the shop. At dawn, one feels greatly revived. I believe that one's vitality is at its lowest between 3 o'clock and dawn. Mine is, anyway. January 21st. I nearly passed out today. It was snowing and blowing when I came off duty, and I didn't see the railway crossing and heard nothing until some men shouted. Then I looked up to see a freight car nearly on top of me. I jumped back and pushed against it with my hands, and so got clear of it. I was too cold and tired to care at the time, but after I had breakfast I said a fervent prayer of gratitude that I had not been killed in such a stupid, dull way. January 23rd. I am glad I came here to work. It is hard and dirty and exhausting, but it certainly is an eye-opener as to how the workers of the world live. I know now what it means to work in a factory, and shall always have a deep sympathy with factory hands of any description. Some months ago I was talking to a Russian who was saying what a hard time the working classes had. I said in a smug way, "Why, it must be a very nice work in a factory like A, where things are so clean and the work people are well cared for." "Mon Dieu," he said, "picture to yourself, madame, putting a piece of bacon into a can of beans every minute of every hour of every day, week, month, eternity. Ah, the desolation of such work!" January 30th. I had a spat with Bill to-day. He bounced over the runway as usual, and shrieked out, "What you get that lever so near the bolt for?" I was very irritated, and I shrieked back, "Don't you dare talk like that to me! You put the chalk mark where the lever was to go, and it is your own stupid fault if the work is wrong." He jumped back and said no more. I shall certainly report him when I get a chance. The other girls often cry when he scolds them, and it is too bad to make us all nervous. February 1st. I am making good money these days, and turning out between 90 and 100 shells a night. It was nice to get a good fat pay envelope. February 5th. I find that Bill is a returned soldier who has been gassed, and that is why he looks so ghastly and is so nervous and cross. Of course I can't report him now, and shall try and bear his peculiarities of temperament. I handle not only my 90 shells, but about 50 others which have to be pushed down to the next machine. I am getting more used to it now, and I send them along at a fairly good rate. February 12th. Great joy! A message has come from a fuse factory that they want me there next week, as they are opening up the new women's department. I shall finish my week out here, and then sleep for at least 4 days before going to the new work. February 16th. I resigned yesterday and sold my caps and aprons to a new worker. I feel that if I could be boiled in soapy water for a few hours, I might get some of the black grease out of my system. I am glad to be going to the fuse factory, for the work will not be so heavy. The pay is small, only $9.60 a week to begin with, but it is daytime work, and I shall be able to manage it better. February 19th. I reported at A and B's factory this morning at 7:30. The matron told me that the motto of the factory is "Perfection, not Production." She also said that the firm intends to make the fuse department a pleasant place for women to work in. The factory is a 5-story building. The basement and first 3 floors are given up to shell making, and the 4th and 5th floors to the new fuse department. I was given my cap and apron, khaki colored this time, and was sent to work a lathe on the first line. The office and inspection room are at one end of the department. The rest of the floor space is filled with lathes and drills. There are 2 lines of lathes, 10 of one kind on the first line and 10 of another on the second. The fuses come to the factory discolored lumps of brass, with only a semblance of the shape they are ultimately to take. The first work is done on the roughing machines, 4 in number, which are operated by men. The inspecting, lathe work, and drill work are to be done by women. The fuses are mercifully light to handle after the great 80-pound shells I've been used to. There is no villainous compound running over the work, which is quite dry and clean. February 23rd. The lathe I am operating is a marvelous piece of mechanism. It has 7 different tools, and I can see that it will need careful and intelligent handling if the work is to be carried out successfully. We are making time fuses for the Imperial Government. The measurements are exact to the 1,000th part of an inch, and a rigid system of inspection will be enforced to ensure perfection, before the fuses are sent to the government bond house, where they are finally inspected before being shipped over there. The fuse department is a new venture, as until a few months ago it was thought that fuse making was too difficult a piece of work for Canadian firms to handle. Mr. A, I am told, is a genius where machinery is concerned, and I feel sure that he will be able to meet and overcome the difficulties in fuse making which have been encountered in the past by other firms. Only 3 women came to work the day the department opened, and Mr. A, the superintendent and head foreman, instructed us in our new work. Mr. A taught me how to handle my lathe and took the trouble to explain every tool and its use in detail. To be treated with civility and as if one was an intelligent human being, I found a pleasant change from the harsh rudeness of the men in the shell factory. The inspection room, which they call the cage, is screened off from the rest of the room with wire netting. A long, narrow table runs the full length of the room, and the girls will sit at each side. Each girl will have a different gauge and will do her part of the inspecting as the fuses are passed down the table. I believe there are to be about 52 inspectors when the work is fully started. February 24th. There is no Sunday work here, and only one daytime shift from 8 to 5, with an hour off for lunch. We are on time work and make $9.60 a week. But later on we shall be put on piecework, and then it will be possible to make a good deal more. March 1st. I'm glad spring is here. It is much pleasanter going to work by daylight. I asked Mr. A today if he would allow me to set the tools on my lathe. He laughed and said, "Yes, certainly. I wish all the women would learn to set their own tools." He showed me how to set and adjust the knife tool. When the machine is hot, it affects the size of the brass, and allowance has to be made for the fuses shrinking when they have cooled off. Every day the knife tool has to be newly adjusted after we have operated the lathe for about half an hour. Now that I know how to alter it myself, it will save a good deal of time. March 5th. Our head foreman is a big Scotchman who is patience personified. He has 20 complicated lathes under his management, and the women are all inexperienced at the work and the machines new. Our second-line lathes look alike, but they have different dispositions, very much like human beings. Number 3 is very sullen and will not behave for hours at a time. Number 1, which I operate, is highly strung and nervous, but responds readily to kind and reasonable treatment. So it goes all the way down the line. And poor H has a peck of trouble sometimes trying to keep workers and lathes on a harmonious footing. He says, "Smile and the world smiles with you," and I believe Mr. A has the same sentiments, for both these kindly men are patient and forbearing, and when things go wrong they quietly set to work to right the difficulty without any scolding and shouting. We all appreciate their attitude and try to work intelligently. When we don't succeed at that, we try to look intelligent so that they won't be too much discouraged with their pupils. March 7th. Mr. A told me today that he wanted a capable inspector to be put in charge of the second line, and would I like the job? I think I must have looked absolutely aghast, and I said, "Oh, no, please, please let me keep my lathe." He very kindly said I needn't give up my present work if it meant as much to me as all that. Operating a lathe is more fascinating and interesting to me than keeping house or bringing up children or going to parties or anything else in the world, now that I am getting to understand the mechanism thoroughly, and the work is going well. I'm a blissfully happy woman. The work takes my whole attention, for each fuse has to be watched carefully, and the excitement and joy of turning out perfect work is quite marvelous. March 8th. A very distressing accident happened today. One of the lathe operators caught her hand in the machine, and it was badly cut and bruised. No one knows exactly how it could have happened, as the machine was well protected, but they think that perhaps the ragged edge of her glove got caught. She was wonderfully brave, and didn't scream or make any fuss, although she suffered terribly. She was taken at once to the hospital, and we have felt miserable all day. Our matron is an excellent manager of woman power, and has chosen the workers for the different machines in a way that shows she understands not only the physical but the mental capabilities of the workers. She is strict but just, and we can always get a fair hearing when any complaints are to be made. The stolid, strong women are working the heavy milling machines, the younger, more delicate girls do the drill work, and the tall women, with a good deal of endurance, she thinks best for the lathes. As our foreman says, there are only certain temperaments suited to the lathes, and I think I know what he means. One must not be stolid, but it doesn't do to get nervous and worried when things go wrong. March 9th. When we got to the factory today, we heard that skilled mechanics had been put on our machines. The work is not being turned out fast enough by the women, and a certain contract has to be put through before the end of the month. I was happy to find that my machine had no operator, so I went straight to work just as if nothing unusual had happened. Mr. A. and the head foreman laughed and asked me if I didn't want a new job. I said, certainly not. I can work just as well as any man. Mr. A. turned to the foreman and said, "Put Mrs. Irvine's machine in good order, and she can try and beat the men." The work went beautifully, and the lathe worked like a charm. No fuses were spoiled, and I am entirely content with life in general and fuse factories in particular. March 10th. Such a day! Such fun! This morning only 5 of the skilled mechanics were operating the lathes. Nobody explained their absence, and at noon only 3 were left. We were told this evening that they had been a bit too skilled and quick, and had spoiled hundreds of the precious fuses by not taking enough care. If the truth were known, I really believe Mr. A. and the foreman are quite pleased at this turn of events. They have always been tremendously anxious for the women to do well, and I feel sure that only the stern necessity of business made the firm put the men in our places. Still, it is a bit of a joke, and they quite see, appreciate, and also laugh at it, which I think is very good-natured. March 12th. The women are back in their places, and contentment reigns. I had an interesting day, as I was given the defective fuses to remedy the mistakes the men had made. It was, fortunately, possible to save a great many of them. March 15th. I want, above all things, to be a tool setter, but I believe there is a rule in the Union preventing the women from taking up this branch of the work. In the English munitions factories they had the same rule when women first began to work, but as time went on and the men had to leave, the women were found to be excellent tool setters, and the rule was changed. Rule or no rule, I set most of the tools on my own lathe, and it saves so much time that my record is going up for the number of fuses turned out each day. March 20th. I have my munition badge. It is given to any woman who has been employed for a month in a munition factory, and at the end of 6 months' work in the same factory it has a bar attached to it and becomes the property of the worker. Any woman who has such a badge in her possession, when the war ends, will be given a medal by the government. I set a tool today that is the hardest one of all to adjust properly. When I told the foreman, he gave me a whack on my shoulder and said, "We'll have to put you on the Union. You're just full of mechanics." When I recovered my balance and had caught my breath, I felt very much amused. If I was put on the Union, I might be called the Most High Grand Lama of the Loyal and Ancient Order of the Serrating Tool. I wonder if I should be expected to march in the Labor Day parade and wear a blue silk apron trimmed with gold fringe. March 24th. The old woman who is in charge of our rest room says she will have to leave, as the girls spill so much powder in front of the looking-glass, and it makes her cough to sweep it up. Of course, I think women far superior to men, but it makes one smile to see the girls at the noon hour daubing powder over their grubby faces. If they would only cover up all the dirt, it wouldn't look so queer, but they are apt to forget the back of their necks. The effect is both laughable and deplorable. April 2nd. The nice head foreman left to-day. He took umbrage at something the superintendent said, and after a short but heated conversation, picked up his box of tools and walked out. There was great consternation among the lathe operators, and real regret as well. H. has always been kind and patient. He rejoiced at our successes and sorrowed over our failures. I shall have no one to call me the stand-by, no one to have me put on the Union. Goodbye to the glory of the Labor Day procession and the blue silk apron. I have dreamed of riding a white horse on that occasion, but on reflection I find comfort in the thought that white horses only process on July 12th, so there is one thing I haven't missed. April 15th. The operator who was injured came back to-day. Her hand is healed, but she says that it still hurts when it is touched. She actually had the pluck to go back to the lathe where she was hurt. I call that real bravery. I don't believe I could have done it. April 25th. I had to operate another lathe to-day while my own was being repaired. I felt as awkward as if I were playing on a strange piano at a church social. All the action queer, and half the notes dumb. The handles are not quite right for me, and I find operating it is quite a strain. April 26th. My lathe is still out of order, and I worked number 3 again. I turned out 486 fuses, which beats the record so far. But at 5 o'clock, when I left my lathe, I felt that I should never operate a machine again. I am very much exhausted tonight. April 28th. The doctor says I have strained my heart. It is too stupid. Just when we have gone on piecework, and the machines are working well, I shall have to rest for 3 weeks. May 19th. Back to the factory again, to my great satisfaction, although I have to go into the cage as an inspector. I sat with my back to the room where the lathes are, for it would be altogether distracting to watch any one operating number 1 lathe. May 23rd. Of all stupid, dull occupations, inspecting is the worst. It is easy, but monotonous to a degree. I have one gauge which I learned how to handle in 2 minutes, and I tried 6,000 fuses with it during the day. Just the same simple movement 6,000 times during 8 hours. The morning seems eternity, and by 4 in the afternoon I have sunk into a state of abysmal despair. May 25th. I was given a position as forewoman to-day. My work will be to supervise the women on the drills. It will be good to be on the fighting deck again and out of this cage. The women who are operating the lathes are making from $25 to $30 a week now. I call it the millionaire's row. They come to the factory in the very smartest of spring finery. June 4th. My new work is interesting, but it is without the fascination of machine work. I have had to invent a system of keeping an accurate count of the work as it goes from one drill to another. The girls are paid at so much 100 fuses, and they make between $15 and $18 a week. We have an 8.5-hour day now, and I find it a long, weary day, as I leave home at 6 a.m. and don't get back till 6 p.m. A friend who works in the bond house tells me that the A and B Company are turning out A1 fuses. Hurrah for our side! June 27th. I was obliged to give up work again, and left the factory yesterday with a very sad heart. My doctor tells me that I must take a long rest this time, and never try factory work again. I handed in my badge to the matron with deepest regret, and wished that I could have summoned up courage to ask Mr. A. if I might keep it. I think the government might give a consolation prize to women who have really broken down in health while operating machines. I shall always be thankful that I tried munition work, even though I only lasted out for 6 months. It has been a marvelously worthwhile experience. One hardly likes to talk about doing one's bit when one is being well paid for working, but I feel satisfied and happy with the thought that in putting my heart and soul into the work I was doing something for England. It was an infinitesimal something, but I am grateful that I have had the privilege of being a munition worker even for such a short time. End of Night Work in a Munition Factory by Winifred Brooke Irvine. Read by Maria Casper.
Warfare Under Water by Rudyard Kipling, from Pen Pictures of British Battles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Warfare Under Water. Footnote. From Sea Warfare by Rudyard Kipling. End footnote. They bear, in place of classic names, letters and numbers on their skin. They play their grisly blindfold games in little boxes made of tin. Sometimes they stalk the Zeppelin. Sometimes they learn where mines are laid, or where the Baltic ice is thin. That is the custom of the trade. No one knows how the title of The Trade came to be applied to the submarine service. Some say the cruisers invented it because they pretend that submarine officers look like unwashed chauffeurs. Others think it sprang forth by itself, which means that it was coined by the lower deck, where they always have the proper names for things. Whatever the truth, the submarine service is now the trade, and if you ask them why, they will answer, what else could you call it? The trade's the trade, of course. It is a close corporation. Yet it recruits its men and officers from every class that uses the sea and engines, as well as from many classes that never expected to deal with either. It takes them. They disappear for a while and return changed to their very souls, for the trade lives in a world without precedents, of which no generation has had any previous experience, a world still being made and enlarged daily. It creates and settles its own problems as it goes along, and if it cannot help itself, no one else can. So the trade lives in the dark and thinks out inconceivable and impossible things, which it afterwards puts into practice. 4 Nightmares. Who, a few months ago, could have invented, or, having invented, would have dared to print such a nightmare as this? There was a boat in the North Sea who ran into a net and was caught by the nose. She rose, still entangled, meaning to cut the thing away on the surface, but a Zeppelin in waiting saw and bombed her, and she had to go down again at once, but not too wildly, or she would get herself more wrapped up than ever. She went down, and by slow working and weaving and wriggling, guided only by guesses at the meaning of each scrape and grind of the net on her blind forehead, at last she drew clear. Then she sat on the bottom and thought. The question was whether she should go back at once and warn her confederates against the trap, or wait till the destroyers, which she knew the Zeppelin would have signaled for, should come out to finish her still entangled, as they would suppose, in the net. It was a simple calculation of comparative speeds and positions, and when it was worked out she decided to try for the double event. Within a few minutes of the time she had allowed for them, she heard the twitter of 4 destroyers' screws quartering above her, rose, got her shot in, saw one destroyer crumple, hung round till another took the wreck in tow, said good-bye to the spare brace, she was at the end of her supplies, and reached the rendezvous in time to turn her friends. And since we are dealing in nightmares, here are 2 more, one genuine, the other, mercifully, false. There was a boat not only at, but in the mouth of a river, well home in German territory. She was spotted, and went under. her commander perfectly aware that there was not more than 5 feet of water over her conning tower, so that even a torpedo boat, let alone a destroyer, would have hit her if she came over. But nothing hit anything. The search was conducted on scientific principles while they sat on the silt and suffered. Then the commander heard the rasp of a wire trawl sweeping over his hull. It was not a nice sound, but there happened to be a couple of gramophones aboard, and he turned them both on to drown it. And in due time that boat got home with everybody's hair of just the same colour as when they had started. The other nightmare arose out of silence and imagination. A boat had gone to bed on the bottom in a spot where she might reasonably expect to be looked for, but it was a convenient jumping off or up place for the work in hand. At the bad hour of 2:30 a.m. the commander was waked by one of his men, who whispered to him, "They've got the chains on us, sir." Whether it was pure nightmare, a hallucination of long wakefulness, something relaxing and releasing in that packed box of machinery, or the disgustful reality, the commander could not tell, but it had all the makings of panic in it. So the Lord and long training put it into his head to reply, "Have they? Well, we shan't be coming up till 9 o'clock this morning. We'll see about it then. Turn out that light, please." He did not sleep, but the dreamer and the others did, and when morning came and he gave the order to rise, and she rose unhampered, and he saw the grey, smeared seas from above once again, he said it was a very refreshing sight. Lastly, which is on all fours with the gambol of the chase, a man was coming home rather bored after an uneventful trip. It was necessary for him to sit on the bottom for a while, and there he played patience. All of a sudden it struck him, as a vow and an omen, that if he worked out the next game correctly, he would go up and strafe something. The cards fell all in order. He went up at once and found himself alongside a German, whom, as he had promised and prophesied to himself, he destroyed. She was a mine-layer, and needed only a jar to dissipate like a cracked electric light-bulb. He was somewhat impressed by the contrast between the single-handed game 50 feet below, the ascent, the attack, the amazing result, and, when he descended again, his cards just as he had left them. The exploit of E2. E2 proceeded, in the usual way, to the usual accompaniments of hostile destroyers, up the straits, and meets the usual difficulties about charging up when she gets through. Her wireless naturally takes this opportunity to give trouble, and E2 is left, deaf and dumb, somewhere in the middle of the Sea of Marmara, diving to avoid hostile destroyers in the intervals of trying to come at the fault of her aerial. Yet it is noteworthy that the language of the trade, though technical, is no more emphatic or incandescent than that of topside ships. Then she goes towards Constantinople, finds a Turkish torpedo gunboat off the port, sinks her, has her periscope smashed by a 6-pounder, retires, fits a new top on the periscope, and at 10:30 a.m. they must have needed it, pipes "all hands to bathe." Much refreshed, she gets her wireless linked up at last and is able to tell the authorities where she is and what she is after. In due time E2 went back to her base. She had discovered a way of using unspent torpedoes twice over, which surprised the enemy, and she had as nearly as possible been cut down by a ship which she thought was running away from her. Instead of which, she made the discovery at 3,000 yards, both craft all out. The stranger steamed straight at her. The enemy then witnessed a somewhat spectacular dive at full speed from the surface to 20 feet in as many seconds. He then really did turn tail, and was seen no more. Going through the straits, she observed an empty troop-ship at anchor, but reserved her torpedoes in the hope of picking up some battleships lower down. Not finding these in the narrows, she nosed her way back and sank the trooper, afterwards continuing journey down the straits. Off Khalid Bar something happened. She got out of trim and had to be fully flooded before she could be brought to her required depth. It might have been whirlpools under water, or other things. They tell a story of a boat which once went mad in these very waters, and, for no reason ascertainable from within, plunged to depths that contractors do not allow for, rocketed up again like a swordfish, and would doubtless have so continued till she died, had not something she had fouled dropped off and let her recover her composure. An hour later, heard a noise similar to grounding. Knowing this to be impossible in the water in which the boat then was, I came up to 20 feet to investigate, and observed a large mine preceding the periscope at a distance of about 20 feet, which was apparently hung up by its moorings to the port hydroplane. Hydroplanes are the fins at the bow and stern which regulate a submarine's diving. A mine weighs anything from hundredweights to half tons. Sometimes it explodes if you merely think about it. At others you can batter it like an empty sardine tin and it submits meekly. But at no time is it meant to wear on a hydroplane. They dared not come up to unhitch it, owing to the batteries ashore. So they pushed the dim shape ahead of them till they got outside come cale. Then they went full astern and emptied the after tanks, which brought the bows down, and in this posture rose to the surface, when the rush of water from the screws together with the sternway gathered allowed the mine to fall clear of the vessel. Now a fool, said Dr. Johnson, would have tried to describe that. End of Warfare Under Water by Rudyard Kipling. Read by Marianne.
De Belgen in Holland, 1914-1917, door Gustav Jaspaers. Dit is een LibriVox-opname. Alle LibriVox-opnamen zijn vrij van auteursrechten. Voor meer informatie of om je aan te melden als vrijwilliger, ga naar LibriVox.org. De Belgen in Holland, 1914-1917, door Gustav Jaspaers. Toen, na de roemrijke gevechten bij Luik, Halen en aan de Nette, het dappere Belgische leger zich op Vlaanderen terugtrok, weerklonk in geheel Nederland een kreet van innig medelijden. Antwerpen werd ontruimd en de burgerbevolking, te laat gewaarschuwd, vluchtte zonder iets te kunnen meenemen. Reeds in de eerste dagen van de oorlog had Nederland duizenden vluchtelingen binnen zijn grenzen gezien. Geheel Zuid-Limburg werd overstroomd. Toen de slag rondom Luik woedde, nam de bevolking van sommige dorpen de wijk naar Maastricht, waar men in het Rode Kruishospitaal met de grootste liefdadigheid de gewonden opnam die men had kunnen redden uit de brand van het ziekenhuis Sint-Hadelin, dat tegelijk met Visé in vlammen opging. De in Limburg toegepaste methode heeft trouwens tot voorbeeld gestrekt aan geheel Nederland, waardoor men erin geslaagd is de vluchtelingen over het land te verdelen en zo afdoende te helpen. Bij de capitulatie van Antwerpen kwamen honderdduizenden vluchtelingen, geheel buiten zichzelf van angst, over de grenzen. Diep droevige troepen vrouwen, kinderen, grijsaards, zieken, stakkers, die zonder voedsel rondzwierven en een aanblik van de grootste ellende gaven. Het voorbijtrekken van deze lieden trof ieder die het zag tot in de ziel, en nooit zullen de vluchtelingen de oprechte, hartelijke en warme ontvangst kunnen vergeten, welke Nederland hun bereidde. Ons ongeluk had in dit land een oprechte liefdadigheid gewekt, zoals zelden in de geschiedenis van een volk is voorgekomen. Letterlijk niemand bleef ongevoelig voor ons lot. In een groots gevoel van sociale solidariteit snelden velen naar de grens om degene te helpen en te steunen die een wrede en onverzoenlijke vijand van hun geboortegrond verjaagd had. Zowel op het platteland als in de steden werden de ongelukkigen met open armen ontvangen. Ze vonden daar een dak boven het hoofd en brood en alle zorgen welke hun berooide toestand vereiste. Men deed al het mogelijke om deze paria's op de beste wijze te huisvesten, en allen spanden zich in om ons, zij het ook maar 1 ogenblik, de overstelpende ellende te doen vergeten. De Nederlandse soldaten aan de grenzen droegen in hun armen de zieken, gebrekkigen en kinderen verder. In de stations en langs de wegen beijverden vrouwen en jonge meisjes zich om de hongerigen brood en melk te geven. In steden en dorpen werden slaapgelegenheden geïmproviseerd in openbare en particuliere gebouwen. Het gehele economische leven in Nederland stond stil, daar menigeen zijn dagelijkse bezigheden in de steek had gelaten om hulp te brengen aan de Belgische vluchtelingen. Vooral de bewoners van de grensstreken, rijken en armen en de armsten onder de armen, allen werkten samen om een ongelukkig volk te helpen. Niet alleen werd de zo nodige materiële hulp verleend, maar ook werd in zachte en liefdevolle woorden die morele steun gegeven, welken wij vooral zozeer behoeften na de afschuwelijke nachtmerrie die wij doorleefd hadden. Dit medelijden van geheel een volk en zijn regering was des te waardevoller, omdat ditzelfde volk gebukt ging onder de vreselijke bedreiging van een inval. Elk ogenblik toch kon de invasie plaats hebben in Nederland, evenals in België, waarbij het land verwoest en de historische kunstschatten geplunderd en verbrand zouden worden. In hun hulpvaardigheid dachten onze gastheren minder aan het gevaar dat hen bedreigde dan aan de taak welke zij zich hadden opgelegd om ons lijden te verzachten. En daarin zijn zij volkomen geslaagd. De Belgen, die het voorwerp van hun zorgen waren, hebben ten opzichte van de Nederlanders een grote schuld van dankbaarheid aanvaard. Sindsdien zijn ruim 3 jaren verstreken. De grote meerderheid van de Belgen die in Nederland zijn gebleven, hebben die 3 jaren doorgebracht in behoeftige omstandigheden, een onvermijdelijk gevolg van hun ballingschap, velen zelfs in gebrek en ellende. Enkele slechts, de door het lot begunstigden, hebben hun vroeger leven weer kunnen opvatten. Hun enig leed was niet naar het geliefde ongelukkige vaderland te kunnen terugkeren. Nederland heeft het intussen niet gelaten bij zijn krachtige hulpverlening in de eerste dagen. Gedurende 3 jaar heeft het edelmoedig het onderhoud op zich genomen van de meest ongelukkigen van onze landgenoten, en indien het er al niet in geslaagd is aller wensen te vervullen, dan is dat uitsluitend het gevolg van de omstandigheden ontstaan door deze oorlog, waaronder de neutralen, zij het in mindere mate, evenzeer lijden als de oorlogvoerenden. Toch is een zekere reactie gevolgd op de verbroedering van oktober 1914. Langzamerhand ontstond er ontevredenheid. Kon het ook anders? Kan men van die duizenden vluchtelingen, van wie sommigen alles verloren hebben, eisen dat zij allen tevreden zijn met hun lot? Zou het redelijk zijn van de Nederlanders te eisen dat al die vreemdelingen, die plotseling in hun dagelijks leven zijn gekomen, hun even sympathiek zijn? Dat ware te veel gevergd. Er zijn Belgen die grieven uiten tegen hun gastheren, terwijl deze menen recht te hebben zich over sommige Belgen te beklagen. Zijn die klachten gegrond? Is het reeds moeilijk over de kwestie in het algemeen een oordeel te vellen? Het is zeker onbillijk naar aanleiding van sommige bijzondere gevallen te generaliseren. Naar onze mening zijn deze grieven, van Nederlanders zowel als van Belgen, sterk overdreven. Herhaaldelijk hebben wij met minachting over onze landgenoten horen spreken. Er zijn Nederlanders, gelukkig zijn zij in de minderheid, die sommigen onzer een volkomen gebrek aan opvoeding verwijten. Zelfs noemen zij ons ongemanierd en lui, verslaafd aan de drank, zedeloos, en vooral vergeeft men ons met onze manie om te kritiseren en alles af te keuren wat niet Belgisch is. Zij die zo spreken, beoordelen een geheel volk naar enkelingen en vergissen zich derhalve. Welk volk immers stelt geen luiaards, dronkaards en boosdoeners? Wij kunnen verklaren, zonder vrees voor weerlegging, dat de overgrote meerderheid van de Belgische vluchtelingen in Nederland rechtschapen, eerlijk en werkzaam is. Natuurlijk zijn er uitzonderingen, maar toch minder dan men zou vrezen, gezien het grote aantal vluchtelingen dat in Nederland de wijk heeft genomen. Men mag niet uit het oog verliezen dat Nederland, door zijn grenzen voor de vluchtelingen te openen, een schuilplaats heeft gegeven aan alle Belgen, zonder onderscheid, zowel aan de slechte elementen, die overal voorkomen, als aan de goede. Daar tijdens het bombardement van Antwerpen projectielen gevallen waren op de cellulaire gevangenis, was men gedwongen de gevangenen los te laten, die zich haasten naar Nederland te vluchten, evenals de bewoners van de landloperskolonie van Merksplas enkele dagen tevoren hadden gedaan. Ook de publieke huizen liepen leeg en, evengoed als de burgerij en de werkzame arbeidersbevolking, heeft ook het gespuis dat elke grote stad herbergt zijn heil in Nederland gezocht. En wat zien we nu, niettegenstaande de aanwezigheid van die slechte elementen die zich onder de grote massa Belgen bevinden? Dat slechts zelden, ja bijna nooit, de politie en de justitie in Nederland zich hebben behoeven te bemoeien met Belgische onderdanen. Wij wensen op dit feit dat het Belgische volk eer aandoet de aandacht te vestigen. Deze constatering zou ons met minachting het laffe verwijt kunnen doen voorbijgaan, hetwelk een katholiek priester in Brabant het Belgische volk voor de voeten heeft geworpen. Deze zedenleraar, van wie is vastgesteld dat hij een van de ijverigste bewonderaars is van Duitsland, heeft zich niet ontzien de Belgen lichtzinnig te noemen, dom in godsdienstaangelegenheden, onverschillig en ondankbaar. De les van deze oorlog is voor hen niet voldoende. Om hen tot betere gevoelens te brengen, zouden pest, hongersnood en andere rampen nodig zijn, en vooral nog 10 jaar Duitse overheersing. Het stuit ons tegen de borst hiertegen te moeten opkomen. Indien wij het nochtans doen, dan geschiedt het om op het gevaar te wijzen dat door een niet verantwoordelijk persoon de goede betrekkingen geschaad zouden worden tussen 2 volken die geroepen zijn in uitstekende nabuurschap en als goede vrienden te leven. Gelukkig heeft geen enkel Nederlander geloof gehecht aan deze lastertaal, en de Belgische bladen die in Nederland verschijnen zijn niet de enige geweest die deze zeer eerwaarde op zijn plaats hebben gezet. Ongetwijfeld misdragen zich sommige Belgen. Sommige onzer vrouwen leiden een lichtzinnig leven. Maar is dat niet en altijd en in alle landen voorgekomen? Hebben degenen die hem beschuldigen zich wel ooit afgevraagd ten gevolge van welke strijd en welke ontberingen enkele van die ongelukkigen ingegaan zijn op advertenties in de bladen, waarin deftige heren ernstig kennis wensen te maken met jeugdige Belgische dames, ten einde zich verder te bekwamen in de Franse taal? Te vaak geeft men een verkeerde uitleg aan de losse houding en manieren en vrije taal, aan de elegante toiletten welke onze vrouwelijke landgenoten dragen, en die meestal slechts dienen om de armoede te bemantelen. Men kan de natuurlijke gratie niet verkroppen welke vele Belgische vrouwen eigen is, evenmin als men het haar kan vergeven dat zij haar aangeboren coquetterie niet verbergen, maar deze integendeel openlijk tonen. Maar dat alles bewijst allerminst dat zij minder deugdzaam zijn dan andere vrouwen. Integendeel, en indien men de duizenden onzer vrouwen kende die weerstand bieden aan alle verleiding, niet tegenstaande haar ellende, dan zou ook de priester van wie wij zo even gewaagden, al moge hij nog zo'n pro-Duitser zijn, eerbiedig deze ongelukkige groeten, die liever alle smarten verdragen dan in haar fatsoen tekort te schieten. Wat de mannen betreft, de Nederlandse industriëlen en kooplieden zijn de eersten om hun recht te laten wedervaren door hen in grote getale op te nemen onder hun personeel en hen zelfs in vele gevallen tot opzichter in hun fabrieken aan te stellen. Dat is wel de grootste hulde welke men kan brengen aan de bekwaamheid in de ijver van de Belgische werklieden. Wij willen hier tevens voor de Belgen in Nederland de woorden herhalen welke zo vol lof zijn voor België en de Belgische vluchtelingen en die niet lang geleden gesproken zijn door een Engelsman, Mr. C. Diamond, namens het Belgian Refugees Committee in Engeland. Geen enkele klacht, zei deze, is geuit over het gedrag van onze Belgische vrienden. Wanneer de bevolking van gehele Britse steden of gehele landstreken van Engeland verdreven waren en overgelaten aan de edelmoedigheid van vreemdelingen, zoals de Belgen, dan zouden wij ongetwijfeld reden hebben trots te zijn, indien ons gedrag even goed was geweest als het hunne. Ik wil intussen verklaren dat het comité door zijn gasten te helpen niet alleen een goed en liefdadig werk verrichtte, maar zich tevens kweet van een schuld van dankbaarheid. Wat het comité ook moge doen, en ik weet dat het voort zal gaan met zijn nobele arbeid, nooit zal het ten volle de schuld kunnen aflossen, welke voor dit land, evenals voor Frankrijk en de Europese beschaving, ontstaan is door de heldhaftige tegenstand van de Belgen te Luik, Namen, aan de IJzer en elders. Luik en Namen zijn bezweken, maar de grootheid van de Belgische daad schuilt juist in de heldhaftige besluitvaardigheid om te handelen en te durven ten koste van alles. Grootheid is geen synoniem van succes. Einde citaat. Bovendien, onze Hollandse vrienden erkennen zelf gaarne dat een volk dat mannen heeft voorgebracht als kardinaal Mercier, burgemeester Max, meester Theodor en vrouwen als mevrouw Despage, mevrouw Carton de Villars, gravin van de Steen de Gehé, en zovele duizenden helden die hun vaderlandsliefde met de dood door de kogel geboet hebben of zuchten in de Duitse kerkers. Een volk dat liever tot de laatste man wil sterven dan een vrede aanvaarden, welke het niet met zijn volledige vrijheid zijn roemrijke vorst en aangebeden koningin zou teruggeven. Een volk dat alles aan de eer heeft opgeofferd. Dat zulk een volk slechts sober, werkzaam, beschaafd en eerlijk kan zijn. Indien al enkele Nederlandse bladen ons op onbillijke wijze hebben aangevallen, andere daarentegen hebben ons recht laten wedervaren en onze deugden erkend. Zoals de Venlose Courant, die in het hiervolgende artikel een getrouw beeld heeft gegeven van hetgeen vele Nederlanders denken. Begin citaat. Reeds een keer eerder, in de 30-jarige oorlog, heeft Nederland aan de Belgen gastvrijheid verleend, en aan hen zijn vooruitgang te danken gehad. Zij toch brachten hierheen niet alleen hun fortuinen, maar ook hun talenten, hun ondernemingsgeest. Amsterdam is mede door hen groot geworden als eerste handelscentrum van het vasteland. Ook thans reeds neemt men de goede gevolgen waar van hun verblijf onder ons. België was als industriestaat verreweg onze meerdere. Volgens het oordeel van velen bevond dit kleine energieke volk zich aan de top van de naties. In de mijn- en metaalindustrieën was het ons verre vooruit. Zijn weverijen en kantindustrie zijn beroemd in de gehele wereld. Het had vrijwel het monopolie van de hennepbewerking. Zelfs het machtige Duitsland zond zijn hennep naar de Belgische fabrieken. Wat gebeurt er thans? Duizenden Belgen bevinden zich in ons land. Ze zijn te flink en te voortvarend om bij de pakken neer te zitten. Het is natuurlijk onnodig te zeggen dat onder die vluchtelingen vele bekwame eerste klas arbeiders zijn. Zij onderwijzen en vormen onze werklieden. Zij leren ons hun beproefde methoden, hun verschillende vakken, welke hier onbekend zijn. Wij hadden geen fabrieken voor de hennepbewerking. Thans zijn reeds enkele fabrieken daarvoor ingericht, in volle werking. Een en ander dankzij de activiteit van de Belgen. Dat zal bij ons de hennepcultuur en de olieproductie bevorderen. Veel ook kunnen wij leren van de beroemde kantwerksters. Reeds doen wij ons voordeel ermede. Ze zijn dankbaar voor de bewezen gastvrijheid en leren onze vrouwen en meisjes het geheim van hun kunst. Hoe zouden onze metaalgieterijen, onze ijzer, steenkool en staalindustrieën in deze tijd kunnen voldoen aan de talrijke bestellingen zonder de hulp van de beproefde arbeidskrachten van de Belgische geïnterneerden en vluchtelingen, zonder nog te spreken van de arbeid in de mijnen? Onze zuidelijke broeders kunnen ook onze landbouw- en veefokkerij kennis verhogen. De paardenfokkerij is bij hen veel meer ontwikkeld dan hier. Hun trekpaarden zijn over de gehele wereld beroemd. Wij trachten dan ook deze fokkerij hier in te voeren. Het ogenblik is voor ons aangebroken om een geweldige stap vooruit te doen. Zoals men bij ons kwam voor het vee, ging men naar België voor het paard. Uit dit alles blijkt wat wij reeds aan de Belgische vluchtelingen te danken hebben. Door hen is ons land reeds in vele opzichten aanmerkelijk vooruit gegaan. De zorg voor hun kinderen brengt ons geluk. Einde citaat. Wij hebben er echter één groot gebrek waarover de Nederlanders zich, en niet zonder reden, beklagen. En dat is onze dwaze gewoonte om alles af te keuren wat niet Belgisch is. Terwijl de Nederlander ons spontaan, zonder enig bijgedachte, heeft opgenomen, alleen geleid door zijn goedhartigheid, belonen wij hem door alles wat hij doet af te keuren, zijn woorden, zijn denkbeelden en zijn levenswijze. Sommigen van ons zien in iedere Nederlander slechts iemand die op eigen voordeel bedacht is. Zij vergeten dat, al moge men in dit land, zoals trouwens overal elders, enkele hebzuchtige lieden ontmoeten, er toch veel meer zijn van wie edelmoedigheid zich ten opzichte van onze landgenoten op allerlei wijze geuit heeft, en dat velen nog steeds de ellende van de onzen helpen verlichten. Wij zijn vooral gebeten op de kamerverhuurders enzovoort, die een werkelijke ruïne zijn voor de Belgen. Maar is deze categorie mensen niet in alle landen even onverdraaglijk? Zijn de Parijzenaren niet altijd op voet van oorlog met hun concierges, die hun kamerverhuurders zijn? Trouwens, de Hollandse verhuurders sparen hun landgenoten evenmin en maken duchtig misbruik van het tekort aan woningen om elk een hun voorwaarden op te leggen. En dat woninggebrek is uitsluitend het gevolg van de ongewone aanwezigheid van zoveel duizenden Belgen en andere vreemdelingen. Hetzelfde is in Engeland gebeurd, waar de regering strenge maatregelen heeft moeten nemen om aan deze schandelijke exploitatie een einde te maken. Tot maatregelen in gelijke geest is thans ook de Nederlandse regering gedwongen geworden. Ook kooplieden, winkeliers en kleinhandelaren zijn vaak te hebzuchtig. Maar ook hier weer vergeten wij dat de duurte van alle voedingsmiddelen het gevolg is van de oorlog en dat de Hollanders er even hard onder te lijden hebben. Voor de Belgen is het echter des te erger, omdat de meesten weinig of geen inkomsten hebben en zij bovendien veel verliezen op de wisselkoers. De schuld daarvan treft zeer zeker niet de Nederlanders. Er zijn ongetwijfeld uitzonderingen. Men vindt overal schelmen en wij kennen uit eigen ervaring lieden die niet aarzelden de prijs van hun koopvaar te verhogen zodra ze een Belg tegenover zich hadden. Maar nooit hebben we gedacht dat alle Nederlanders schurken zijn, omdat er één is die gepoogd heeft ons geld afhandig te maken. Hebben wij het niet beleefd tijdens de mobilisatie in België dat boeren 2 stuivers voor een glas water durfden te vragen aan een uitgeput soldaat? En nemen onze plattelandsbewoners niet op schandelijke wijze de gelegenheid waar om de stedelingen te laten bloeden? Ook de Nederlandse OW'ers moeten het vaak ontgelden. De Hollanders zelf zijn trouwens de eersten om hen te veroordelen. Maar de Belgen moeten niet vergeten dat, indien zij het geluk hadden gehad buiten de strijd te blijven, velen hunner niet anders zouden gehandeld hebben. Men mag niet uit het oog verliezen dat in België menig fortuin dateert uit 1870. Met dezelfde lichtzinnigheid maakt men aanmerkingen op vele andere zaken in Nederland. Men vergeet maar al te veel wat er in Holland goed is en wat er in het belang van de Belgen en van de geallieerden gedaan wordt. Er zijn onder onze landgenoten die Nederland niet kunnen vergeven dat het neutraal blijft tegenover de misdaad. Geloven deze dan werkelijk dat, indien dit land zich te eniger tijd voor eenzelfde keuze gesteld ziet als België, het zich minder ridderlijk zal betonen dan wij in augustus 1914? Dan zou men zowel de Nederlandse regering als het Nederlandse volk slecht kennen, welks roemvolle verleden tevens een waarborg is voor de toekomst. Is men zelfs niet zo ver gegaan om de regering te beschuldigen van besliste sympathieën voor Duitsland? De waarheid is dat in een land van alle kanten omgeven door de oorlogvoerenden, de regering alle voorzichtigheid en diplomatieke handigheid moet hebben, waarvan de Nederlandse regeerders gedurende 3 jaren blijk hebben gegeven, om het volk niet in de grote ramp te werpen. De Nederlandse regering heeft het kunststuk vertoond geen van de oorlogvoerenden ook maar 1 ogenblik ernstig te vertoornen. Zij heeft dit resultaat weten te bereiken door nauwgezet haar neutraliteit te doen eerbiedigen, maar vooral door deze zelf in de eerste plaats te eerbiedigen. Het zijn nimmer de Nederlandse diplomatieke couriers geweest die vredesvoorstellen of cijfertelegrammen overgebracht hebben, en evenmin hebben zij bommen of Berlijns goud in hun koffers meegevoerd. Een Nederlander, de heer J.H. Boas, een groot vriend van de Belgen, schreef onlangs in de Echo Belge: Het is waar dat wij, neutralen, maar al te veel gewoon zijn de oorlogvoerenden te kapitelen, zonder ons af te vragen hoe wij ons zelf gedragen zouden hebben in geval van oorlog. Maar even waar is dat gij, oorlogvoerenden, vaak de neutralen kritiseert zonder rekening te houden met hetgeen gij zelf gedaan zoudt hebben, indien het lot u niet in de grote strijd had geworpen. Ik ben overtuigd dat, indien gij neutraal waart geweest, gij gehandeld zoudt hebben op dezelfde wijze als wij. Gij zoudt beproefd hebben neutraal te blijven, en het zou u, evenals ons, bedroefd hebben te bemerken dat de oorlogvoerenden niet begrijpen welk een zware en smartelijke en maar al te vaak vernederende last de neutraliteit is. Maar gij zoudt niettemin neutraal zijn gebleven. Einde citaat. Deze waarheid vergeten wij te vaak. Het is goed nu en dan daaraan te denken. De Nederlandse regering heeft door een strikte neutraliteit te handhaven het Nederlandse volk de onschatbare weldaad bewezen van het buiten de oorlog te houden, en dat terwijl bijna gans Europa in vlammen gehuld is. Heeft het volk eenzelfde neutraliteit bewaard? In zijn daden, ja. Wat betreft zijn opvattingen, zijn woorden, zijn sympathieën, nee. Wat degene ook mogen zeggen die de formule wie niet voor ons is tegen ons gaarne misbruiken, de grote meerderheid van de Nederlanders blijft neutraal in haar daden, maar gevoelt, leeft en lijdt met ons, voor onze zaak, voor ons ideaal. Gedurende ons 3-jarig verblijf in dit land waren wij in de gelegenheid vele Nederlandse steden te bezoeken. En overal hebben wij dezelfde sympathie voor de geallieerden aangetroffen. Uit de gesprekken in de trein, de tram, op straat en in cafés kan men opmaken aan welke zijde het Nederlandse volk staat. Er heerst vreugde bij de tijding van een overwinning van de geallieerden, terwijl men ontsteltenis kan waarnemen wanneer wij de een of andere stelling verloren hebben. Bovendien hebben degenen die Nederland verwijten zich niet hals over kop in de strijd te hebben geworpen, zich wel eens afgevraagd wat er geworden zou zijn van die duizenden Belgen die, na alles in België verloren te hebben, zo gelukkig zijn geweest hier een onderdak gevonden te hebben, dat, al moge het hun niet alle vreugden verschaffen van het eigen huis, hun toch een heerlijke rust geeft en, met het bemoedigend gevoel dicht bij het vaderland te zijn, het kalme en ongestoorde leven, zonder hetwelk de meesten in de ellende zouden zijn ondergegaan. Nederland heeft veel voor de Belgen gedaan, en wij allen hebben kunnen zien in de loop van deze oorlog met welk een liefde het onze ongelukkige landgenoten heeft ontvangen. Geen ogenblik heeft het Nederlandse volk na zijn grootste daad in oktober 1914 ons losgelaten. Ja, zelfs heeft de Nederlandse regering met merkwaardige scherpe blik al dadelijk de toestand juist ingezien. Zij heeft zich er rekenschap van gegeven dat de hulp welke zij in staat was de Belgen te verlenen niet van korte duur zou zijn, maar helaas jarenlang zou moeten worden voortgezet. Zonder tijd te verliezen heeft zij deze hulp georganiseerd, gecentraliseerd en geleid en is tot uitstekende resultaten gekomen. De minister van Binnenlandse Zaken heeft in een nota van juli 1917 een kort overzicht gegeven van hetgeen Nederland in de 3 eerste oorlogsjaren gedaan heeft. Wij ontlenen daaraan het volgende. Reeds voor de val van Antwerpen achtten de burgerij en de militaire autoriteiten het gewenst het vervoer en de huisvesting van de vluchtelingen te regelen, want dadelijk in de eerste dagen van de oorlog was Limburg door duizenden vluchtelingen overstroomd. Terwijl men zoveel mogelijk gebruik maakte van de door de inwoners aangeboden gastvrijheid, openden ook de openbare gebouwen hun deuren. De vluchtelingen, van wie aanwezigheid een gevaar kon opleveren voor de neutraliteit van Nederland of die zich misdroegen, werden geïnterneerd in het militaire kamp bij Oldenbroek of in een kamp gevestigd in de Rijkswerkinrichting te Veenhuizen. Naar gelang meer gedeelten van België werden bezet door de vijand, kregen de andere provincies ook hun deel van de vluchtelingen. Men paste daar dezelfde methoden als in Limburg toe. De regering begreep dat ze zich tegenover een moeilijk op te lossen vraagstuk bevond. Behalve de gewone organisaties moest de staat lichamen ad hoc vormen om deze plotselinge behoeften het hoofd te kunnen bieden. Ter centralisering van de pogingen van de verschillende particuliere comité's die gevormd werden, riep men een rijkscentrale commissie tot behartiging van de belangen van de naar Nederland uitgeweken vluchtelingen in het leven. Bovendien bevorderde men, waar dit nodig bleek, de vorming van plaatselijke en provinciale comité's. Intussen naderden de Duitsers Antwerpen. En nu veranderde het probleem van de vluchtelingen geheel van karakter. Terwijl tot dusverre de bevolking van het platteland de grens nog slechts bij tientallen of hoogstens bij honderdtallen had overschreden, kwam zij weldra bij duizenden. De regering begreep de noodzakelijkheid krachtige maatregelen te nemen. Reeds voordat Antwerpen gevallen was, had de minister van Binnenlandse Zaken de nodige bevelen aan de commissarissen van de koningin gegeven om overal, waar hiertoe gelegenheid was, verblijven voor de vluchtelingen gereed te maken. Zeer zeker konden de zuidelijke provincies de nieuwe last niet dragen, welke hun gedurende enige tijd zou worden opgelegd, en het was aan de andere kant even zeker dat de regering alles in het werk moest stellen om het lot van de verjaagde ongelukkigen zo draaglijk mogelijk te maken. Het enige redmiddel was om hen over het gehele grondgebied des Rijks te verdelen. Maar in de eerste dagen van oktober kwam zulk een geweldige menigte vluchtelingen in Nederland, men kan gerust van 1 miljoen spreken, dat het praktisch onmogelijk was hen allen naar het binnenland te zenden. Terwijl dus het dislocatieplan niet dadelijk kon worden uitgevoerd, deed de bevolking van Noord-Brabant en van Zeeland, geholpen door de militaire en civiele autoriteiten, al het mogelijke, zoals men weet, om de rampen, welke de beklagenswaardige ballingen hadden getroffen, niet nog erger te doen worden. De regering verschafte door bemiddeling van haar etappedienst de nodige levensmiddelen en trachtte aan het tekort aan ligging- en slaapplaatsen tegemoet te komen door het zenden van dekens en door het ter beschikking stellen van openbare gebouwen en tenten. Zeer vele particulieren beijverden zich om de overweldigende taak van de regering te verlichten. Daar men voorzag dat deze toestand in Zeeland en Noord-Brabant nog enige tijd zou voortduren, benoemde de regering een commissaris die zich in haar plaats zou belasten met de behartiging van de belangen van de vluchtelingen in deze beide provincies. Terwijl men geleidelijk de lieden naar het binnenland zond, moest men zorgen voor de huisvesting van hen die de eerste nachten onder de blote hemel hadden geslapen. Men richtte een kamp op bij Bergen-op-Zoom en een ander nabij Hontenisse. Dat was, in afwachting van verbetering in de toestand, voldoende. Men moest afwachten of na de bezetting van Antwerpen door de Duitsers wellicht veel Belgen terug zouden keren naar hun land of de voorkeur aan een langer verblijf alhier zouden geven. Niemand werd verplicht te vertrekken, maar men gaf op ruime schaal gelegenheid kosteloos naar België terug te gaan. Velen maakten daarvan gebruik, maar velen ook keerden dadelijk terug en, na het verstrijken van enige weken, waren er nog ongeveer 720.000 vluchtelingen in Nederland. Toen moesten de voorlopige maatregelen dadelijk worden omgezet in een definitieve regeling. De regering zag zich genoodzaakt vluchtelingenkampen, Belgische dorpen te bouwen, waar een regeringscommissaris met zijn administratie zou moeten zorgen voor de handhaven van de orde en waar overigens de grootst mogelijke vrijheid aan de vluchtelingen zou worden gelaten. De noodzakelijkheid van de bouw van deze kampen was des te klemmender, daar het militaire kamp bij Oldenbroek moest worden ontruimd. In opmerkelijk korte tijd ontstond toen het eerste Belgische dorp nabij Nunspeet, waar 13.000 personen onderdak werden gebracht. Het is gemakkelijk te begrijpen, zegt de minister in zijn nota, dat men in het begin onmogelijk aan alle eisen kon voldoen. Er kwamen klachten over de ligging, de voeding enzovoort, maar de regering streefde steeds ernaar aan billijke wensen gevolg te geven. Eén kamp was echter niet voldoende. Na onderzoek in verschillende delen van het land stichtte men 2 nieuwe kampen op de Heide bij Uden en Ede. In het begin was dat bij Ede bestemd voor vluchtelingen van een betere sociale positie dan die in Nunspeet. Men trachtte er een zeker comfort te scheppen. De ervaring heeft echter niet aan de verwachting beantwoord en de beide kampen werden tenslotte in dezelfde categorie geplaatst. In het voorjaar van 1917 heeft men, toen de bevolking van de kampen geleidelijk verminderde, om economische redenen het kamp van Ede overgebracht naar Nunspeet, waar het kamp werd uitgebreid met een deel van de barakken die ter beschikking waren gekomen door de ontruiming van het eerste kamp. Het totaal van de onkosten van deze overbrenging bedroeg 48.109 gulden. Men kon ongeveer 10.000 personen onderbrengen in de kampen van Ede en Uden. Naast deze 2 grote inrichtingen werd te Gouda op particulier initiatief, doch met medewerking van de regering, nog een ander, kleiner kamp ingericht, dat plaats bood aan ongeveer 2000 personen. De bewoners van deze kampen ontvangen dagelijks brood, vis of vet. Wegens de daaraan verbonden moeilijkheden heeft men geen onderzoek ingesteld naar hun financiële omstandigheden. Zij worden nooit tot arbeid gedwongen, maar indirect doet men al het mogelijke om te voorkomen dat de kampbewoners hun tijd in ledigheid doorbrengen. Wie werkt, krijgt een kleine vergoeding, het zij in geld, het zij in kleding. Nadat de regering de nodige maatregelen had getroffen voor de huisvesting van de vluchtelingen, nam zij als stelregel aan om geen bezwaren te maken wanneer particulieren eventueel vluchtelingen bij zich aan huis wilden behouden. Zelfs verstrekte zij in zulke gevallen een dagelijkse tegemoetkoming van 35 cent voor volwassenen en 20 cent voor kinderen. Mocht de burgemeester ofwel de militaire autoriteit zich verzetten tegen het verblijf van vreemdelingen in de gemeente, dan liet men de vluchtelingen de keuze tussen terugkeer naar België of opneming in een regeringskamp. Alleen de bewoners van een sociale positie welke boven het gemiddelde uitgaat, hebben bezwaren tegen de vluchtelingenkampen geopperd. Door bemiddeling van de Rijkscommissie en het Amsterdamse comité werd besloten hen elders onder dak te brengen tegen een dagelijkse vergoeding van hoogstens 70 cent. De minister achtte het onmogelijk met juistheid het cijfer van de vluchtelingen op te geven die zich toen, juli 1917, in Nederland bevonden. Volgens een oppervlakkige schatting bleven er 30.000 tot 40.000 ten laste van de regering. Te Nunspeet zijn er 6.902, te Uden 6.235 en te Gouda 1210. Met de zorg voor de huisvesting en de voeding van deze vluchtelingen was de taak van de regering niet afgelopen. Ook diende voorzien te worden in kleding en schoeisel. Het bijzonder moeilijke vraagstuk van de werkverschaffing nam de gehele aandacht van de regering in beslag, terwijl zij ook het onderricht van de jeugd moest organiseren en het vakonderwijs van de ouderen. In beide opzichten heeft de regering van het particulier initiatief een steun gekregen welke boven alle lof verheven is. Het Amsterdamse comité Steun voor Belgische en andere slachtoffers, waarvan wij reeds melding hebben gemaakt, beschikte over belangrijke geldelijke bijdragen van particulieren. Het ontving een bedrag van bijna 92.000 gulden, waarvan 10.000 gulden uit Zwitserland. Dit comité heeft zich in het bijzonder belast met de verschaffing van kleding en schoeisel en heeft veel ellende gelenigd. Toen zijn hulpbronnen waren uitgeput, heeft de regering het geholpen. Ook de Amerikaanse hulp was belangrijk, voornamelijk die van de Rockefeller Foundation, waardoor men van het begin af aan alle behoeften voor het kamp bij Uden kon voldoen. De RF heeft ook grote diensten bewezen aan de werkverschaffing door de stichting van naai- en breiafdelingen, waar zeer vele vluchtelingen warme kleren vervaardigden voor de geïnterneerden of de andere vluchtelingen. De regering waardeerde zozeer de arbeid van deze stichting dat, toen zij haar werkzaamheden op 5 juni 1915 staakte, de regering haar werk overnam en dit toevertrouwde aan het Amsterdamse comité. Thans bestaan er nog 5 werkinrichtingen verdeeld over het land waar men beschikt over 500 naaimachines. Er arbeiden 1295 naaisters onder 27 directrices, terwijl het aantal breisters 1623 is, met 6 leidsters. Daarnevens verschafte men de vluchtelingen huisarbeid ter bestrijding van het nietsdoen, terwijl tevens gezorgd werd dat de Nederlandse arbeiders niet het brood uit de mond werd gehaald. Een goede bron van arbeid is gevonden in hetgeen men de herbouw van België heeft genoemd. Ter vervanging van de talrijke vernielde huizen zal men niet dadelijk overal stenen woningen kunnen bouwen. Daarom richten de vluchtelingen kleine houten huisjes op, welke, na bewoond te zijn, uit elkaar genomen en daarna in België weer opgezet kunnen worden. Dit plan is ontstaan na besprekingen tussen de Nederlandse minister van Buitenlandse Zaken en de Belgische minister Helleputte. De uitvoering heeft plaats onder de leiding van de voorzitter van de Centrale Rijkscommissie. De kosten worden grotendeels gedekt door Deense giften, tot een bedrag van 325.000 gulden. De Engelse Society of Friends steunt ook met giften en raad. Er zijn reeds 400 van zulke huisjes gebouwd, verdeeld over de verschillende dorpen ter beschikking van de vluchtelingen. Vele van die woningen konden ook vervaardigd worden dankzij de particuliere giften van Engelsen, Amerikanen en Belgen. De regering heeft niet behoeven bij te dragen tot de onkosten die op 1 juli 1917 reeds 400.000 gulden bedroegen. De Belgische regering heeft door de werkschool van de geïnterneerde kampen onder leiding van de heer Omar Buysse 3 kleine houten dorpen doen bouwen, namelijk Albertdorp bij Soesterberg, Elisabethdorp bij Amersfoort en Heidekamp en Leopoldsdorp bij Harderwijk. De Belgische regering zorgt ook rechtstreeks voor de huisvesting en het onderhoud van de gezinnen van de Belgische militairen die deze dorpen bewonen. De ministeriële nota geeft tenslotte een overzicht van de onkosten ten laste van de Nederlandse schatkist wegens het onderhoud van de Belgische vluchtelingen. Niettegenstaande de krachtige steun van elders bedragen die uitgaven voor de 3 eerste oorlogsjaren ongeveer 20.600.000 gulden, bijna 50 miljoen franken, een aardig bedrag. Hier dient erop gewezen dat dadelijk bij het begin de Belgische regering aan de Nederlandse heeft aangeboden alle gemaakte onkosten ten gevolge van het verblijf van de vluchtelingen te vergoeden. De Nederlandse regering heeft voor dat aanbod bedankt met de verklaring dat het Nederlandse volk gaarne zich die offers getroost, daar het, voor zover dit mogelijk is, wil bijdragen tot de verlichting van de ellende welke de Belgen door de oorlog lijden. De onkosten gemaakt voor de burgervluchtelingen komen dus onder geen voorwaarde ten laste van de Belgische regering. Dit is een daad waarvan men de betekenis niet mag onderschatten. Nederland heeft door deze oorlog zijn uitgaven van maand tot maand zien toenemen, zodat het departement van Financiën zich herhaaldelijk genoodzaakt zag nieuwe belastingen voor te stellen en verhoging van de bestaande. Men zal misschien tegenwerpen dat 20 miljoen gulden, verdeeld over 3 jaren, geen bijzonder groot bedrag is op de begroting van een land dat het geluk heeft buiten de strijd te blijven en dat, indien de Nederlandse regering deze gelden voor de arme Belgen heeft uitgegeven, onze minder ongelukkige landgenoten in Nederland zeker een veel groter bedrag hebben uitgegeven, waardoor zij aan Nederland met interest hebben teruggegeven wat het voor ons heeft betaald. Inderdaad hebben de Belgen veel geld in Nederland gebracht en daar uitgegeven. Opgemerkt echter dient te worden dat alles wat ze hier hebben uitgegeven geen schone winst voor de Hollanders is geweest. Verder voorzien vele Belgen die in Nederland leven zonder hulp van enig comité in hun behoeften dankzij hier gevonden werk. Het is derhalve in Nederland en niet in België verdiend geld dat deze hier uitgeven. Bijzonder veel geld is door particuliere liefdadigheid gegeven. Het totaalbedrag dat op die wijze ten bate van de Belgen is gekomen buiten de regeringssteun overtreft verre, volgens bevoegde schatting, dat hetwelk de Nederlandse schatkist heeft uitgegeven. Sommige Nederlanders, en zij zijn talrijker dan men denkt, hebben ontzaglijk veel gedaan voor onze ongelukkige landgenoten en hun edelmoedigheid verdient des te meer waardering omdat zij in de grootste stilte werkt. Er zijn in Nederland honderden families die sinds 3 jaar reeds geheel voorzien in de behoeften van de Belgen die ze bij het begin van de vijandelijkheden hebben opgenomen. Zij verstrekken hun niet alleen huisvesting en voeding, maar ook kleding en zorgen voor de nodige afleiding. Ze gaan zelfs zo ver de daarvoor in aanmerking komende kinderen onderwijs te laten geven, zoals de ouders in België het hun niet hadden kunnen verschaffen. Vaak zijn de Belgen die hiervan profiteren weesjes of kinderen van wie ouders in Frankrijk of in Engeland zijn. Maar het is niet zeldzaam dat gehele gezinnen op deze gastvrije wijze worden behandeld. De kinderen of jonge meisjes worden beschouwd als tot de familie behorende. Men behandelt hen als gelijken en let er nauwkeurig op dat zij door geen woord zouden kunnen voelen dat ze slechts vluchtelingen zijn en van liefdadigheid leven. Betreft het gehele gezinnen, dan ontvangt men hen in de huiselijke kring als goede oude vrienden. Ofwel men stelt een gezellige kamer tot hun beschikking, waar zij rustig kunnen voortleven, zonder zich over enige uitgaven, hoe gering ook, bezorgd te maken. In het begin van de oorlog waren deze gevallen legio, en we hebben Hollandse families gekend die de gehele verzorging op zich hadden genomen van 80 volwassen Belgen. Anderen weer voorzagen in de behoeften van dozijnen kinderen van ballingen. Natuurlijk kon dit, toen de oorlog zo lang duurde, niet worden voortgezet, daar dit voor de Nederlandse families te kostbaar zou zijn geworden. Men zou echter, indien men de cijfers vernam, verbaasd staan over het groot aantal Belgen dat thans nog van die edelmoedigheid geniet. Echter niet alleen de Belgen in Nederland worden zo liefderijk behandeld. Talrijke vrouwen en jonge meisjes uit alle lagen van de bevolking tonen ons hun vriendschap door Belgische soldaten, hetzij aan het front, hetzij in krijgsgevangenschap of geïnterneerd in Nederland of Zwitserland, als petekind aan te nemen. Op deze wijze uit zich de Nederlandse liefdadigheid steeds meer. Er zijn dames die niet minder dan 32 Franse en Belgische soldaten voor haar rekening hebben genomen, terwijl ze toch meedoen aan alle hulpverlening in Nederland zelf. Niet alleen geven zij door haar brieven haar petekinderen morele steun, maar ze zenden hun op bepaalde tijden ook postpakketten met sigaren enzovoort, welke door de dappere frontsoldaten met vreugde worden begroet. De gehele bevolking bovendien zal nooit een gelegenheid voorbij laten gaan om ons haar sympathie te bewijzen. In deze 3 jaren is er nog geen maand voorbij gegaan zonder dat collecten werden georganiseerd in een of andere stad ten voordele van het Belgische steunwerk. Al die collecten zijn volkomen geslaagd en hebben geweldige bedragen opgebracht. Er is echter veel moeite nodig geweest om tot zulk een resultaat te komen, en hulde mag worden gebracht aan de talrijke jonge dames en meisjes die in alle weersgesteldheid, vaak in storm en vuil weer, gecollecteerd hebben. Gedurende hun verbanning hebben de Belgen in Nederland talrijke verenigingen van weldadigheid gesticht, zoals de afdeling voor Nederland van het Belgische Rode Kruis, verschillende comité's van krijgsgevangenen, het Comité National de Secours et d'Alimentation, het Belgische Dubbeltje, de Tabac du Soldat Belge au Front, l'Œuvre des Orphelins de la Guerre, enzovoort. De Belgen doen natuurlijk al het mogelijke om die instellingen te steunen, maar ongetwijfeld zouden zij nooit zonder de steun van de Nederlanders zoveel nut hebben kunnen stichten als zij thans doen. Honderdduizenden guldens hebben de Nederlanders, zowel hier als in Indië, voor het Belgische Rode Kruis gegeven, terwijl ook belangrijke sommen werden geschonken aan de verschillende andere verenigingen, welke bovendien alle de grootst mogelijke medewerking vonden, niet alleen bij de bevolking, maar ook bij de civiele en militaire autoriteiten. Om een idee te geven van deze steun, financieel en moreel, is het voldoende te wijzen op het Œuvre de la Santé à l'Enfance Belge, bestuurd door een Nederlands-Belgisch comité. In augustus 1916 ontstaan, heeft deze instelling in 10 maanden tijd 9000 Belgische kinderen naar Nederland kunnen laten komen, die hier gedurende 6 weken vertoefd hebben, voldoende tijd om hun de door de slechte voeding in België ontnomen krachten weer terug te geven. Bovendien zijn 400 Belgische kinderen voor de gehele duur van de oorlog in Nederland onder dak gebracht. De Belgen alleen zouden nooit tot zulk een resultaat hebben kunnen komen. Nauwelijks hadden de ontwerpers van het plan het doel uiteengezet, of dadelijk hebben de hogere kringen in Den Haag belangstellingen voor opgevat en met volle handen gegeven. De spoorwegen hebben niet alleen vrij vervoer verstrekt voor deze ongelukkige kleintjes, maar zij hebben bijzondere treinen ingezet, welke elke 6 weken de kinderen naar België terugbrengen en anderen halen. Ook de medische dienst in Nederland heeft kosteloos haar medewerking verleend. Deze instelling was intussen niet de enige welke zich bezighield met de redding van de Belgische jeugd. De Nederlanders zelf hebben, dadelijk reeds in het begin van de oorlog, die taak aanvaard. In september 1914 vestigde te Leiden de heer Everviers in een weekblad aldaar de aandacht van het Nederlandse publiek op het gevaar dat erin gelegen was de Belgische kinderen onbeschermd te laten tegen de ellende van de oorlog. Een week later werd het Katholieke Comité van Huisvesting te Leiden voor de bescherming van arme kinderen, slachtoffers van de oorlog, opgericht in de woning van de aartsbisschop van Utrecht, monseigneur Henry van de Wetering. Het comité nam de plaatsing op zich bij Nederlandse families van de talrijke kinderen die wees geworden en geheel onverzorgd waren. Tegelijkertijd wilde het gedurende enige tijd een veilig tehuis bezorgen aan andere Belgische kinderen die ten gevolge van de oorlog in gevaar verkeerden, en Belgische vrouwen die moesten bevallen of een kind voeden naar Nederland brengen. In enkele weken had het comité, behalve belangrijke geldsommen, ruim 1000 aanbiedingen van Nederlandse families die zich bereid verklaarden een Belgisch kind te adopteren. Het comité nam de kinderen, in Nederland gekomen, tot zich en zond bovendien een reddingsbrigade naar België met opdracht in de geteisterde streken de kinderen, meisjes tot 15 en jongens tot 10 jaar, te gaan halen en ze naar Nederland te brengen om ze bij families te plaatsen. Na 3 maanden waren de aanbiedingen gestegen tot 3000. Onnodig te zeggen dat de kinderen toestroomden en na 3 jaar bevinden zich nog 1200 van die ongelukkige kleintjes bij Nederlandse gezinnen die hen voeden, kleden en kosteloos onderwijs doen geven. Een dergelijk comité was in augustus 1914 opgericht onder leiding van monseigneur A.F. Diepen te 's-Hertogenbosch. Ook hier vloeiden de gelden van alle kanten toe. Het comité kon zelfs 4000 Belgische kinderen in Nederlandse gezinnen plaatsen. Naast deze beide comité's had de notaris Brands te Amsterdam een dergelijke vereniging opgericht, het tehuis voor kleine Belgische kinderen, welke ook honderden kleine landgenootjes van de gruwelijke ellende redde die zij in het bezette gebied hadden moeten lijden. Ofschoon Nederland zelf ten gevolge van het tekort aan voedingsmiddelen in een toestand is gekomen dat de regering tot ransonering is moeten overgaan, blijven onze Hollandse vrienden zoveel Belgische kinderen voor hongersnood behoeden als ze slechts enigszins kunnen. Nog steeds komen geregeld konvooien van die ongelukkige, verbleekte, uitgeputte kleinen aan, die, evenals in het begin, met grote hartelijkheid worden ontvangen, zowel door de autoriteiten als door de bevolking. Naargelang de ellende in België vreselijker wordt, beijvert Nederland zich meer onze landgenoten te redden. Daartoe heeft het van de Duitse autoriteiten machtiging weten te verkrijgen om de vrouwen en kinderen van de in Nederland geïnterneerde Belgische soldaten over te laten komen. De regeringscommissaris, de heer Simons de Ruiter, in het bijzonder belast met het doen van de vereiste stappen bij de Duitse autoriteiten, heeft herhaaldelijk zijn pogingen met succes bekroond gezien. Honderden ongelukkige soldaten danken aan hem het geluk hun gezin na een langdurige en droevige scheiding weer te hebben gevonden. Iedereen kent het grootste werk van het Relief Fund in Belgium, door onze Amerikaanse vrienden ingesteld en door de vertegenwoordigers van Nederland en Spanje voortgezet, nadat Amerika ook in de oorlog was gegaan. Minder bekend is het comité Fleskens. Dit heeft wel op veel beperkter schaal gewerkt, maar toch eveneens in niet geringe mate ertoe bijgedragen om de bewoners van het bezette deel van België voor hongersnood te behoeden. Toen, na de Duitse bezetting, de ellende zich deed gevoelen, heeft de Nederlandse regering het haar plicht geacht ook degenen te helpen die in hun vaderland waren gebleven, en vooral hen die in het grensgebied woonden. Deze lieden toch waren zeer onvoldoende van levensmiddelen voorzien en konden slechts rekenen op hulp en steun van Nederland. In december 1914 werd daarom een commissie gevormd, bestaande uit verschillende invloedrijke personen in de politieke wereld, die nabij de grens woonden en uitstekend op de hoogte konden worden geacht van de behoeften van de Belgische grensgemeenten. Het doel van deze commissie was om met medewerking van de Nederlandse regering bij te dragen tot de oplossing van het voedingsvraagstuk voor de behoeftige bevolking van België. Daartoe stelden zij zich in verbinding met het Comité National de Secours et d'Alimentation, met de provinciale en plaatselijke afdeling van dit comité, met de besturen van de grote gemeenten en met andere belangrijke instellingen. Haar werkingssfeer strekte zich uit over de beide Vlaanderen, Antwerpen, Limburg, Luik en het noordelijk deel van Brabant. In het allereerste begin beperkte de taak van het comité zich tot het helpen van de regering bij het steun bieden aan de grensgemeenten, waar vreselijk geleden werd. Kort na haar installatie echter werd haar werkkring omvangrijker en wel zodanig dat gedurende enige tijd de gehele uitvoer naar België aan haar goedkeuring was onderworpen. De commissie houdt zich niet alleen bezig met de levensmiddelenvoorziening, maar zij verzorgt ook de behoeften van landbouw en industrie. Zij beschouwt zich in het bijzonder als de bemiddelaarster tussen de Nederlandse regering en de behoeftige Belgische gemeenten om de taak te voltooien welke de Relief niet geheel kan vervullen. Op enkele weinige uitzonderingen na heeft zij zich nooit belast met de aankoop van waren, daar zij zulk een verantwoordelijkheid niet kan aanvaarden. Zij stelt zich tevreden met een nauwkeurig toezicht op de bestemming van de goederen waarvan de uitvoer is toegestaan. In de allereerste plaats wenst zij zeker ervan te zijn dat de betrokken goederen aan de rechthebbenden komen, dat wil zeggen aan de Belgen, zonder verdachte tussenpersonen en tegen de laagst mogelijke prijs. Ten einde beter haar taak te kunnen vervullen, heeft de Nederlandse commissie subcommissies in bezet België ingesteld, waardoor zij tot in de provincies Namen en Henegouwen kan werken. Daar het comité Fleskens slechts inlandse producten kan uitvoeren, heeft dit lichaam zijn arbeid niet zo ver kunnen uitstrekken als de Relief-commissie. Niettemin heeft zij zich buitengewoon verdienstelijk gemaakt. Om slechts één voorbeeld te noemen, zij heeft 550 Belgische gemeenten van brood voorzien, ongeveer 1 miljoen kilo brood per week uitvoerende. Nadat de minister van Landbouw, Handel en Nijverheid de uitvoer van aardappelen en vee uit Nederland naar België en Noord-Frankrijk bij bijzondere vergunning had toegestaan, heeft de commissie Fleskens ook deze zendingen geregeld, welke voor België bedroegen 24.240.559 kilo aardappelen en voor Noord-Frankrijk 11.333.000 kilo knollen. België ontving 1157 stuks vee en Noord-Frankrijk 360. Al deze zendingen werden rechtstreeks toegezonden aan de gemeentebesturen, ten einde alle bedrog of winstbejag te voorkomen. Ook heeft deze commissie zich ten nutte gemaakt door de bewoners van het grensgebied van levensmiddelen te voorzien. Zoals men weet hebben de Duitsers, ten einde onze ongelukkige landgenoten beter van de wereld af te sluiten, een tweede elektrische draad gespannen op enige afstand van de grens, zodat tussen beide draden een zone is ontstaan, welke niemand die daar niet woont mag passeren. De bewoners van die zone zijn dus geheel van het overige België en van Nederland afgesloten. Zonder tussenkomst van de commissie Fleskens zouden zij dus aan de hongerdood zijn prijsgegeven. Ook hier weer hebben de Nederlandse regering en de commissieleden hun belangeloosheid getoond. De gehele commissie verricht haar werk kosteloos. De Nederlandse staat heeft vrijheid van port toegestaan voor de correspondentie, gratis gebruik van telefoon en telegraaf en heeft alle onkosten van de commissie, daaronder begrepen reis- en verblijfkosten, voor zijn rekening genomen. Nu wij spreken over de levensmiddelenvoorziening van bezet België, zij het ons vergund hier onze grote erkentelijkheid te betuigen aan een vriend van de Belgen, zijne excellentie van Vollenhoven, Nederlands gezant te Brussel. Gedurende de 3 jaren dat hij dit moeilijk ambt vervult, heeft de heer van Vollenhoven door zijn onuitputtelijke toewijding en zijn edelmoedigheid de sympathie en genegenheid van alle Belgen verworven. Deze schitterende diplomaat is tevens een man van karakter. De dankbaarheid van België is geen ijdel woord. Al mogen onze landgenoten thans nog niet, zoals ze wel zouden willen, hun innige erkentelijkheid ten opzichte van de heer van Vollenhoven kunnen tonen, zo zullen ze hem niet vergeten. Hij heeft, toen de regering van koningin Wilhelmine hem op deze belangrijke post te Brussel riep, begrepen dat hij niet beter zijn vaderland kon dienen dan door naar zijn vermogen de wonden van het onze te helen. Op die wijze heeft hij, terwijl hij zijn land zo waardig vertegenwoordigde, België uitnemende diensten kunnen bewijzen. De geschiedenis van de oorlog zal in gulden letters optekenen hetgeen hij gedaan heeft. En het toekomstige België zal hem dankbaar zijn. We zouden nog talrijke voorbeelden van hulpverlening door Nederlandse comité's en organisaties kunnen aanhalen. Hun liefdewerk heeft zich geopenbaard op de meest uiteenlopende gebieden. We kunnen gerust zeggen dat geen enkele klasse van de maatschappij, geen enkele werkkring of beroep door hen vergeten is. Nu eens zijn het de Belgische kunstenaars, die krachtig door hun Nederlandse vakbroeders worden gesteund. Dan weer springt de broederschap van Nederlandse en Nederlands-Indische kandidaat-notarissen de Belgische collega's bij. Over het algemeen hebben de arbeiders en handelsbedienden de minste steun verlangd. Velen hunner, te trots om aan te kloppen bij een steuncomité of zich te laten opnemen in een vluchtelingenkamp, trachten in hun behoeften te voorzien door arbeid. In het begin ging dat niet gemakkelijk, vooral ten gevolge van de tegenwerking van de Nederlandse vakverenigingen. Deze toch vreesden de Belgische concurrentie en weigerden de Belgische arbeider in fabriek of werkplaats toe te laten, waardoor zij bewezen dat het internationalisme, waarmede de arbeiders van alle landen zo gaarne schermen, slechts een holle frase is. Gelukkig duurde echter deze toestand niet lang. De grote reputatie echter, waarin de Belgische arbeiders in alle takken van industrie zich mogen verheugen, had ten gevolge dat de Nederlandse werkgevers hen gaarne aannamen, en daardoor de mobilisatie van het Nederlandse leger vele betrekkingen waren opengekomen, konden weldra talrijke Belgen werk vinden, waarbij zij zich onderwierpen aan de voorschriften van de plaatselijke vakverenigingen. De fabrikanten kunnen trouwens niet anders dan tevreden zijn over de diensten welke onze landgenoten hun bewijzen. Aan de andere kant hebben verschillende Belgische handwerkslieden, zelfs industriële vaklieden, zich hier neergezet, hetzij tijdelijk, hetzij voorgoed. En ook zij hebben enige van onze landgenoten aan werk kunnen helpen. De kantoorklerken zijn er ongelukkiger aan toe. Daar zij over het algemeen niet of slechts onvoldoende de Nederlandse taal machtig zijn, konden zij zeer moeilijk een betrekking vinden. Dat is de reden waarom zovelen van hen naar België zijn teruggekeerd, daar zij niet ten laste van de Nederlandse liefdadigheid wilden komen. De minister van Binnenlandse Zaken heeft in zijn rapport gesproken over het Amsterdamse comité dat sinds het begin van de oorlog in zeker opzicht alle steunverlening onder bescherming van de regering onder zijn leiding heeft geconcentreerd. Dat is het Nederlands Comité tot steun van Belgische en andere slachtoffers. In zijn rede op de laatste jaarvergadering heeft de voorzitter, de heer meester Thea Stuart, terecht opgemerkt dat het comité zich had kunnen noemen de organisatie van het maatschappelijk leven van de Belgen in Nederland. Bij het begin van de exodus van de Belgen naar Nederland had het comité zich bijna uitsluitend bepaald tot huisvesting, voeding, kleding en het onderwijs van de behoeftige Belgen. Daarna heeft het onze landgenoten in verschillende categorieën ingedeeld naar hun sociale positie en, terwijl het in rechtstreekse verbinding blijft met het merendeel van de 320 Belgische comité's welke geleidelijk in Nederland gevormd werden, streeft het ernaar, als het ware, het leven van de behoeftige Belgen leiding te geven. Dit toch werd beslist nodig, naar gelang Nederland zelf de gevolgen begon te ondervinden van het tekort aan levensmiddelen en woningen. Ook in dit opzicht heeft de Nederlandse regering nimmer haar medewerking aan het comité geweigerd. Dit heeft ten deze de welwillende medewerking nodig van allen, want de te overwinnen moeilijkheden zijn zeer groot. Bij de verdeling van belangrijke financiële steun moet het comité de ontevredenheid van de een en de afgunst van de ander vermijden, hetgeen niet het gemakkelijkste deel van zijn taak is. Bovendien moet het luiheid tegengaan, de ontmoedigden bemoedigen, ziekten voorkomen en genezen. Het is voorzeker een schoon doel, hetwelk degenen die de zware taak aanvaard hebben van de leiding van het comité zich voor ogen hebben gesteld. En na hen gedurende 3 jaar aan het werk te hebben gezien, menen wij te kunnen verzekeren dat zij daarin boven verwachting geslaagd zijn. Natuurlijk heeft het comité niet alle afgunstige kritiek kunnen voorkomen, maar dat was te verwachten. Men kan niet het onmogelijke eisen. Maar zonder zich te laten ontmoedigen, gaat het comité voort met zijn menslievend werk, trachtende zoveel mogelijk goed te doen door de een werk te verschaffen, de ander een behoorlijk tehuis, te waken over de opvoeding van de kinderen en ouden en gebrekkigen te kleden en te steunen. Deze taak is des te moeilijker, omdat de oorlog in een groot aantal Nederlandse families ellende heeft gebracht, hetzij ten gevolge van de langdurige mobilisatie, hetzij door gebrek aan werk, omdat talrijke fabrieken en werkplaatsen moesten worden stopgezet ten gevolge van het ontbreken van steenkool of grondstoffen. Bij het hulpverlenen aan de Belgen moet het comité voor alles zorgen dat deze niet worden geholpen ten koste van de Nederlandse onderdanen. Dankzij de door het comité steeds betoonde tact konden al die moeilijkheden worden overwonnen, zodat de voorzitter op de jongste jaarvergadering kon zeggen, citaat, thans moeten wij onze beschermelingen helpen met raad en daad. Wij moeten met aandacht het Belgische sociale leven bestuderen, hetwelk zich op ons grondgebied ontwikkelt. We moeten de arbeid van anderen weten te waarderen en daarvan trachten te leren. We moeten ons herinneren hoeveel Belgen zich in de 16e en 17e eeuw bij ons gevestigd hebben en hier een belangrijke plaats hebben ingenomen op het gebied van kunst, handel en industrie. En we moeten hopen dat ook de exodus van 1914 nog andere sporen zal nalaten dan alleen de herinnering aan veel vriendschap en tezamen doorleefd leed. Nauwe vriendschapsbanden zijn hier gelegd sinds 1914. Vele vluchtelingen hebben bij ons nieuwe methoden, nieuwe gebruiken, nieuwe zeden ingevoerd. Ook het Nederlandse karakter zal zijn invloed doen gevoelen op het Belgische maatschappelijk leven. Een belangrijk aantal Belgen bewoont onze grote steden. Laat ons wederkerig het goede overnemen. Laten we elkaar in deze moeilijke tijden helpen en laten we met bescheidenheid alles doen wat men van ons vraagt, daarbij rekening houdende met de geestkracht van de Belgen, die zichzelf een weg banen volgens eigen bedoelingen en wensen. Eind citaat. Nederland heeft helaas niet alleen burgers moeten opnemen. Met de val van Antwerpen moesten 30.000 man bezettingstroepen zich laten interneren om niet in handen van de vijand te vallen. Deze internering baarde van de Nederlandse regering oneindig meer moeilijkheden dan de komst van de burgervluchtelingen. Hier betrof het niet de vrije loop te laten aan een beweging tot hulpverlening, maar hier moest nauwkeurig worden toegezien op de naleving van de internationale voorschriften. De conventies van Genève en Den Haag bevatten een bepaling dat de neutrale mogendheid die oorlogvoerenden op haar gebied opneemt, hen op menswaardige wijze moet behandelen. Dit nu is een zeer rekbaar voorschrift, hetwelk de meest uiteenlopende interpretaties toelaat. De nadruk valt op de internering, dat wil zeggen hun bewaking op zulk een afdoende wijze dat zij niet kunnen ontsnappen om zich weer bij hun onderdeel aan het front te voegen. Uit een menslievend oogpunt beschouwd beperkt zich de kwestie natuurlijk niet tot legering, kleding en voeding van de soldaten. Het nietsdoen immers is in de hoogste mate verderfelijk en de Nederlandse regering heeft, dat moet erkend worden, zich daarvan zeer spoedig rekenschap gegeven. Toen de eerste Belgische soldaten over de grens kwamen, voor de capitulatie van Antwerpen waren het er maar zeer weinigen, kozen de Nederlandse autoriteiten terstond een interneringsgebied uit, waar de mensen voldoende bewegingsvrijheid hadden om te werken, terwijl hun bewaking toch gemakkelijk, of betrekkelijk gemakkelijk was. Deze zone was Gaasterland, waarheen de eerste strijders van de Entente, die de Nederlandse grens moesten overschrijden, werden gebracht. Deze streek is omringd door diepe meren en is slechts langs nauwe wegen, die gemakkelijk te bewaken zijn, te bereiken. Maar het reeds niet zeer eenvoudige vraagstuk werd nog veel ingewikkelder toen na de val van Antwerpen en de terugtocht van zijn verdedigers duizenden militairen over de grens kwamen. Om hen te huisvesten moest men hen eerst maar zo goed en zo kwaad als het ging onder dak brengen in de beschikbare gelegenheden, dat wil zeggen in alle kazernes en kampementen welke niet door Nederlandse troepen waren bezet. Al dadelijk werd het toen moeilijker hun de nodige bewegingsvrijheid te geven voor het verrichten van werkzaamheden, omdat men ze dan niet kon bewaken ter voorkoming van ontvluchting. De Nederlandse staat bevond zich toen in een zeer moeilijke positie. Volgens de internationale rechtsjurisprudentie moet de militair, indien hij geen belofte heeft afgelegd of geen bevelen heeft van zijn regering, trachten zich bij zijn wapenbroeders te voegen, zodra hij daartoe gelegenheid vindt. De neutrale staat mag van zijn kant zulke ontvluchtingen niet toestaan, daar hij hierdoor, zij het ook indirect, één van de oorlogvoerende partijen zou begunstigen en dus niet meer neutraal zou zijn. Maar anderzijds is het voor de neutrale staat moeilijk om, zonder de andere partij te ontstemmen, even streng te zijn in zijn bewakingsmaatregelen als de vijandelijke mogendheid. Vandaar talrijke moeilijkheden, zoals het vraagstuk van de legering. Men moest de lieden voorlopig ergens huisvesten in afwachting van het in gereedheid brengen van kampen. In de aanvang was de toestand erbarmelijk. Wij herinneren ons hoe deze duizenden manschappen opgesloten waren op een terrein bij Zeist, waar zij op de grond sliepen, in de modder, sneeuw en regen. Ze hadden 's nachts lage tentjes, maar deze boden onvoldoende dekking tegen het gure weer. In deze tijdelijke kampen waren niet eens zitbanken. Onze arme soldaten waren als een kudde vee in een wei opgesloten achter prikkeldraad. Maar dat kon niet anders. Nederland was evenmin als België voorbereid geweest op deze oorlog. Het had niet kunnen voorzien dat het een goede 30.000 vreemde soldaten zou moeten interneren en had voor hen kazernes noch kampen ter beschikking. Maar ook hier nam de regering krachtige spoedmaatregelen. Op uitgestrekte vlakten werden barakken gebouwd die, al boden zij ook niet de zelfs betrekkelijke comfort van kazernes, onze soldaten toch een betere schuilplaats verleenden voor het gure weer. Ongelukkigerwijze werden deze barakken wat te snel gebouwd. Omdat niemand kon veronderstellen dat zij jarenlang dienst zouden moeten doen, kregen ze een tijdelijk karakter, hetgeen men later moest betreuren. Maar onze geïnterneerden leken deze loodsen wel paleizen. Sindsdien zijn zij wel ontnuchterd. De ondervinding heeft geleerd dat zij als woningen, althans in de winter, veel te wensen overlaten. De Nederlandse autoriteiten deden intussen wat zij konden om het leven van onze soldaten te verbeteren. In de kampen worden schouwburgen gebouwd, orkesten gevormd, ontspanningszalen ingericht. De Belgische soldaten zelf beijverden zich, geholpen door Nederlandse en Belgische officieren, evenals door burgers, om hun leven draaglijk te maken. Dankzij de financiële tussenkomst van de Belgische regering en de stad Brussel werden bibliotheken, lagere en industriescholen opgericht die een snelle vlucht namen. Toen het hoofd van de interneringsafdeling arbeid buiten het kamp had goedgekeurd, konden vele geïnterneerden deze verlaten. Door deze hervatting van hun werk gevoelden zij het tijdstip waarop zij hun volledige vrijheid zouden herkrijgen veel nader. Maar nog krachtiger dan tegen de arbeid van de Belgische burgers verzetten de Nederlandse vakverenigingen zich tegen die van de soldaten. Er werd echter een schikking getroffen en toen de Belgische regering de Belgische soldaten had verboden te ontvluchten ten einde de bewaking van de geïnterneerden gemakkelijker te maken, konden velen van hen werk krijgen in de verschillende industrieën, evenals bij de boeren. Ook de ontwikkelden werden niet vergeten. Degenen die een betrekking in de handel konden vinden, kregen daartoe verlof. Anderen zetten hun studies voort aan de universiteiten en hogescholen te Delft, Utrecht, Rotterdam en Wageningen. Zij ontvangen het onderwijs kosteloos. Te Delft zijn zij zelfs kosteloos gehuisvest. In de andere steden zijn zij tezamen voor eigen kosten, maar ontvangen een bedrag voor hun voeding, ofwel krijgen levensmiddelen in natura. De kampcommandanten deden van hun kant al het mogelijk om het leven te veraangenamen. Vermelding verdient hier de voortdurende zorg voor de geïnterneerden van generaal Jonkheer de Lannoy, commandant van het kamp te Harderwijk. Dankzij die goede zorgen is dit kamp zoal niet ideaal, dan toch bijna gezellig en aangenaam, waardoor de bewoners het leven veel draaglijker wordt gemaakt. Het liefste had men zo weinig mogelijk soldaten in de kampen, maar dit ideaal is helaas niet te bereiken, daar reeds vele geïnterneerden die een werkkring hadden gevonden in de Nederlandse industrie weer in de kampen moesten terugkeren toen vele fabrieken moesten sluiten ten gevolge van het tekort aan grondstoffen. Maar tevens zijn er vele duizenden die nooit een betrekking hebben kunnen vinden. Hun toestand is werkelijk indroevig. De morele depressie gedurende die 3 jaren heeft hun alle energie ontnomen en het ware ten zeerste gewenst in het belang van het toekomstige België dat de Belgische regering in overleg met de Nederlandse een middel kon vinden om deze ongelukkigen, tenslotte het beste deel van het volk, uit hun fysieke en morele ellende te verlossen, waarin op zo droevige wijze hun geestkracht en gezondheid ondergaan. Van alle Belgen in Nederland zijn ongetwijfeld de geïnterneerde soldaten die geen werk hebben kunnen vinden het ongelukkigst. Bij de toekomstige internationale conferenties zal dan ook nadrukkelijk moeten worden bepaald welke plichten de oorlogvoerenden op neutraal gebied hebben, opdat de neutrale staat hun de nodige vrijheid kan verlenen. Zo Nederland al niet aan onze geïnterneerde militairen zoveel vrijheid heeft kunnen geven als het wel wilde, aan de Belgische burgers heeft het deze in elk geval niet onthouden. Zoals wij in dit noodzakelijkerwijze beperkt en onvolledig overzicht hebben vastgesteld, hebben de Nederlandse regering en het Nederlandse volk zich ten opzichte van de Belgen weinig te verwijten. Wij zijn hun veel verschuldigd, veel meer dan sommigen wel denken of willen erkennen. Getrouw aan zijn traditie is Nederland voor ons Belgen een gastvrij land geweest in de volste zin van het woord. Wij hebben hier grote en trouwe vriendschap gevonden, onze armen zijn geholpen, onze zieken verzorgd en onze kinderen onderwezen. Nederland heeft ons nog iets kostbaarders gegeven dan morele en geldelijke steun: de vrijheid. In Nederland, de bakermat van de vrijheid, hebben de Belgen volkomen vrijheid genoten. Nimmer heeft men ons het recht betwist vrij uit te spreken en te schrijven. De Belgen hebben in dit oord van de ballingschap dezelfde vrijheden gehad als de Nederlanders zelf, dezelfde rechten welke wij in België bezitten. Belgische weldadigheidsverenigingen, ja zelfs politieke genootschappen zijn opgericht zonder dat de autoriteiten zich ermede bemoeid hebben. De alhier verschijnende Belgische dagbladen kunnen volkomen onafhankelijk onze heilige zaak verdedigen, zonder onderworpen te zijn aan enige preventieve censuur. Nooit heeft enige autoriteit ons onze moeilijke positie van vluchteling doen gevoelen. Evenmin heeft men ooit van ons geëist dat we in vaderlandslievende uitingen onze nationale fierheid verzaakten. Deze weldaad is de grootste van alle. In 1914 had Nederland uit overwegingen van zelfbehoud zijn grenzen kunnen sluiten voor de stroom Belgen die moord en brandstichting ontvluchtten. Dit zou ongetwijfeld een daad van egoïsme zijn geweest, maar niemand zou er iets tegen hebben kunnen zeggen. De Nederlandse regering en het Nederlandse volk hebben echter aan een nobele oplossing de voorkeur gegeven. Later zouden ze onze armen naar België hebben kunnen terugzenden, althans hen aan hun lot hebben kunnen overlaten. Maar ook dit hebben ze niet gedaan. Integendeel, en niettegenstaande de regering van dit land voor de oplossing stond van buitengewoon ernstige vraagstukken, zowel in strategisch als economisch opzicht, heeft zij nooit ook maar 1 ogenblik de handen afgetrokken van de ongelukkige Belgen. Door deze daad heeft Nederland de bewondering afgedwongen van geheel de wereld, die de handelwijze toejuicht van een klein land dat blijk gaf van zulk een hoge opvatting van de internationale solidariteit. Nederland is zijn verleden trouw gebleven. Als vroeger was het een gastvrij toevluchtsoord voor ongelukkigen, vervolgden en bannelingen. De Belgen die deze gastvrijheid genoten hebben, zullen haar zeer zeker nooit vergeten. Steeds zullen ze zich herinneren dat de bevolking van Nederland, de burgerij zowel als de arbeidersklasse, hun welkom hebben geheten toen zij in ellende waren. Een van onze landgenoten, mevrouw de Niemaal Berrier, zuster van minister Berrier, heeft op uitnemende wijze onze gevoelens van dankbaarheid vertolkt in een schrijven dat zij inzond op een enquête over Nederland, gehouden door een Nederlands dagblad, welke brief wij hier laten volgen. Citaat: Ik zou mij willen onthouden, schrijft mevrouw de Niemaal, hier een zeer brandende kwestie aan te raken en het voorbeeld te volgen van onze landgenoten die, vluchtelingen evenals ik in Nederland, zich niet ontzien hebben de gedragslijn door Nederland op internationaal gebied onder de gegeven omstandigheden gevolgd te kritiseren. Dat is trouwens niet hetgeen mij in Nederland het meest getroffen heeft, integendeel. Wat me echter wel buitengewoon verrast heeft, dat is de edelmoedigheid van de bewoners van dit land, die geheel natuurlijke mildheid, welke zo eenvoudig en eerlijk, zo algemeen en spontaan wordt beoefend en als het ware een karaktertrek is van het nationale wezen, die zich uit onder alle rangen en standen, gevonden wordt zelfs bij de armste en eenvoudigste, en zich doet gelden zonder enig uiterlijk vertoon en overdrevenheid, gewoonlijk anoniem. Een mildheid die werkelijk onuitputtelijk blijkt, daar steeds weer elke gelegenheid wordt aangegrepen om te geven, waarbij zo mogelijk de wijze waarop gegeven wordt overtreft hetgeen geschonken wordt. Nimmer toch is het de vernederende aalmoes, maar altijd geschiedt het op een bescheiden en hartelijke manier, waarvan iets opbeurends, vertroostends en bemoedigends uitgaat. Nergens anders, bij geen enkel volk, zal men zulk een allesomvattend altruïsme aantreffen, en deze deugd verdient des te meer waardering, waar de Nederlander in alle opzichten het tegenovergestelde is van een verkwister. Integendeel, Hij hecht zeer aan zijn geld. Des te groter is derhalve zijn verdienste er afstand van te kunnen doen. De eenvoudige en gastvrije ontvangst welke ten allen tijde vreemde ballingen in dit land te beurt valt, is een van de treffendste uitingen van de hulpvaardigheid welke zetelt in het hart van alle Bataven. Zonder nu te gewagen van de geschiedenis en te herinneren aan de Vlaamse wevers, de slachtoffers van de hertog van Alva, de hugenoten, de Franse filosofen en de Portugese Joden, kunnen de Belgen van Visé, Antwerpen, Dendermonde en zoveel andere verwoeste en platgebrande steden en dorpen getuigen van het aantrekkelijke karakter van het Nederlandse volk. Nooit zullen mijn landgenoten, wat er ook moge geschieden, vergeten alles wat zij hier in een diep tragisch uur van hun leven gevonden hebben, hoe zij werden opgenomen, geholpen, gesteund en in moreel en materieel opzicht gesterkt. Zulke herinneringen leggen tussen twee volken een onverbreekbare band, en dat zal, naast zovele teleurstellingen en droefheid, een van de gelukkige gevolgen zijn van deze wrede oorlog. Einde citaat. Zoals mevrouw de Niemal terecht opmerkt, zal ons verblijf in Nederland tussen de beide naties een nooit te verbreken band vormen. Dankzij onze ballingschap hebben wij Nederland en de Nederlanders, die wij evenmin kennen als zij België en de Belgen, beter leren begrijpen en waarderen. De Nederlanders hadden bij ons de naam uitsluitend te denken aan winstbejag. Thans weten wij dat hun beurs, evenals hun hart, zich geheel ontsloten heeft voor het roemvolle lijden van de Belgen, en dat in dit land zovele verenigingen zijn gevormd en zovele duizenden Nederlanders ons te hulp zijn gesneld, dat het ons ondoenlijk zou zijn alle op te noemen. Hoe zou het ook mogelijk zijn melding te maken van al die bonden en comité's, van al die vrouwen en mannen die door hun initiatief enige verzachting hebben weten te brengen in het oneindige leed van deze tijd, en die hun geldmiddelen, hun gezondheid, hun werkkrachten en soms zelfs hun leven ter beschikking stelden. De belangeloosheid van onze gastheren intussen staat zo hoog, dat zij ons zullen toestaan onze dankbaarheid te uiten aan allen, liever dan aan ieder afzonderlijk, en hun vaderland erkentelijkheid te betuigen voor de materiële hulp en de morele steun welke dit land ons verleend heeft gedurende de vreselijkste beproeving die de mensheid ooit gekend heeft. Einde van De Belgen in Holland, 1914-1917, door Gustaaf Jaspaers. Gelezen door Anna Simon.
A selection from Chapter 16 of Fanny Goes to War by Patricia Beauchamp, titled The Last Ride. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last Ride. The hardest job in the convoy was admittedly that of the big lorry, for early and late it was first and last on the field. It took all the stretchers and blankets to the different hospitals, cleared up the quay after an early evacuation, brought stretchers and blankets up to the convoy, took the officers' kits to hospital and boats, and rationed the ambulance trains and barges. Jimmy took to the Vulcan instinctively when the convoy was first started, and jealously kept to the job. But after a time she was forcibly removed therefrom in order to take a rest. I could sympathize. I knew how I had felt about the little lorry. The job was to be taken in fortnightly turns, and while the old Vulcan lorry was being overhauled, a Willis Overland was sent in its place. The disadvantage of the lorry was that you never saw any of your friends, for you were always on duty when they were off, and vice versa. Also, you hardly ever had meals when they did. Eva's fortnight was almost up, and I was hoping to see something of her before I went on leave, when one night she came in with the news that I was the next one for it. Hardly a welcome surprise. And down at Barges that evening, it was a Sunday, Gamwell, the sergeant, told me officially I was to take on the job next morning at 5 a.m. When I got back to camp I went for a preliminary run on it, as I had never driven that make before. The tires were solid, all vestige of springs had long since departed from the seat, and the roof was covered with tin that bent and rattled like stage thunder. The gears were in the middle and very worn, and the lever never lost an opportunity of slipping into first as you got out, and consequently the lorry tried to run over you when you cranked up. Altogether a charming car. You drove along like a travelling thunderclap, and coming up the slope into camp the earth fairly shook beneath you. I used to feel like the whole of Valhalla arriving in a Wagner opera. It was also quite impossible to hear what any one said sitting on the seat beside you. The third day as I got out I felt all my bones over carefully. "When I come off this job," I called to Johnson, "I shall certainly swallow a bottle of gum as a wise precaution." He grinned appreciatively. Lowson, who had had her turn before Eva, appropriately christened it Little Willie, and I can affirm that the car had a Hun soul. You were up and dressed at 5 a.m. and waited about camp till the telephone bell rang to say the train had arrived. Schofield, the incinerator man, who was usually in the camp at that hour, never failed to make a cup of tea, a most welcome thing, for one never got back to camp to have breakfast till 11 or 11:30 a.m. I used to spend the interval after Little Willie was all prepared for the road combing out Wuzzie's silver curls. He always accompanied the lorry and was allowed to sit, or rather jolt, on the seat beside me, unrebuked. After breakfast there was the quay to clear up and all the many other details to attend to, getting back to camp about 3 to go off in an hour's time to barges. When a Fontanette's ambulance train came down, the lorry driver was lucky if she got to bed this side of 2 a.m. All social engagements in the way of rides, etc., had to be cancelled in consequence. But the Monday before I went into hospital the gray and baby appeared up in camp about 5:30. I was hanging about waiting for the telephone to say the barge had arrived, but as there was a high wind blowing it was considered very unlikely it would come down the canal that evening. I phoned to a station several miles up to inquire if it was in sight, and the reply came back not a sign, and I accordingly got permission to go out for half an hour. I was so afraid Captain D. might not consider it worth while, and could have almost wept, but fortunately he agreed half an hour was better than nothing, and off we went up the sands, leaving the bob-tailed Wuzzie well in the rear. What a glorious gallop that was! My last ride. The sands appeared almost golden in the sun, and the wind was whipping the deep blue waves into little crests of foam against the paler turquoise of the sky. Already the flowers on the dunes had burst into leaf, for it was the merry month of May, and there away on the horizon the white cliffs of England could just be discerned. Altogether it was good to be alive. "Hurrah!" I cried as we slowed down to a walk. 5 more days and then on leave to England, and I rubbed the grey's neck with joy. Alas, that half hour flew like 10 minutes, and we turned all too soon and raced back, thudding along over the glorious sands as we went. I got to the convoy to find there was no news of the barge, but I had to dismount all the same. Duty is duty, and I kissed the grey's nose, little thinking I should never see him again. The barge did not come down till 9 o'clock the next morning. C'est la guerre, and a very trying one to boot. The weather was ideal just then, warm and sunny, and not a cloud in the sky except for those little round white puffs where the Archie's shells burst round the visiting Huns. One afternoon about 5 o'clock, when breakfast had been at lunch time, and consequently that latter meal had been napooed altogether, I went into the E.M.O.'s for the chits before leaving for camp. These initials stood for Embarkation Medical Officer, and always designated the office and shed where the blankets and stretchers were kept. Also, incidentally, the place where the corporal and 2 men slept. As I entered a most appetizing odor greeted my nostrils, and I suddenly realized how very hungry I was. I sniffed the air and wondered what it could be. "Just going to have a cockle tea," explained the corporal. "I suppose, miss, you wouldn't care to join us?" I knew the brew at the Convoy would be long since cold, and accepted the invitation joyfully. Their dining room was but the shed where the stretchers were piled up, many of them brown and discoloured by blood, and bundles of fusty army blankets, used as coverings for the wounded, reached almost to the ceiling. They were, like the stretchers in some cases, and always sticky to the touch. I could not repress a shudder as I turned away to the much more welcome sight of tea. A newspaper was spread on the rough table in my honour, and Wheatley was dispatched at the double to find the only saucer. Those who knew the good Wheatley will perhaps fail to imagine he could attain such a speed. Dear Wheatley, with his long spindle legs and quaint serio-comic face. He was a man of few words and a heart of gold. I look back on that cockle tea as one of my happiest memories. It was so jolly, and we were all so gay and full of hope, for things were going well up the line. I had never tasted cockles before, and thought they were priceless. We discussed all manner of things during tea, and I learnt a lot about their aspirations for après la guerre. It was singular to think that within a short month of that happy party Headley the corporal alone remained sound and whole. One was killed by a shell falling on the E.M.O., one was in hospital crippled for life, and the third was brought in while I was there and died shortly after from septic pneumonia. Little did we think what was in store as we drank tea so merrily. Wheatley insisted on putting a bass bag full of cockles into the lorry before I left, and when I got to camp I ran to the cookhouse thinking how they would welcome a variation for supper. "Cockles?" asked Bridget. "Humph! I suppose you know they grow on sewers and people who eat them die of ptomaine poisoning." "No," I said, not at all crestfallen. "Do they really? Well, I've just eaten a whole bag full. If they give me a military funeral I do hope you'll come." And I departed, feeling rather hurt, to issue further invitations. I was drawing petrol at the Stores the next day, and as I was signing for it, the man there, my Charlie Chaplin friend, kindly began to crank up. As he did so I saw little Willie move gently forward and ran out to slip the gear back into neutral. "It's a Hun and called Little Willie," I explained as I did. "Crikey, what a car!" he observed. "No wonder you calls it that. Don't you let him put it across you, miss." "He's only 4 more days to do it in," I thought joyfully, as I rattled off to the quay, and yet somehow a premonition of some evil thing about to happen hung over me, and again I wished I hadn't lost my charm. The next day was Wednesday, and I had been up since 5 and was taking a lorry full of stretchers and blankets past a French battery to the E.M.O.'s. It was about midday and there was not a cloud in the sky. Then suddenly my heart stood still. Somehow, instinctively, I knew I was for it at last. Whole eternities seemed to elapse before the crash. There was no escape. Could I urge little Willie on? I knew it was hopeless. Even as I did so he bucketed and failed to respond. He would. How I longed for Susan, who could always be relied upon to sprint forward. At last the crash came. I felt myself being hurled from the car into the air, to fall and be swept along for some distance, my face being literally rubbed in the ground. I remember my rage at this, and even in that extreme moment managed to seize my nose in the hope that it at least might not be broken. Presently I was left lying in a crumpled heap on the ground. My first thought, oddly enough, was for the car, which I saw standing sulkily and somewhat battered not far off. There will be a row, I thought. The stretcher bearer in behind had been killed instantaneously, but fortunately I did not know of this till some time later, nor did I even know he had jumped in behind. The car rattled to such an extent I had not heard the answer to my query if any one was coming with me to unload the stretchers. I tried to move and found it impossible. What a mess I'm in, was my next thought, and how my legs ache. I tried to move them too, but it was no good. They must both be broken, I concluded. I put my hand to my head and brought it away, all sticky. That's funny, I thought. Where can it have come from? And then I caught sight of my hand. It was all covered with blood. I began to have a panic that my back might be injured and I would not be able to ride again. That was all that really worried me. I had always dreaded anything happening to my back somehow. The French soldiers were down from their battery in a trice, all great friends of mine to whom I had often thrown ration cigarettes. Gaspard, that was not his name, I never knew it, but always called him that in my own mind after Raymond's hero, gave a cry and was on the ground beside me, calling me his little cabbage, his poor little pigeon, and presently he half lifted me in his arms and cradled me as he might a baby. I remained quite conscious the whole time. Will I be able to ride again? Kept hammering through my brain. The pain was becoming rapidly worse, and I began to wonder just where my legs were broken. As I could move neither, I could not discover at all, and presently I gave a gasp as I felt something tighten and hurt terribly. It was a bootlace they were fixing to stop the hemorrhage. Bootlaces are used for everything in France. The men stood round and I watched them furtively wiping the tears away that rolled down their furrowed cheeks. One even put his arm over his eyes as a child does. I wondered vaguely why they were crying. It never dawned on me that it had anything to do with me. Complètement coupé, I heard one say, and quick as a shot I asked, Où est-ce que c'est qu'est coupé? And those tactful souls, just rough soldiers, replied without hesitation, La jaquette, mademoiselle. Je m'en fiche de la jaquette, I answered, completely reassured. I wish the ambulance would come soon. I am in a beastly mess, I thought again. Fancy broken legs hurting like this. What must the men go through? It was singular I was so certain they were broken. About a month before I had received a wire from the War Office stating one of my brothers had crashed 1,000 feet and had 2 legs fractured, and without more ado I took it for granted I was in a similar plight. I won't sit up and look, I decided, or I shall think I'm worse than I am. There's sure to be some blood about. And the sun beat down fiercely, drying what there was on my face into hard cakes. My lower lip had also been cut inside somehow. One man took off his coat and held it high up to form a shade. I saw everything that happened with a terrible distinctness. They had already bound up my head, which was cut and bleeding profusely. The pain was becoming almost intolerable, and I wondered if in time I would cry, but luckily one does not cry on those occasions. It becomes an impossibility somehow. I even began to wish I could. I asked to have my legs lifted a little, and the pain seemed to ease somewhat. I shall never forget those Frenchmen. They were perfect. How often I had smiled at them as I passed, and laughed to see them standing in a ring, like naughty schoolboys, peeling potatoes, their sergeant walking round to see that it was done properly. The little French doctor from the battery, who had once helped me change a tire, came running up, and I covered the scratched side of my face lest he should get too much of a shock. " Je suis joliment du dans la soupe," I said, and saw him go as white as a sheet. These Frenchmen are very sympathetic, I thought, for it had dawned on me what they were crying about by that time. Just then an ambulance train came down the line, and the two English doctors were fetched. A tourniquet, which seemed like a knife and hurt terribly, was applied as well as the bootlace. I was also given some morphia. " This will hurt a little," he said as he pushed in the needle, which I thought distinctly humorous, as if a prick from a hypodermic could be anything in comparison with what was going on down there, where I hadn't the courage to look. His remark had one good effect though, because I thought, if he thinks that will hurt, there can't be much to fuss over down there. Would the ambulance never arrive? I wondered if we were always so long. Which Fanny would come. She's cranked up by now and on the way, probably as far as the bridge, I thought. I drove all the way down in my own mind, and yet she did not arrive. But they had phoned to the French hospital in the town and not the convoy. I did not know this till I saw the French car arrive. It seemed an age. Gaspard never moved once from his cramped position, and kept saying soothingly from time to time, " Allons, petit chou, mon pauvre petit pichon, ça viendra tout à l'heure, et la petite." At last the ambulance came. I dreaded being lifted, but those soldiers raised me so tenderly the wrench was not half as bad as I had anticipated. I had been there just over 40 minutes. Then began the journey in the ambulance. The men gave me a fine salute as I was taken off, and I waved good bye. One of the sisters from the train came in the car with me, and also the little French doctor, whose hand I hung on to most of the way, and which incidentally must have been like pulp when we arrived. As luck would have it, the driver was a new man, and neither the doctor nor the sister knew the way, so I had to give the directions. The doctor was all for taking me to the French military hospital, but I asked to be taken to the casino. So this is what the men go through every day, I thought, as we were into a hole and out again with a bump, and the pain became almost too much to bear. The doctor swore at the driver, and I took another grip of his hand. " Bien difficile de ne pas faire ça," I murmured, for I knew he had really manoeuvred it well. The constant give of the springs jiggling endlessly up and down, was as trying as anything. The trouble was I knew every hole in that road, and soon we had to cross railway lines. The sister, who was a stranger too, began to worry how she would find her way back to the train, but I assured her once arrived at the casino she only had to walk up to our camp to get a Fanny car. I hope there won't be many people there when I'm pulled out, I thought. I hate being stared at in such a beastly mess. Above all, I hated a fuss. Now we had come to the railway lines. What would it have been like without morphia, I wondered. Of course the drawbridge was up, and that meant at least 10 minutes' wait till the ships went through. My luck seemed dead out. At last I heard the familiar clang as it rattled into place, and we were over. I dared not close my eyes, as I had a sort of feeling I'd never be able to open them again. Only up the slope and then I'm there. If I can't keep them open till then, I'm done. The pain was getting worse again, and from what the sister said I gathered something down there had begun to hemorrhage once more. Still no thought of the truth ever dawned on me. At last we arrived and slowly backed into place. I could not help seeing the grim humor of the situation. I had driven so many wounded men there myself. The Colonel, who must have heard, for he was waiting, looking very white and worried, and Leather, one of the Duchess's drivers, started visibly as I was pulled out. I was told after that my complexion, or what could be seen of it, was ashen grey in colour, and if my eyes had not been opened they would have thought the worst. I was carried into the big hall, and there my beloved Wuzzy found me. I heard a little whine, and felt a warm tongue licking my face. Luckily he had not been with me that morning. " Take that dog away, someone," cried the Colonel, who was peevish in the extreme. " He's not a dog," I protested, and then up came a Padre who asked gravely, " What are you, my child?" Thinking I was now fairly unrecognizable by this time with the Frenchman's hanky round my head, etc., I replied, " A Fanny, of course." This completely scandalized the good Padre. When he had recovered he said, " No, you mistake me. What religion, I mean." He wants to know what to bury me under, I thought. What a thoroughly cheerful soul. C. of E., I replied, as per identity disc. He then took my home address, which seemed an unnecessary fuss, and I was left in peace. Captain C. was there as well, and came over to the stretcher. " I've broken both legs," I announced. " Will I be able to ride again?" " Of course you will," he said. " Sure? " I asked. " Rather," he replied, and I felt comforted. I was then carried straight through the ward I into the operating theatre. The men in bed looked rather startled, and Barrett, a man I had driven and been visiting since, was near the door. What he said is hardly repeatable. When the British Tommy is much moved he usually becomes thoroughly profane. I waved to him as I disappeared through the door into the theatre. I was speedily undressed. Dicky appeared mysteriously from somewhere and was a brick. The room seemed to be full of nurses and orderlies, and then I went slipping off into oblivion as the chloroform took effect. My first dose, and at that time very welcome. And at last I was in a land where pain becomes obliterated in one vast empty space. I woke that afternoon, and of course wondered where I was. Everything seemed to be aching and throbbing at once. I tried to move, but I felt as if I was clamped to the bed. " This is terrible," I thought. " I must be having a nightmare." Then I saw the cradle covering my legs. What could it be, I wondered? And then in a flash the scenes of that morning, or was it a week ago, came back to me. I wondered if my back was all right, and felt carefully down the side. No, there was no bandage, and I sighed with relief, though it ached like fury. I could feel the top of the wooden splints on the one leg, but nothing but bandages on the other. My head had been sewn up, also my lip, and a nice tight bandage replaced the hanky. It was thumping wildly, and presently an unseen figure gave me something very cool to sip out of a feeding mug. Things straightened out a bit after that, and I saw there were quantities of flowers in the room, jugfuls in fact, which had been sent to cheer me along. Then something in my leg, the one that was hurting most, gave a fearful tug and a jump, and I drew in my breath with a sobbing gasp. What could it be? I felt just as if someone had tugged it on purpose, and it took ages to settle down again. I looked mutely at my nurse for an explanation, and she put a cool hand on mine. It was the severed nerve, and I learnt to dread those involuntary jumps that came so suddenly from nowhere and seized one like a deadly cramp. Everything, including my back, was one vast ache, punctuated by those appalling nerve jumps that set every other one in my body tingling. How I longed to turn on my side, but that was a luxury denied me for weeks. My friend Eva had heard the cheerful news when she returned from Bologna, where she had been all day, and she and Lawson were allowed to come and see me for a few minutes. "I've broken both legs," I stated. "Isn't it the limit? They don't half hurt." They nodded sympathetically, not daring to give me a hint of the real state of affairs. "Captain C. says I'll be able to ride again though," I added, and once more they nodded. "I told you what would happen when I lost that charm," I said to Eva. I asked after little Willie, and heard his remains had been towed to camp, though being a Hun he would of course manage to escape somehow. I had an adorable Vad to look after me, the best I ever want to have. She seemed to know exactly what I wanted without being told. I felt almost too tired to speak, and in any case it's not easy with stitches in your mouth. The Padre, not my friend of the entrance hall, I was glad to note, came to see me, and I had a communion service all to myself, as they thought I might possibly die in the night. I dreaded the nights as I dreaded nothing before in my life. With darkness everything seemed to become intensified. Whenever I did manage to snatch a few moments' sleep, the dreadful demon that seemed to lurk somewhere just out of sight would pop up and jerk my leg again. I would think to myself, "Now I will really catch him next time," and I would lie waiting in readiness. But just as I thought I was safe, jerk, and my leg would jump worse than ever. I clenched my fists in rage, and the Vad came from behind the screen to soothe the pillows for me. I used to lie and think of all the thousands of men in hospital, and perhaps even lying untended in no man's land, going through twice as much as I, and wondered if the world would really be any better for all this suffering, or if it would be forgotten as soon as the war was over. It seemed to be rather a waste if it was to be so. When morning came there were the dressings to be done. At 10 o'clock I used to try and imagine it was really 11 and all over. But the rattle of the trolley and terribly cheerful voice of Sister left room for no illusions on that score. My hands were useful on these occasions, and at the end of the half hour were excellent examples of the shape of my teeth. They were practically the only parts completely uninjured, and I knew that whatever happened I could still play the violin again. I could not understand why one leg had jumping nerves and the other apparently had none, and argued that the one must be half broken to account for it. The British Expeditionary Force specialist also paid frequent visits. Then one evening, the 3rd or 4th I think, Captain C. came in and sat down in the shadow, looking very grave. I think it must have been one of the worst half hours he ever spent. It is not a job any man would relish to tell someone who is particularly fond of life that they have lost one leg and the other has only just been saved. I was speechless for some minutes. In fact, I refused to believe it. It took a long time for the full horror of the situation to dawn on me. It will seem odd that I did not feel I had lost my leg, but one never has that sensation even when on crutches. The nerves are unfortunately too much alive. Captain C. stayed a long time, and the evening drew on, but still he sat there and talked to me quietly in the darkness. I wondered why I couldn't cry, but somehow it seemed to have nothing to do with me at all. I was not the girl who had lost a leg. It was merely someone else I was hearing about. Jolly bad luck on them, I thought. Rotten not to be able to run about any more. Then my leg jumped, and it began to dawn on me that I was the girl to whom those things had happened. Still, I could not cry. End of a selection from chapter 16 of Fanny Goes to War, titled The Last Ride, by Patricia Beauchamp. Read by Sue Anderson.
Early care of gunshot wounds of the jaws and surrounding soft parts. From Abstracts of War Surgery, prepared by the Division of Surgery, Surgeon General's Office. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Early care of gunshot wounds of the jaws and surrounding soft parts. Submitted by the Subsection of Plastic and Oral Surgery of the Surgeon General's Office as a basis for lectures to be given in medical officers' training camps. Of not uncommon occurrence in the present war are those distressing wounds of the face and jaw bones, which have attracted particular attention not only on account of the disfigurement which they cause, but even more so from the difficulty that was at first encountered in dealing with them. This difficulty is the logical outcome of an attitude that regarded dentistry and surgery as two distinct and separate professions. As long as this theory was allowed to dominate practice, a man who had an extensive injury of the face and jaw bones had about as much chance for an ideal result as had the man with an open fracture of a limb in the days when the physician and the bone setter could find no common ground on which to meet. The bone setter and the physician who refuse to recognize the surgeon are of the past, but the surgeon and the dentist in their relation of each other only too frequently perpetuate the agnosticism of those earlier practitioners. It is now accepted as axiomatic that in dealing with an open fracture of the thigh, the fixation of the bones and the treatment of exposed tissues should be concurrent, and that early treatment is one of the most important factors. It is not universally recognized that these same principles hold in the treatment of a wound involving the jawbone and the soft tissues, whether it be the result of an industrial accident, a removal of a tumor, or a war injury. The surgeon has expended much study upon making himself master the various means of splinting an injured limb, but proper fixation of a fractured jaw can only be done by the use of dental splints. These he cannot apply himself, and he has not always sought the help that the dentist could so easily lend. The late von Langenbeck, after the war of 70-71, said, "I would not care to go through another campaign without the help of skilled technicians to aid in the care of these jaw injuries." The surgeon is not technically trained to splint these cases, yet early proper fixation is one of the most important points of the treatment. The dentist as such is not trained to care for the wounded tissues beyond fixation of the bones, yet repair of the soft tissues and proper drainage may be equally important. A few have bridged this no-man's land between surgery and dentistry. Recently a much larger number have learned cooperation, but today I believe that the majority are pursuing their separate ways, that a patient with a jaw injury will be treated either by a surgeon or a dentist, neither of whom is master of all the problems, and that either the fixation or the care of the tissues will suffer accordingly. Of the two, the dentist is the one more likely to recognize his need of help. It is, or has been the custom, to transport these cases back to special centers where qualified men are stationed. In the meantime, the patients receive what might, for want of a better term, be called general treatment. We have recently been told by Sriel that the most important step in the preparation for the care of our wounded is to plan to give them the proper operative treatment within the first 12 hours, and if this is done, that primary union may be obtained in 90%, and that gas gangrene, etc., may by this means be eliminated. This may be too much to expect literally of mouth injuries, but I feel absolutely certain that in over 90% of these cases earlier treatment would accomplish even better results than late treatment where reconstruction must overshadow conservation, and that Kazaghian, Morstan, and others could accomplish even better results in these individual cases with less effort and less distress to the patient if they could have their plan of treatment started in the earlier hours after the injury than later when the wound is complicated by infection, muscular spasm, infiltration of the tissues, or scar contraction. In the light of our past clinical observation and of what we have learned from workers abroad, it is our hope to place in every evacuation, base, and recovery hospital men who are familiar with the problems and technique of dealing with these face and jaw injuries, so that from the very first each of these patients will receive the best surgery has to offer. Early wounds. Under this heading would be included wounds of 12 hours or less, but about the face, where the blood supply is excellent, wounds of 24 hours duration or even longer might, under certain circumstances, fall into this class. 3 objects are to be attained in the treatment of any wound. 1. Control of hemorrhage. 2. Control of infection. And 3. Anatomic restoration. The means of accomplishment of each one of these is closely allied to that used to attain either of the other 2. Control of hemorrhage. The simplest procedure is the suturing of the separated tissues. Larger bleedings, when seen, may be caught and tied, while bleeding from depth may require packing or ligation of an artery in continuity. Ligation of a lingual artery, when indicated, is as a rule a very satisfactory operation, because it is almost terminal in its distribution. Ligation of the trunk of the external carotid is very much less satisfactory, except for wounds of its primary divisions, because the anastomoses are so free that the bleeding may scarcely be influenced. A serious objection to ligation of the external carotid is that of sepsis and secondary hemorrhage occurring at the site of the ligation, necessitating ligation of the common carotid. A good rule is to ligate all branches of the external carotid as far as possible from the parent trunk, and not to tie the ligature sufficiently tight to crush the wall of the vessel. Approximation of the intima is all that is needed. The common carotid should be tied only when absolutely necessary. The risk to life and brain function is very great. Hemorrhage from the posterior part of the tongue may require ligation of a lingual artery. Bleeding from further forward is usually controlled by 1 or 2 deep sutures, possibly tied over a piece of gauze. Hemorrhage from the pharynx may strongly suggest the ligation of an external carotid, but it is important to determine which one is involved. By alternate compression of the common vessel against the carotid tubercle, on each side with careful sponging, a valuable hint may be given as to which is to be attacked. Bleeding from the cavities of the face, natural or artificial, is as a rule best treated by packing with mildly antiseptic gauze. Iodoform with balsam of Peru or other non-corrosive antiseptics may be used, but these packs should not remain in place without being changed for more than 24 hours, and should in almost every instance be put in from the mucous surface. Even the pharynx may be packed tightly after tracheotomy. In the neck and submaxillary region, the wound should be enlarged and the bleeding point ligated. Prevention of sepsis. This is to be accomplished by a. the removal of foreign bodies and damaged tissues, b. control of hemorrhage, c. early accurate approximation of the tissues without undue tension, d. rest of the parts, E. Drainage of all actual or potential pockets. In the bony part of the face, bony fragments or projectiles may be lodged and require special procedures for their detection, but if seen early, careful palpation will reveal even very small bodies, lodged in the pharyngeal wall, the tongue, cheeks, or floor of the mouth. In a patient with a muscular neck, external palpation is much less satisfactory. All absolutely dead soft tissue should be removed, and when not too extensive, it is better to cleanly excise all badly contused tissue that borders wounds. All absolutely free bone spicules should be removed, but no fragment that has any attachment should be disturbed. Control of hemorrhage has already been considered. Approximation of the tissues and drainage will be taken up later. Rest of the bones will be considered under splinting. Physiologic rest is as important as in any case of injury. Nothing will interfere with the rest more than lack of proper breathing space. Immediate fixation of fractures. Partly from want of early treatment, cases of gunshot fracture of the jaws are often received in base hospitals with marked deformity, the wounds septic and inflamed. If the injury is in the region of the symphysis, with part of the chin carried away, the two halves of the mandible are apt to fall together toward the median line, narrowing the arch. In lateral fractures, the larger fragment is drawn over toward the affected side. The longer these displacements are allowed to continue, the greater the difficulty experienced in reduction. In the treatment of gunshot fractures of the jaw and associated wounds of the soft parts, practically all workers in the war zone are agreed that the chief aim should be the reestablishment as soon as possible of the normal occlusion of the remaining teeth of the two jaws, together with early closure or proximation of the soft parts, with provision for adequate drainage. The principle should be inaugurated at the front, where the treatment given should be part of a general plan to be followed throughout. Several methods of temporary fixation of the fracture are available, according to the needs of the individual cases, as follows. A. If the upper jaw is intact, a roll of softened dental modeling composition is placed between the teeth, and the upper and lower teeth brought into as nearly correct occlusion as possible, the composition then being allowed to harden in position. Additional stability is afforded by a chin cup of modeling composition held in place by an elastic headband. This method has the disadvantage that no breathing space is afforded between the teeth, and no provision is made for accommodation of swelling of soft parts within the mouth. B. A stock splint of suitable size made on the gunning idea of aluminum may be used to hold the parts temporarily in approximate position. It is applied by filling an upper and lower groove that receives each dental arch with softened modeling composition and forcing the teeth deep into the composition with the fragments of the fractured arch in relatively good position. The chin is then supported by a chin cup and elastic head bandage. A splint of this type fixes the mouth with the jaws partly open, thus providing breathing and feeding space and room for the tongue to swell. C. Pickerel's modification of the Kingsley splint has the advantage that the mouth may be opened. It consists of a tray of light metal, with arms made of stout wire soldered to the body and made in several sizes. The splint is first tried in the mouth over the teeth, and if too deep at any point is trimmed with scissors and otherwise adapted with pliers. Modeling composition softened in hot water is placed in the splint, and the latter is then pressed down into position over the teeth and the jaw, care being taken that the fragments are in normal position. A bandage is passed under the mandible up between each arm of the splint and the cheek, over the arm and down under the mandible, where it is tied firmly. D. Intermaxillary fixation by direct application of wire ligatures to the teeth of the upper and lower jaws is often of value either as a temporary or permanent measure. For this purpose, flexible iron or brass wire, 24 or 26 gauge, may be used. The wire, cut into a 13-inch length, is bent in the middle, and by means of forceps is passed from the lingual surface through the interdental space on each side of the tooth to be ligated. An assistant holds the loop of the wire well down on the lingual side of the neck of the tooth, while the operator, having obtained a firm grasp on each end, makes a twist of 2 full turns. This is the most important part of the application of the wire ligature. It should grasp the neck of the tooth so firmly as to preclude any motion. The ligature can be tightened with hemostatic forceps, but it is better to get the tension while the first twist is being made. The serrations on the jaws of the forceps weaken the wire wherever they grasp it. If possible, ligatures are applied to 2 adjacent teeth on either side of the fracture and to 2 corresponding teeth of the upper jaw. The upper wires are then twisted with the lower, the wire around the more posterior of the 2 lower teeth being twisted with the wire around the more anterior of the teeth above, and vice versa, so that the wires are crossed. While the upper wires are being twisted with the lower, the teeth should be held in occlusion by pressure from below the chin. It is extremely important that the teeth be held in proper occlusion while the wires are being tightened. Wire ligatures put on by this method will not slip or become untwisted, but the incisor teeth offer poor anchorage, and, owing to the slight constriction of its neck, the canine is a difficult tooth to wire. In fractures of the upper jaw, to prevent displacement, the metal gunning splint may be applied with a bandage under the chin. Where there has been extensive comminution of the bones of the nose and upper jaw regions, the bandage should not make pressure over these parts. Closure of soft parts and drainage. Wounds of the soft parts, if seen early before infection has occurred, may frequently be immediately repaired by suture. The wound is cleansed of all blood clots, hemorrhage is controlled, and foreign bodies are removed. With the latter are included totally detached bone fragments. Above the lower border of the body of the mandible, local and general conditions permitting, immediate closure of the wound should be made, but all shredded and pulpified tissue is removed by clean excision, no attached fragments of bone being removed. If the defect is too large for simple suture, then, local and general conditions permitting, undermining of the borders may be done with provision for drainage of these pockets, or the wound is closed by flap operation. If the parotid duct is severed, provision for drainage into the mouth is made. In the neck there are 2 especially notable danger zones in reference to subsequent infection. 1. The lower part of the subphacial spaces that lead directly into the mediastina, and 2. The immediate wound area around the ligated carotid or carotid primary branches. In the first instance, the danger is that of mediastinitis, whereas in the second, it is the possibility of secondary fatal hemorrhage. The blood supply, and therefore the resistance to sepsis, is not as good in the neck as on the face. Recent wounds, after proper preparation, are sutured with ample provision for drainage. If the deep subphacial spaces are opened, in the deepest part of the lower end of each invaded space, a small strip of gauze packing is placed. If one of the primary branches of the external carotid artery is divided, this part of the wound is packed, because sepsis here predisposes to fatal secondary hemorrhage. A wound in the trachea or larynx may be sutured, the more superficial part being packed to furnish drainage away from the trunchial lumen. A wound of the pharynx or esophagus is sutured and the line of union reinforced by some superimposed tissue, but the mediastinum is guarded by a light packing at the lowest part of the wound. These packs are not allowed to remain when fouled. A complete wound through the floor of the mouth, as Billroth long ago pointed out, should never be primarily sutured on account of the danger of indurating infection and secondary hemorrhage. If the bones are involved, then the remaining portions should be splintered in their proper positions and no attached fragment removed. Every pocket, every open bone cavity, including the maxillary sinus and the lower end of every fracture line, should have efficient dependent drainage. If this is done early, it is surprising to note the conservation and regeneration that may result. After the bony fixation and drainage have been provided for, then the soft parts may be repaired as outlined above. The necessity for late repairs will largely be in inverse ratio to the early care that the case has received. The swelling of the tongue and other soft tissues, as well as nasal obstruction, often renders breathing difficult in cases of gunshot injury of the face and jaws. Owing to the high mortality following it, tracheotomy should be avoided if it be possible to ensure a sufficient amount of air by any other means. Drawing the tongue forward and maintaining it in this position by a thread attached to the chin with adhesive plaster, or the insertion of rubber tubing through the mouth and passed well back into the pharynx will in many cases allow of adequate respiration. Control of sepsis. Early localized sepsis in a wound may at times be controlled by excision of the walls. This refers particularly to gas bacillus infection. Diffuse indurations are best treated by hot packs or ice, with incision of softened areas, the wound itself being treated by accepted antiseptic methods. As a rule, little is accomplished by early incisions in rapidly extending indurations, except the type known as Ludwig's angia. See Blair's Surgery and Diseases of the Mouth and Jaws, 3rd edition. Every softened or brawny area should be incised and given dependent drainage. If cavities are opened within the mouth, especially where they lie close to the bones, careful repeated packing of these cavities should usually be practiced. Careful attention to this will do away with the odors that frequently render these cases so objectionable. Frequent irrigation of these cavities with peroxide of hydrogen is not as satisfactory as repeated packing where it can be practiced. Secondary hemorrhage. Secondary hemorrhage is the result of sepsis, by which the temporary occluded artery is again opened. This usually occurs 6 to 18 days after the injury. The first consideration is the control of the bleeding, but the presence of the sepsis should not be forgotten. Measures that stop the hemorrhage but further the sepsis are as a rule to be condemned. Where it can be practiced, the wound should be cleaned out and the bleeding controlled by simple or antiseptic packing, but no corrosive antiseptic should be used. Where such is packed, the packing should be changed sufficiently often to encourage control of sepsis regardless of the recurrence of the bleeding. Rest of the parts is important. For many cases, ligation of the contributing artery only in its course is indicated. In ligating the branches of the external carotid, this could be done as far from their origin as possible, and great care should be exercised not to transfer the infection to the site of ligation. Secondary hemorrhage from the external carotid itself is only to be controlled by ligation of the common carotid, which is followed by a high mortality rate. Our observation has not led us to believe that this mortality is to any great extent lessened by gradual occlusion of the common carotid. Secondary repair of defects. The operations for the repair of defects that have not been closed immediately after the infliction of the wound may be undertaken as soon as sepsis is controlled, clean, healthy granulations have been established, and all dead bone thrown off. Before closure of a defect is undertaken, all binding scars should be removed. In making these repairs, the neighboring tissues may be drawn into the defect to a certain extent, but it is better to use pediculed flaps from neighboring areas or the arm than to simply draw the tissues together over large defects. Feeding during the treatment of a fracture of the jaw. Food and fresh air are important factors in the treatment of any fracture. With a fracture of the jaw, especially if the jaws are wired together, especial attention must be paid to the feeding. With an interdental splint, ordinary soft foods and chopped meat can be taken from the first. When the jaws are wired together, the diet must often be restricted entirely to fluids. Diet. A consideration of the methods of administration and the character and variety of food in individual cases is of the utmost importance when a patient has to be on a liquid or semi-solid diet for weeks. As much variety as possible is essential in order to provide sufficient nourishment. The patient on liquid diet loses weight at first, but after a time with proper selection and variation he begins to regain it. Not all patients thrive on a purely albuminous diet, and it is well to mix it with liquid potatoes, gruels, and fruit juices. Especially in older people, highly albuminous diet is apt to cause diarrhea. The method of administering liquid food to be resorted to according to the exigencies of the case are 1. Sucking through a porcelain goose-necked feeder. 2. Funnel with tube to pharynx through mouth. 3. Tube to the stomach. 4. Tube through the nose. It is surprising what can be administered through a half-inch tube introduced into the back of the mouth, even in the way of mashed potatoes, minced meat, etc. Semi-solid dietary for convalescent patients. Same as above in 4 hourly feeds. In addition, baked custard, strained fruit juice or stewed fruit, jelly, Benger's food, bread and milk, porridge, per diem. Convalescent semi-solid. Breakfast 7:45 a.m. Porridge 1 pint, milk 1 pint, sugar. Tea, thin bread and butter. Alternative, bread and milk or gruel. Luncheon 11 a.m. Bread and milk or beef tea with bread. Dinner 1 p.m. Minced meat, mashed potatoes, greens, milk pudding. Tea 4 p.m. Tea or bread and milk, 2 eggs lightly boiled, poached, fried or scrambled, bread and butter. Supper 7 p.m. Cocoa 1 pint or bread and milk. A number 18 French gum catheter introduced low into the esophagus through the nostril and anchored to the upper lip with adhesive plaster is usually well tolerated for weeks, and through this liquids may be given through a funnel or semi-solids may be forced from a syringe. If the catheter is placed too deep in the esophagus, fluids may regurgitate through the tube and a slip on the tube may be necessary. If the tube is not sufficiently far down, food may regurgitate around the catheter. For convenience, the following summary of dietary taken from Kazajian, comprising the range of liquids, semi-liquids, and semi-solid diet is given here. Summary diet of an acute injury of the jaw. Liquid through the esophageal tube or mouth tube, every 2 hours during the day, every 4 hours during the night. Milk 1 pint, egg 1, or strong soup, or Benger's food with egg, or Bovril made with milk, or thin arrowroot, with Valentine's meat juice, or boiled custard with addition of stimulants, brandy or port wine as ordered. Basis of dietary 24 hours. Milk 4 pints, eggs 4, soup 2 pints. 500 grams of perfectly fresh chopped lean beef with an equal quantity of water, soaked for 6 hours at an ice-cold temperature, will, when the fluid is pressed out, yield 500 cubic centimeters of rich beef juice, which may be taken raw or put into soups. The juice expressed from boiled or baked meats is much more palatable, but not so economical. Of course, no dependence should be placed upon beef tea or clear soups. Definitive methods of fixation of jaw fractures. Definitive immobilization of the bones can usually be carried out within a few days at a time when the fractured parts can still be moved freely. The former occlusion of the lower teeth with the upper should always be the guide in fixation of the fragments, even though this entails considerable separation between the fractured ends. The form of fixation to be applied depends on the location of the fracture, the amount of substance lost, the amount of displacement, the number, condition, and position of teeth present. Below is given a rational classification of gunshot fractures of the jaws, with an indication of the form of apparatus best adapted to each type. The selection and adoption of the best method of fixation for individual cases must be left to the ingenuity of the surgeon and his assistants. In a general way, any method of fixation that is effective and allows the mouth to be open is better than one in which the jaws must be kept closed. The latter interferes with masticulation, predisposes to ankylosis, and hinders drainage. A. Recent fractures. 1. Fracture of the body of the mandible anterior to the last existing tooth without loss of substance. Fractures of this type frequently occur from concussion, where the projectile does not strike the jaw itself, or, if so, has largely spent its force. They may be treated by methods of fixation employed in civil practice, among the best of which are the vulcanite or metal jacket splint made to fit over several teeth on each side of the fracture, i.e., Gilmer's lingual band splint. See Blair's Surgery and Diseases of the Mouth and Jaw, 3rd edition, page 116, may also be found useful. 2. Fractures of the body of the mandible anterior to the last existing tooth, with few teeth, considerable displacement, or loss of substance. In this class are found the majority of gunshot fractures. When there is a loss of substance at the symphysis, the fragments tend to be drawn together in front, with the occlusal surfaces of the teeth facing inwards towards each other. In the lateral position of the bone, the loss of substance causes the fragment on the sound side to be drawn over to the affected side. The best method of maintaining separation and fixing the fragments in their normal position in relation to the upper teeth in these cases is by the metal band and wire splint, either made in one solid piece or applied in sections afterwards fastened together, In the making of this splint, several teeth on each fragment are fitted with ready-made thin copper bands of suitable size, trimmed and bent so as to leave the occlusal surfaces free. With the bends in place, an impression is taken, a cast made, cut at the line of fracture, and reassembled with the lower teeth occluding properly with the upper. The bands of each segment are then soldered to form one piece, and the two sides united by soldering a heavy wire or metal band which passes across the seat of fracture. The piece is then cemented to the teeth in the mouth. In difficult cases, this splint may be made in two sections applied separately, and afterwards fastened together with ligature wire. In cases with considerable loss of substance, where there is a tendency for the lower jaw to swing over to one side, the outer surface of the splint on the opposite side may be provided with a metallic flange to engage the teeth of the upper jaw, thus acting as an inclined plane to bring the teeth into proper occlusion when the jaws are closed. 3. Fracture of the mandible behind the last existing tooth. The form of apparatus is selected to best suit the individual case. These cases comprise fractures of the body of the bone, ramus, or condyle, with or without loss of substance. Where there is no tendency to displacement and no loss of substance, the simplest form of treatment is by fixation of the lower jaw to the upper by means of ligature wires directly applied to the teeth, or through the intervention of bands and arches around the teeth. In fracture of the angle and ramus with loss of substance, if the ramus stays in good position, this form of wiring may be sufficient, but if the ramus displaces forward or laterally, after fixing the anterior fragment by wiring the teeth to those of the upper jaw, the ramus may be steadied in position by drawing it back with a hook passed around it through the cheek, or a lion jaw forceps catching it through the skin, and then placing modeling composition between the ramus and the last molars above, and extending down behind the molars below. Fractures in this region may also be treated through the medium of upper and lower swagged metal jackets applied separately and then fastened together by means of ligature wire applied to the hooks provided. Occasionally also, in cases where there is tendency for displacement of the jaw to one side, the hooks on the splint afford attachment for intermaxillary elastics, this force being used to overcome the deviation. Where it is desirable to dress the jaw with the mouth open and prevent forward displacement of the ramus, the splint described by Herpin is applicable. This consists of metal bridge with vulcanite extension backwards, which embraces the anterior edge of the ramus of the jaw, preventing its forward displacement. If necessary, the vulcanite piece may be made removable, and can be provided with a jackscrew extension apparatus so that the ramus can be gradually forced backward if forward dislocation has occurred. Gunshot fractures of the upper jaw. A. Partial fractures, as a rule, are easily maintained in position by some form of appliances, such as a band and wire splint, or swagged metal jacket attached to the upper teeth. In unilateral fractures, ligation of the teeth of the sound side to those of the lower jaw is often efficient. In transverse fractures of the entire maxilla, the reversed Kingsley bar splint combined with a head cap as described by Marshall (Blair, page 90) is suitable. It consists of a swagged metal or vulcanite piece on the upper teeth with heavy iron bars projecting from the angles of the mouth to provide attachment to the head cap. The head cap may be made of woven material, netting, metal bands, celluloid, plaster of Paris, etc. In comminuted fractures, or those associated with much loss of bone, the modification of the Kingsley splint is not applicable, for the upward pull of the bands will tend to displace the palate and alveolar parts upward. In such cases a swagged metal splint is cemented to the upper teeth and attached to a fixed head cap by metal rods that will hold the dental arch in its proper relation to the lower and maintain its proper distance from the base of the skull. B. Old fractures of the mandible with partial or non-union and the fragments in bad position. By carrying out the principles of early treatment outlined above, it is hoped that the number of fractures in this classification will be much reduced. For these cases, two general methods of treatment are available. 1. Operative treatment. The method of choice in these cases is, under local or general anesthesia, to divide adhesions, fibrous bands, or callus, bringing the fragments into their correct relations, and fixing them there by means of the appliances described in the previous section suitable for the given case in hand. Considerable gaps in the bone, even amounting to several centimeters in width, produced by the readjustment of the fragments, may be in time solidly filled with new bone. If non-union persists after several months' trial, the case may be considered suitable for replacement of the lost tissue by bone or cartilage grafting. It is in these late cases especially that the inclined planes made by flanges of suitable shape to engage the teeth of the opposite jaw are of especial value in overcoming the tendency to return of the fragments to their old incorrect position. In operating on these cases, after dividing cicatrices, the separated tissues may be kept apart by means of softened modeling composition pressed into the wound. 2. Orthopedic splints. In cases of displacement of lesser degree, or where for some reason operative measures are not to be considered, orthopedic splints for the gradual restoration of the fragments to their normal position may be employed. Great ingenuity is manifested in the adaptation of these principles to individual cases. The forms of apparatus most commonly used for this purpose are the sectional band and wire splint, the jack screw, and lugs and inclined planes. Bandaging. Bandaging in connection with fractures is of importance. The most useful bandage is modification of the Barton, which avoids the disadvantage of the latter in making backward pressure on the chin. An elastic bandage, preferably a piece of rubber dam 5 inches wide, if not put on too tightly, is more comfortable and more effective than non-elastic bandage. End of Early Care of Gunshot Wounds of the Jaws and Surrounding Soft Parts, from Abstracts of War Surgery, prepared by the Division of Surgery, Surgeon General's Office. Recording by Marianne.
Torpedoed by Albert Kinross. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. The first torpedo struck us at a few minutes past 10 o'clock in the morning. I was down below in the saloon with E. We had both kept a boat watch during the night, and were the last officers to come to breakfast. The saloon was a fine, large place, with lots of glass and tables and white-jacketed stewards. Above, on the decks, the men and most of the officers had fallen in at dawn and were to remain alert during our passage through the danger zone. A couple of Japanese destroyers, one to port and one to starboard, formed our escort. Our course was a series of zigzags at 14 knots per hour by day and rather more at night. E and I ate our bacon and eggs and drank our coffee. The steward waiting on us was a clean-shaven little fellow who looked much like a low comedian. When the torpedo struck, there was no mistaking it for anything else. E and I laughed, as much as to say, "Here she is." Then I put on my cork belt, asked myself whether any part of me had suffered in the explosion, and received a confident answer. And next I leapt up the 3 flights of stairs that led to the liner's deck and my own boat station. E raced with me. I have never seen him since. He had a lovable habit of mothering people. I dare say it cost him his life. There is something specially tragical about this officer's disappearance. He was the last of 3 brothers. 2 had died gallantly in France, and so that one of her boys might be spared to the bereaved mother, he had been taken out of the trenches and given a safe job at the base. Yet even so the fates had followed him. The stewards and cooks raced with us too. There was something theatrical and cinema-ish about that picture. So many white jackets and blue uniform trousers and white overalls. All this time, it might have been a couple of minutes, the greater part of me was so active that I have no recollection of any instant devoted to fear. Crude and horrible as it may sound, there was a large portion of my consciousness which was most vividly and delightedly enjoying itself. I will try to explain why. Firstly, the torpedo had come, and with it an end to our suspense. A weight seemed lifted. I have crossed the Channel 5 times, the Mediterranean twice and a fraction (I call the last effort a fraction) during this war, and much of these 23 nights and 17 days one was waiting. The Channel crossing is nothing. You turn in, go to sleep, and wake in safe waters. But from Saloniki to port, or from Europe to Saloniki, you are at the mercy of your digestion, your nerves, and, especially in my own case, an incorrigible imagination. I am a writer, and therefore have not spared that faculty. Well, the torpedo had come at last, and now farewell to fond imaginings. Secondly, and chiefly, the whole thing was so terrible as to be quite unreal. In that way it defeated itself. I, for one, simply could not believe in it. Such things are done at the pictures or at Drury Lane. They're not done in real life. I was arguing something like that, very swiftly, no doubt, very subconsciously. I am not aware that I argued, but I do know that at the outset the whole thing seemed like an exciting, wonderful adventure, and withal quite unreal. Just picture us on a great liner, cosy as a grand hotel. Everything was remote from war and death as I have seen them so constantly on land these last 3 years. No mud, no dirt, no continuity. And we were all at ease and leading civilian lives, with bathrooms, linen sheets, and even an American bar. I don't know why, but I had imagined it all quite differently. As one rushed upstairs, one thought of things one had valued yesterday. 2 brand-new pairs of boots, one's field glasses, some money. They seemed now so utterly of no account. Providence must have been with me, for arrived on deck I stood flush before my boat, No. 13. I stood there and took charge. To left of me the right people were busy with our 66 sisters. These ladies were part of the staff of a new hospital unit. Safely they were put into their boats, safely lowered, and safely rowed away from us. We cheered them as they left, and they cheered back. Then Tommy, lined on deck, struck up a song. He always does in moments of emotion. I had filled my boat as full as it would go. All was ready. I stepped on board and gave the signal. Then slowly we descended. Above our heads one of the ship's officers was seeing to it that we went down all right. Immediately below us was another boat. It pushed off at last, and now we were free to hit the water. Before we pushed off I took on 5 of the crew who had helped to lower us. They swarmed down the ropes and reached us safely. Then I refused to take anybody else, and we got the oars out and rowed away. Only then did I notice that the ship had stopped dead. She looked perfectly steady, like a ship anchored. On leaving her I had thought of the 2 other officers who should have been with me, and of the long rows of men I had seen drawn up on the decks. A moment I had hesitated, feeling very like a rat. But it was my duty to leave them, and I had no choice. 3 more boats were waiting to follow mine. I pointed this out to the men I had to leave behind. And still I felt rather like a rat. Now, with a fuller knowledge, I am glad I went. I was the only officer in our boat. All my 50 companions were other ranks or else members of the crew. Straightway I took command. It seemed a relief to the men, and it was certainly a relief to me. I heard shouts of "Listen to the officer!" And all those 50 pair of eyes I knew would judge me, and, if I were worthy, trust me. I had no cap, but I had my tunic and its rank badges for all to see. Within me I knew that I was an absolute novice, as green as the green waters on which we now moved and had our being. "Row away from the ship," was my first order. 6 or 8 boats and numerous rafts were already floating on the water. They had put a safe distance between themselves and the ship, and I thought it right to do the same. One had heard stories about suction, how a sinking vessel draws down other craft with it. So away we rowed, very crowded and jammed together. When we had gone a couple of 100 yards, I turned to our professional sailors. 2 were young negroes, the other 3 were white, but all 5 seemed to know little more than I. They were probably stokers or kitchen hands. In any case, I speedily realized that they could help me very little, and that I must rely on my own judgment. So we floated, one of many little units, on those waters, and for a long time we were kept passionately interested by what we saw. Speaking for myself, I have never lived through moments so tense, so big, so charged with all extremes and textures of emotion. The big ship, she was near to 15,000 tons, stood like an island, and as if she could stand forever. While one of our destroyers went away on an unknown quest, the other drew alongside. We saw the little khaki figures swarm into her, and, to be frank, we envied them. Then the destroyer manoeuvred, and there was a flash and an explosion. A second torpedo had struck, and the Japanese commander had just dodged it. We now saw that his mast was broken and his wireless installation was sagging. But still the great ship stood there like an island. "She's beached!" shouted someone, and for quite a while there were many of us who felt that this was likely. Our next diversion came from the destroyer. Someone on board was signalling us to get out of the way, and someone else on board was firing the forward gun straight past us. We were in the line of fire and an obstruction, and so we rowed away from there, getting clear. 5 or 6 shells were fired. We heard later that the target was a sailing boat which the submarine had used to screen her periscope. Personally, I saw nothing of sailing boat, submarine, or periscope. I imagine that I must have been uncommonly busy. The sea was now nursing a little fleet of boats and rafts, and some of my own men wanted comforting. One flash of the comic spirit cheered us all. He was a fat, bald-headed soldier on a raft, probably a quartermaster sergeant. He sprawled at his ease, lying face to the sun, just like a man on a holiday. A pipe stuck in that calm and florid face would have perfected the picture. I hope his sublime coolness has been rewarded. A similar raft, quite empty, floated by, and it is with a twinge of shame that I admit that I would gladly have swum to it. We were overcrowded, some of us had to be suppressed, and 1 or 2 of us were terrified. As an officer I was doing my duty, but as an individual I was not altogether happy. I envied the leisure, the spacious ease, the carefree dignity of that fat man with a whole raft to himself. That moment passed, as did many another. I remember especially seeing another boat with only 5 men on board, 4 rowing gaily past us, the 5th bailing. It seemed to us a horrible injustice, and several of my men said so aloud. I negatived the proposition, however, that we should get alongside and in part transfer. We seemed all right, and it struck me as best to leave well alone. There followed next the most dramatic period of that spectacle. So far the great ship had stood firm, as if anchored. We noticed now that she had a definite list to starboard. The angle grew steeper, and then suddenly her bow dropped, her stern lifted, and next she slid to the bottom like a diver. It was as though a living thing had disappeared beneath the waves. We watched her open-mouthed, a tightness at our hearts. We missed the comfort of her presence. We felt the tragedy of her surrender. In her death and engulfment there was a something more than human. So might a city, built by countless hands and quick with life, pass suddenly away. From somewhere in the middle of her bled a great puff of smoke, and I noticed that her deck, as she stood on end, 1/2 of her submerged, was bare and naked. It might have been a ballroom floor. We said nothing, but it was evident that most of us felt and thought alike. We turned now a more searching eye upon the strange shores that lay some 5 miles distant. and upon the strange city whose central monuments fixed our attention. What kind of people lived there, and would they send us help? We seemed to ask. But already the latter question was answered. A small steamer, apparently a tug, was evidently the forerunner of rescue. You must picture us now on an empty sea, for with the going of our ship, although some thousands of us were floating, struggling, and, alas, drowning, we made no great impression on that immensity. We felt very small, and we felt very much alone and neglected. 2. So far absorbed by the larger drama of those hours, I have hardly done justice to our own personal worries and hesitations. To begin with, either our boat leaked, or we had omitted to replace the plug which is part of a boat's equipment, and the absence or presence of which regulates the escape of rainwater from a boat as it hangs on its davits. We leaked, and a rising sea added to this danger. For besides taking in water from below, the big waves, when we met them broadside on, drenched us and filled us still more. To remedy this latter evil, and after discovering also that we were rudderless, I constituted myself coxswain of the boat. I stood up and shouted "right" or "left," as the case might be, and the men pulled bravely. Thus, by using our oars, and though we lost one or two, they were always sufficient, we were able to keep our boat head on to the waves, and rise or sink with them instead of meeting them sideways. The leakage from below, however, was a far more serious matter. At first we tried to hold our own with an iron bucket which we had found aboard. This helped matters, but still the water was gaining on us. We sat in it and watched it climbing. Then one of the men bailing dropped the bucket over the side. It was gone. I called him a particular kind of fool, in which opinion he certainly concurred. And then a happy inspiration caused me to remember a couple of fresh water casks and a couple of hatchets that I had noticed in the boat during my second watch at daybreak. We fished for the casks and found one, and we fished some more and found a hatchet. We stove in the cask, emptied it, and began to bail. Then I had the luck to discover the second cask, and soon we had both going as hard as willing arms could fill them and throw the water back into the sea. I shall never forget the sigh of relief that went up from most of us as gradually we obtained the mastery over that relentless foe. From our waistline the water sank little by little to below our knee, and I thanked God for it. We felt safe again. Now there were only two things to bear in mind. Firstly, we must keep her head on to the waves, and secondly, we must keep on bailing. During this critical period I made a closer acquaintance with my comrades. I had never seen any of them before, so I did not know their names or anything about them. Mentally I described the more marked characters to myself, and even went to the length of inventing nicknames. There was the Popeye man, for instance. He was a sailor, or rather a member of the crew. He was so terrified that he shouted wild things at us, and his eyes seemed to pop out of his head. What he yelled I neither knew nor cared. He made me realise that there are such things as cowards, and once or twice I caught myself wondering what it was that made him so afraid of death, so tenacious of life. Was it wife, children, or beer that so unmanned him? He had a beery look and rather a brutal, bullying manner. He is saved, and is now probably lying hard about his confounded heroism. That type usually does. Then there was the coconut-shy man. At village and other English festivals there are men who keep up a continual shouting in a hoarse and blatant voice. They must have lungs of brass, and as often as not they are attached to a coconut-shy outfit. I had one such man on board. He was probably shouting to keep his own courage up as much as ours. "3 more strokes to the shore, boys!" he yelled. "3 more strokes! Now all together!" And so on and so on. He had a voice like a bull, and made the welkin ring with encouragement and exhortation. Of course, not 3 nor 3,000 strokes would have taken us to the shore. The sea, the wind, and our own dead weight were all against us. But still the cocoanut shy man, whether it was rowing or bailing, worked like a man and encouraged others to work, and was a good fellow. There was the man who nodded. He was a sailor in the stern. I faced him, and whenever I ordered the boat's head to be kept on to the waves, he nodded approval and seemed satisfied. Other figures come back to me, other faces. One poor Tommy broke a tragic silence by crossing over to me and all tremulous, confessing, "I haven't got my belt, sir." Nor had he. I put him to bailing, and bail he did. He was easily our champion. Beside me all the time was a boy of about 18, fresh from home, a private in the Royal Army Medical Corps. He nestled beside me with large trustful eyes, like a little dog, and whatever I asked him to do he did quickly and implicitly. If I have any touch of vanity, it must have been tickled by that dear lad's faith in me. There were 2 negroes, stokers I believe, in the boat. They sat quite still, moving neither hand nor foot, a picture of resignation. Their passive silence was monumental. A fair young fellow, probably a shop assistant before the war, and I believe a corporal or sergeant in the Army Service Corps, worked well and always with intelligence and coolness. And there was a plucky middle-aged man in the stern who simply oozed calmness and confidence, though he once had me puzzled by telling me that the rudder was there and working as it should do. He admitted later that he had said this to cheer up the waverers. Now, as to the waverers, they were mostly boys, and I think all of them were seasick. It is very difficult to be a hero when you are seasick. 1 or 2 whom I urged to row or bail replied, "I'm done, sir." And done they were, I suppose, poor beggars. I, too, though smiling in the face of events, had a lengthy period of doubt, and even went so far as to loosen my soaked boots as a precaution. It was when the water threatened to sink or overturn us. I remember a few of the thoughts that criss-crossed with more practical reflections. Chief and foremost was the recognition that I had had 47 years of life, and a damned good time, all things considered. Friendships, love, books, pictures, music, I had had, and I had seen a good deal of the world and its adventures. And as I thought of these, it occurred to me that I had done pretty well everything except die, and that after all Barry was right. In Peter Pan, you will remember, he makes his hero say that death is the greatest adventure of the lot. I probably misquote him, but that is the gist of it. Now, I had always thought that sentiment unreal and a piece of claptrap, and so it was in a way. When I heard it, I was fresh from the Russian Revolution of 1905-06. The audience who applauded struck me as about the last people in the world who wanted to die. In fact, London, after Russia, seemed a place where people wanted to go to offices, make money, and live for ever, and Barry's audience more so than any of them. But as I stood in the boat and contemplated the possibility and even probability of this last great adventure, it occurred to me that Peter Pan was right, exactly right. It also annoyed me to think that the 2 books I have lived for all my life and have not yet written might get drowned. This annoyed me very seriously. They seemed such wonderful, splendid books, now that there was a chance of their going under. Parallel with these diversions was the discovery of the 2 fresh water casks and their prompt utilisation. I bailed away myself and made others bail. The sea now, or at about this period, held 5 good hopes for us. There were the 2 original Japanese destroyers, 1 Italian destroyer that was picking people up, and 2 Italian tugboats. The submarine seemed to have finished for the day. My men, even earlier, had in part seemed to think that we were the only people who mattered. They had waved and yelled, and they had let off flares. These flares were to me a mystery and rather a source of laughter. Probably they formed part of our boat's furniture, but in broad daylight they could be of no real use, and it was like setting fireworks off at midday. I had advocated patience, and suggested that lots of people were far worse off than we were, which was indeed the case. Now, although there were 5 authentic steamboats going and coming on the waters, the whole area in sight seemed so enormous, and everything human on it so small, that I felt that help would take some time in getting to us. As a matter of fact, we survivors must have flecked a good many square miles of that vast carpet. We were a thin sprinkling, and we covered a considerable area. Hence it was largely a matter of luck who came first and last, and so I was content to wait our turn. It came at length in the shape of a Japanese destroyer. She was taking in a boatload of survivors not 50 yards from us, and so with hearts considerably lighter we pulled toward her. We were on the wrong side at first, and wind and sea would have made our rescue from that quarter dangerous, but speedily we turned and came round her. She threw us a line which we caught and clung to. Then came a rope, and our main adventure was over. The first man to get aboard was the poor devil without a lifebelt. He did not wait to be asked. Then all my men scrambled up the shallow side of the destroyer, helped by the strong brown arms of square-built little sailor-men. Those Japs were all helpfulness and smiles of welcome. 1 or 2 of my own men paused to say, "Thank you, sir," before they left. It was nice of them, but I did not feel that they owed many thanks to me. I was the last to quit our boat, and we left it drifting. God only knows where it is today. It was number 13, and in Italy, where we landed, 13 is a lucky number. On the destroyer, now crowded with the rescued, I was welcomed by several of my brother officers. We even shook hands and made pretty speeches, a thing we rarely do. My grey hair and middle age seemed to make some of them think that I was more done in than was actually the case. As a matter of fact, I was pretty fit and anxious only to get a smoke. It must have been shortly after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I had had nothing to eat since 10 o'clock that morning. We were about 4½ hours in the boat. It did not seem as long as that. In fact, the time had gone rather quickly. To my companions, perhaps, free from responsibility or shaken by sea-sickness, it may have seemed longer. Before I return to the destroyer, I would like to record a psychological experience which must be common to many men who live dangerously, but which I have never seen stated in print or heard by word of mouth. I have lived much for sport, and have occasionally done things which the newspapers describe as brilliant. Every athlete has done the same. These are almost impossible things, but a perfect physical fitness makes them possible. You are praised for doing them, and you receive such praise almost with a certain disdain, for you did not really risk your neck or a split head, or even if you did, what of it? Most men on their day have physical courage. I personally do not value it at 1/10 of the price I put on moral courage, the courage of the great artist, for instance, or the courage of the junior officer who stands up to a rascally or cowardly senior. These men are the heroes for my money. And I remember still how, when all that strain was over and I was free to leave our little boat, a touch of that old disdain humbled me. Most men who are praised for doing their job must feel as I felt. Even, to compare small things with great, our most decorated and beparagraphed. 3. Naval warfare is, I take it, a thing of contrasts. We retained 2 impressions of that particular Japanese destroyer. The first, fierce and cat-like; the second, all smiles and willing helpfulness. I had seen it spit its shells, its battle flag gleaming like a bloodshot eye. The red and white streaks of Japan's naval ensign had floated out on the breeze with an almost human intensity, a single splash of colour, and that the absolutely right one. Now the same ship was moving hither and yon, intent on its work of rescue, picking up men in batches of 2 or 3 or 4. Ours had been the last boatload of 50 souls or so to be taken aboard. The destroyer next dealt with the flotsam and jetsam that had held out on rafts, real or improvised. We huddled together on the narrow deck, and it was now our turn to watch. We, who a few minutes before had ourselves provided the spectacle. In little groups we dragged them in. A line would be thrown, and if it went true the first time, caught and held by eager hands, and the sturdy Japs would have our men on deck in a twinkling. Sometimes it missed, and then there followed a second shot that did the trick. Once a too anxious Tommy made us shake with laughter. "Hold tight!" he cried from the deck to a man on a raft who had caught a rope end. As if that man would not hold tight. Every now and again we passed the floating bodies of the drowned, their faces hid in the lifebelts that made them bob so pathetically, as if they too were made of cork. Cold, seasickness, exhaustion had made them give way. A man under these circumstances is as strong as his vitality. We cruised for perhaps an hour, drenched with spray. A dry cigarette was treasure trove to us. We shared those we had, taking our turns at them. I had at least 4 sucks at a fat Abdullah No. 14. It was very good. Debris from the ship floated past us, noticeably a beautiful writing desk, complete. It was there for anybody to take. I wonder what became of it. 2 hydroplanes, part of our deck cargo, in enormous packing cases, rode the waves looking for all the world like huge Noah's Arks. As we watched, we swapped stories, and those of us who were too cold drifted aft to the shelter of the wardroom. Our hosts passed round biscuit, and every now and then an officer on the bridge would chalk up some piece of information on a slate which he held aloft. It was thus we learned that we were bound for S, a port in Italy. We could already see its churches, towers, and factory chimneys. But the warm heart of it we could not see. In fact, we were dubious, wondering what kind of a reception we should meet from these strangers, among whom, so nakedly and so unexpectedly, we were presently to descend. They did not leave us long in doubt. Some of us had been in Italy before as tourists. Today we were her guests. Red Cross sisters had erected stalls on the quay and were active with hospitality. I drank coffee, wine, and beer indiscriminately, ate bread and biscuit, and smoked cigarettes. Every available motor car from far and near was there to fetch our wounded and our dead. There were men who had been hurt in the 2 explosions, and men who had jumped from ship to destroyer and broken a leg. On our destroyer's deck I now saw the body of Major B. I had learned that he was lost, but I was yet to hear that he had reached a safe place on a raft, which, trusting to his powers as a swimmer, he had yielded to 2 men less able than himself. They were saved, but the cold of a long immersion had proved too much for Major B. He was a partner in the famous bank which bears his name, a brave man who had died as unselfishly as he had lived. I was hungry now, in fact ravenous, so I stepped into one of the motor cars that were going inland. 6 of us were packed in it, and we drove through long lines of excited people who cheered us, wept over us, pelted us with flowers, and made much of us generally. We cheered back, and when we were hoarse and had left the crowd behind, our car drew up at a large building on a hill. We discovered that it was a hospital. Half of us remained there, the other half explained that what we wanted was a square meal and a place where we could dry our clothes. So downhill we went again, and on to the portals of the best hotel. There I ate the first real meal that I had had that day. It was between 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And afterwards I got into a bed and warmed myself, and asked the chambermaid to dry my clothes. We spent the best part of a week in Italy among a population that no single one of us can ever thank sufficiently. High and low, rich and poor, there was nothing they would not give us or do for us. Many of us were taken to homes, and I have heard of poor working people who went without food so that some British Tommy who was their guest might eat his fill. The military authorities looked after our clothing, and we were really a sight one cannot readily forget. In bersaglieri fez and tassel we roamed about, in capacious grey cloaks, in grey-peaked caps, in every shape and make of Italian uniform. We hardly recognised one another, and when we did it was to stop and laugh again. On the Sunday, S. gave the first 20 of our ship's company who had died or whose bodies had been washed ashore a public funeral. It was the most impressive funeral I have ever seen. In a procession fully a mile long we streamed away to the Campo Santo. The whole town and countryside were there to watch us, on sidewalks, crowded balconies, even on the housetops. Many of the women were weeping as they stood there, thinking of their own menfolk away on the two fronts. To the Italians, the most interesting members of this stream of mourners were le donne, as they termed our own brave sisters. In scarlet and grey, those who had saved their uniforms marched gallantly down the long road that led to the cemetery. The whole 66 were present, many dressed in hats, skirts, and blouses provided by the ladies of S. We were proud of our women, but that is an old story. With the Italian and British troops marched the sailors of Japan, smart and workmanlike. I had never seen them in a body before, and I observed them closely. I may be mistaken, but to me they seemed as formidable as any seamen in the world. Physically and morally they impressed me deeply. One little thing won my particular regard. Instead of machine-turned decorations, they wore real jewels, the work of a craftsman. It is a small matter, but a people that will do this will do much else. The Japanese officers were obviously men of breeding, and on more than one face I seemed to read a supreme disdain, which many of us share, for a civilization which expresses itself in mechanics and explosives. "You Westerners have forced us to take a hand in this," they seem to say. "Very well then, we will take a hand, till sooner or later you reach our level of civilization. And then we can scrap all these toys and devilments, and so go on with the realities that lead to God." Perhaps I imagined this. Yet without those quiet figures whose pride it was to stand there as though carven and from another world, I could not have imagined anything of the kind. I had 7 days in Italy. They are indeed unforgettable. But before I am done with them, their light can support the shadow cast by the little spy. He is among the meanest of creatures, and he came to me snake-like in the guise of a friend and comforter. But he spoiled his game by being far too eager, and so he is now in a place where his German friends cannot even pay him the thin rewards of his disgusting trade. We had met on the quayside. There he was very conspicuously free with Red Cross cigarettes and comestibles, a generous lad and a charitable. Later on he invited me to his house. He was a great, though wholly transparent, liar and braggart. His house turned out to be a mean room in a back street. When we arrived there he put the usual questions, and I rewarded his confidence by giving him full particulars as to how many men we had lost, our destination, and the names of the various units that had embarked. In exchange I received 2 pocket handkerchiefs and a much darned pair of socks, both of which I needed badly. I am afraid that this young man now regards me as less of a fool than I appeared. 4. Before closing this paper I would like to repeat a few of the stories told me by my brother officers. There was Second Lieutenant F., a boy of 20. This young gunner had gone down with the ship. After a long descent he had started to come up. In a few moments this upward movement ceased. F now found himself in a place where he could breathe, but so utterly dark that he concluded he was trapped in some watertight section of the ship, many fathoms below sea level. In this horrible solitude he waited. Death had but delayed a stroke which was worse than drowning, so he argued during minutes that seemed hours. After a while he began to feel around him. He could see nothing, but his groping hands at last reached a place where the walls of his prison gave way to water. He made up his mind to dive and chance it. He came up immediately into broad daylight. Two friends were perched astride the upturned boat, whose dark interior he had so terribly misunderstood. They pulled him up beside them. Second Lieutenant P I found in hospital with a badly bruised head. He too had gone down with the ship, and ascending like a cork, had got his head jammed between two boats. He was taken on board one of these, insensible. Lieutenant S had gone down with the ship. His best friend, Captain C, and he had gone down together. S, caught and held by some cruel piece of wreckage, had never been seen again. C was safe. Captain B of the Royal Army Medical Corps went down with the injured men whose broken limbs he was bandaging. He escaped without difficulty. The swimmers I swapped stories with had suffered from cold and exhaustion. They had been rescued in the nick of time. Summing up the whole matter, one may conclude, first, that it is inadvisable to leave the ship till she has stopped dead. The few men who jumped overboard at the first explosion, moved by a nervous impulse beyond their control, were left behind and, it is believed, drowned. Secondly, when you jump and swim for it, get clear of the ship, for one may get caught in cordage or other tackle, and bobbing up one may bang one's head against something hard. A cork lifebelt shoots a man up to the surface, which of course is strewn with wreckage, rafts, and other hard materials. Thirdly, more than anything else, it is advisable to keep a cool head on one's shoulders. Excitement is contagious and only leads to confusion. Before we re-embarked, I censored, as in duty bound, the letters of many of our rank and file. "We've met with a bit of an accident," wrote one, "but it's no use grumbling. What I'm thinking about is Charlie Luck's new potatoes." If any German comes across this paragraph, he may begin to understand that he is wasting both U-boats and torpedoes. End of Torpedoed by Albert Kinross.
Chapter 9 of Paths of Glory by Irvin S. Cobb. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paths of Glory, Chapter 9. Viewing a Battle from a Balloon. She was anchored to earth in a good-sized field. Woods horizoned the field on 3 of its edges, and a sunken road bounded it on the 4th. She measured, I should say at an offhand guess, 75 feet from tip to tip lengthwise, and she was perhaps 20 feet in diameter through her middle. She was a bright yellow in color, a varnished, oily-looking yellow, and in shape suggestive of a frankfurter. At the end of her, near the ground and on the side that was underneath, for she swung, you understand, at an angle, a swollen protuberance showed, as though an air bubble had got under the skin of the sausage during the packing and made a big blister. She drooped weakly amidships, bending and swaying this way and that, and as we came under her and looked up, we saw that the skin of the belly kept shrinking in and wrinkling up, in the unmistakable pangs of acute cramp colic. She had a sickly, depleted aspect elsewhere, and altogether was most flabby and unreliable looking. Yet this, as I learned subsequently, was her normal appearance. Being in the business of spying, she practiced deceit, with the deliberate intent of seeming to be what, emphatically, she was not. She counterfeited chronic invalidism, and she performed competently. She was an observation balloon of the pattern privily chosen by the German General Staff before the beginning of the war for the use of the German Signal Corps. On this particular date and occasion she operated at a point of the highest strategic importance, that point being the German battle fronts along the river Aisne. She had been stationed here now for more than a week, that is to say, ever since her predecessor was destroyed in a ball of flaming fumes as the result of having a bomb flung through the flimsy cloth envelope by a coursing inaccurate aviator of the enemy. No doubt she would continue to be stationed here until some such mischance befell her too. On observation balloons, in time of war, no casualty insurance is available at any rate of premium. I believe those who ride in them are also regarded as unsuitable risk. This was highly interesting to hear and, for our journalistic purposes, very valuable to know. But speaking personally, I may say that the thing which most nearly concerned me for the moment was this. I had just been invited to take a trip aloft in this wobbly great Wienerwurst, with its painted silk cuticle and its gaseous vitals, and had, on impulse, accepted. I was informed at the time, and have since been reinformed more than once, that I am probably the only civilian spectator who has enjoyed such a privilege during the present European war. Assuredly, to date, and to the best of my knowledge and belief, I am the only civilian who has been so favored by the Germans. Well, trust I am not hoggish. Possessing as it does this air of uniqueness, the distinction is worth much to me personally. I would not take anything for the experience, but I do not think I shall take it again, even if the chance should come my way, which very probably it will not. It was mid-afternoon, and all day, since early breakfast, we had been working our way in automobiles toward this destination. Already my brain chambered more impressions, all jumbled together in a mass, than I could possibly hope to get sorted out and graded up and classified in a month of trying. Yet in a way the day had been disappointing, for, as I may have set forth before, the nearer we came to the actual fighting, the closer in touch we got with the battle itself, the less we seemed to see of it. I take it this is true of nearly all battles fought under modern military principles. 10 miles in the rear, or even 20 miles, is really a better place to be if you are seeking to fix in your mind a reasonably full picture of the scope and effect and consequences of the hideous thing called war. Back there you see the new troops going in, girding themselves for the grapple as they go, you see the reinforcements coming up, you see the supplies hurrying forward, and the spare guns and the extra equipment and all the rest of it. You see, and can, after a dim fashion, grasp mentally the thrusting onward movement of this highly scientific and most unromantic industry which half of the world began practicing in the fall of 1914. Finally, you see the finished fabrics of the trade coming back, and by that I mean the dribbling streams of the wounded, and in the fields and woods through which you pass, the dead, lying in windrows where they fell. At the front you see only, for the main part, men engaged in the most tedious, the most exacting, and seemingly the most futile form of day labor, toiling in filth and foulness and a desperate driven haste on a job that many of them will never live to see finished, if it is ever finished, working under taskmasters who spare them not, neither do they spare themselves, putting through a dreary contract whereof the chief reward is weariness, and the common coinage of payment is death outright or death lingering. That is a battle in these days. That is war. So twisty-wise was our route, and so rapidly did we pursue it after we left the place where we took lunch, that I confess I lost all sense of direction. It seemed to me our general course was eastward. I discovered afterward it was southwesterly. At any rate, we eventually found ourselves in a road that wound between high grassy banks along a great natural terrace just below the level of the plateau in front of Leon. We saw a few farmhouses, all desolated by shell fire and all deserted, and a succession of empty fields and patches of woodland. None of the natives were in sight. Through fear of prying hostile eyes, the Germans had seen fit to clear them out of this immediate vicinity. Anyhow, a majority of them doubtlessly ran away when fighting first started here, 3 weeks earlier. The Germans had got rid of those who remained. Likewise of troops there were very few to be seen. We did meet one squad of Red Cross men marching afoot through the dust. They were all fully armed, as is the way with the German field hospital helpers. And, for all I know to the contrary, that may be the way with the field hospital helpers of the Allies too. Though I have often seen it, the cross on the sleeve band of a man who bears a revolver in his belt or a rifle on his arm has always struck me as a most incongruous thing. The non-commissioned officer in charge of the squad, chief orderly, I suppose you might call him, held by leashes 4 Red Cross dogs. In Belgium, back in August, I had seen so-called dog batteries. Going into Louvain on the day the Belgian army, or what was left of it, fell back into Brussels, I passed a valley where many dogs were hitched to small machine guns, and I could not help wondering what would happen to the artillery formation, and what to the discipline of the pack, if a rabbit should choose that moment for darting across the battle front. These, however, were the first dogs I had found engaged in hospital corps employment. They were big wolfish-looking hounds, shaggy and sharp-nosed, and each of the 4 wore a collar of bells on his neck and a cloth harness on his shoulders, with the red Maltese cross displayed on its top and sides. Their business was to go to the place where fighting had taken place and search out the fallen. At this business they were reputed to be highly efficient. The Germans had found them especially useful, for the German field uniform, which has the merit of merging into the natural background at a short distance, becomes, through that very protective coloration, a disadvantage when its wearer drops wounded and unconscious on the open field. In a poor light, the litter bearers might search within a few rods of him and never see him, but where the faulty eyesight fails, the nose of the dog sniffs the human taint in the air, and the dog makes the work of rescue thorough and complete. At least we were told so. Presently our automobile rounded a bend in the road, and the observation balloon, which until that moment we had been unable to glimpse, by reason of an intervening formation of ridges, revealed itself before us. The suddenness of its appearance was startling. We did not see it until we were within 100 yards of it. At once we realized how perfect an abiding place this was for a thing which offered so fine and looming a target. Moreover, the balloon was most effectively guarded against attack at close range. We became aware of that fact when we dismounted from the automobile and were clambering up the steep bank alongside. Soldiers materialized from everywhere like dusty specters, but fell back, saluting, when they saw that officers accompanied us. On advice we had already thrown away our lighted cigars, but 2 non-commissioned officers felt it to be their bounden duty to warn us against striking matches in that neighborhood. You dare not take chances with a woven bag that is packed with many 100 cubic feet of gas. At the moment of our arrival, the balloon was drawn down so near the earth that its distorted bottommost extremity dipped and twisted slackly within 50 or 60 feet of the grass. The upper end, reaching much farther into the air, underwent convulsive writhings and contortions as an intermittent breeze came over the sheltering tree-tops and buffeted in puffs. Almost beneath the balloon 6 big draft horses stood, hitched in pairs to a stout wagon frame, on which a huge wooden drum was mounted. Round this drum a wire cable was coiled, and a length of the cable stretched like a snake across the field to where it ended in a swivel made fast to the bottom of the riding car. It was not, strictly speaking, a riding car. It was a straight up and down basket of tough light wicker, no larger and very little deeper than an ordinary fair-sized hamper for soiled linen. Indeed, that was what it reminded one of, a clothes basket. Grouped about the team and the wagon were soldiers to the number of perhaps a third of a company. Half a dozen of them stood about the basket holding it steady, or trying to. Heavy sandbags hung pendant-wise about the upper rim of the basket, looking very much like so many canvassed hams, but, even with these drags on it, and in spite of the grips of the men on the guy ropes of its rigging, it bumped and bounded uneasily to the continual rocking of the gas-bag above it. Every moment or two it would lift itself a foot or so, and tilt and jerk, and then come back again with a thump that made it shiver. Of furnishings, the interior of the car contained nothing except a telephone, fixed against one side of it, a pair of field glasses, swung in a sort of harness, and a strip of tough canvas looped across halfway down in it. The operator, when wearied by standing, might sit astride this canvas saddle, with his legs cramped under him, while he spied out the land with his eyes, which would then be just above the top of his wicker nest, and while he spoke over the telephone. The wires of the telephone escaped through a hole under his feet and ran to a concealed station at the far side of the field, which in turn communicated with the main exchange at headquarters 3 miles away, which in its turn radiated other wires to all quarters of the battle front. Now the wires were neatly coiled on the ground beside the basket. A sergeant stood over them to prevent any careless foot from stepping on the precious strands. He guarded them as jealously as a hen guards her brood. The magazine containing retorts of specially prepared gas for recharging the envelope when evaporation and leakage had reduced the volume below the lifting and floating point was nowhere in sight. It must have been somewhere nearby, but we saw no signs of it. Nor did our guides for the day offer to show us its whereabouts. However, knowing what I do of the German system of doing things, I would venture the assertion that it was snugly hidden and stoutly protected. These details I had time to take in when there came across the field to join us a tall young officer with a 3 weeks' growth of stubby black beard on his face. A genial and captivating gentleman was Lieutenant Brinker und Meiningen, and I enjoyed my meeting with him, and often since that day, in my thoughts I have wished him well. However, I doubt whether he will be living by the time these lines see publication. It is an exciting life a balloon operator in the German army lives, but it is not, as a rule, a long one. Lieutenant Meiningen was successor to a man who was burned to death in mid-air a week before, and on the day before a French airman had dropped a bomb from the clouds that missed this same balloon by a margin of less than 100 yards. Close marksmanship, considering that the airman in question was 7,000 or 8,000 feet aloft, and moving at the rate of a mile or so a minute when he made his cast. It was the lieutenant who said he had authority to take one of our number up with him, and it was I who chanced to be the nearest to the balloon when he extended the invitation. Someone, a friend, removed from between my teeth the unlighted cigar I held there, for fear I might forget and try to light it, and somebody else, a stranger to me, suggested that perhaps I was too heavy for a passenger. By that time, however, a kindly corporal had boosted me up over the rim of the basket and helped me to squeeze through the thick netting of guy lines, and there I was, standing inside that overgrown clothes hamper, which came up breast high on me, and Brinker und Meiningen was swinging himself nimbly in beside me. That basket was meant to hold but one man. It made a wondrously snug fit for two, the both of us being full-sized adults at that. We stood back to back, and to address the other, Each must needs speak over his shoulder. The canvas saddle was between us, dangling against the calves of our legs, and the telephone was in front of the lieutenant, where he could reach the transmitter with his lips by stooping a little. The soldiers began unhooking the sandbags. The sergeant who guarded the telephone wire took up a strand of it and held it loosely in his hands, ready to pay it out. Under me I felt the basket heave gently. Looking up, I saw that the balloon was no longer a crooked sausage. She had become a big, soft yellow summer squash with an attenuated neck. The flaccid abdomen flinched in and puffed out, and the snout wobbled to and fro. The lieutenant began telling me things in badly broken but painstaking English. Such things, for example, as that the bag-like protuberance just above our heads, at the bottom end of the envelope, contained air, which, being heavier than gas, served as a balance to hold her head up in the wind and keep her from folding in on herself. Also that it was his duty to remain aloft, at the end of his tether, as long as he could, meantime studying the effect of the German shell fire on the enemy's position and telephoning down instructions for the better aiming of the guns, a job wherein the aeroplane scouts ably reinforced him, since they could range at will, whereas his position was comparatively fixed and stationary. Also I remember his saying, with a tinge of polite regret in his tone, that he was sorry I had not put on a uniform overcoat with shoulder straps on it before boarding the car, because, as he took pains to explain, in the event of our cable parting and of our drifting over the Allies' lines and then descending, he might possibly escape, but I should most likely be shot on the spot as a spy before I had a chance to explain. However, he added consolingly, those are possibilities most remote. The rope is not likely to break, and if it did, we both should probably be dead before we ever reached the earth. This last statement sank deep into my consciousness, but I fear I did not hearken so attentively as I ought to the continuation of the lieutenant's conversation, because, right in the middle of his remarks, something had begun to happen. An officer had stepped up alongside to tell me that very shortly I should undoubtedly be quite seasick, or rather sky-sick, because of the pitching about of the basket when the balloon reached the end of the cable, and I was trying to listen to him with one ear and to my prospective traveling companion with the other, when I suddenly realized that the officer's face was no longer on a level with mine. It was several feet below mine. No, it was not. It was several yards below mine. Now he was looking up toward us, shouting out his words, with his hands funneled about his mouth for a speaking trumpet. And at every word he uttered he shrank into himself, growing shorter and shorter. It was not that we seemed to be moving. We seemed to be standing perfectly still, without any motion of any sort, except a tiny teetering motion of the hamper basket, while the earth and what was on it fell rapidly away beneath us. At once all sense of perspective became distorted. When on the roof of a tall building this distortion had never seemed to me so great. I imagine this is because the building remains stationary and a balloon moves. Almost directly below us was one of our party, wearing a soft hat with a flattish brim. It appeared to me that almost instantly his shoulders and body and legs vanished. Nothing remained of him but his hat, which looked exactly like a thumbtack driven into a slightly tilted drawing board, the tilted drawing board being the field. The field seemed sloped now, instead of flat. Across the sunken road was another field. Its owner, I presume, had started to turn it up for fall planting, when the armies came along and chased him away. So there remained a wide plowed strip, and on each side of it a narrower strip of unplowed earth. Even as I peered downward at it, this field was transformed into a width of brown corduroy trimmed with green velvet. For a rudder we carried a long flapping clothesline arrangement like the tail of a kite, to the lower end of which were threaded 7 yellow silk devices, suggesting inverted sunshades without handles. These things must have been spaced on the tail at equal distances apart, but as they rose from the earth and followed after us, whipping in the wind, the uppermost one became a big umbrella turned inside out. The second was half of a pumpkin, the third was a yellow soup plate, the fourth was a poppy bloom, and the remaining three were just amber beads of diminishing sizes. Probably it took longer, but if you ask me I should say that not more than 2 or 3 minutes had passed before the earth stopped slipping away and we fetched up with a profound and disconcerting jerk. The balloon had reached the tip of her hitch line. She rocked and twisted and bent half double in the pangs of a fearful tummy ache, and at every paroxysm the car lurched in sympathy, only to be brought up short by the pull of the taut cable, so that we two, wedged in together as we were, nevertheless jostled each other violently. I am a poor sailor, both by instinct and training. By rights and by precedence, I should have been violently ill on the instant, but I did not have time to be ill. My fellow traveler all this while was pointing out this thing and that to me, showing how the telephone operated, how his field glasses poised just before his eyes, being swung and balanced on a delicately adjusted suspended pivot, telling me how on a perfectly clear day — this October day was slightly hazy — we could see the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the cathedral at Rheims, gyrating his hands to explain the manner in which the horses, trotting away from us as we climbed upward, had given to the drum on the wagon a reverse motion, so that the cable was paid out evenly and regularly. But I am afraid I did not listen closely. My eyes were so busy that my ears loafed on the job. For once in my life, and doubtlessly only once, I saw now understandingly a battle front. It was spread before me, lines and dots and dashes on a big green and brown and yellow map. Why, the whole thing was as plain as a chart. I had a reserved seat for the biggest show on earth. To be sure, it was a gallery seat, for the terrace from which we started stood fully 500 feet above the bottom of the valley, and we had ascended approximately 700 feet above that, giving us an altitude of, say, 1,200 feet in all above the level of the river. But a gallery seat suited me. It suited me perfectly. The great plateau, stretching from the high hill behind us to the river in front of us, portrayed itself, when viewed from aloft, as a shallow bowl, alternately grooved by small depressions and corrugated by small ridges. Here and there were thin woodlands, looking exactly like scrubby clothes brushes. The fields were checkered squares and oblongs, and a ruined village in the distance seemed a jumbled handful of children's gray and red blocks. The German batteries appeared now to be directly beneath us, some of them, though in reality I imagine the nearest one must have been nearly a mile away on a bee line. They formed an irregular horseshoe, with the open end of it toward us. There was a gap in the horseshoe where the caulk should have been. The German trenches, for the most part, lay inside the encircling line of batteries. In shape they rather suggested a U turned upside down. Yet it was hard to ascribe to them any real shape, since they zigzagged so crazily. I could tell, though, there was sanity in this seeming madness, for nearly every trench was joined at an acute angle with its neighbor, so that a man, or a body of men, starting at the rear, out of danger, might move to the very front of the fighting zone, and all the time be well sheltered. So far as I could make out, there were but few breaks in the sequence of communications. One of these breaks was almost directly in front of me as I stood facing the south. The batteries of the Allies and their infantry trenches, being so much farther away, were less plainly visible. I could discern their location without being able to grasp their general arrangement. Between the nearer infantry trenches of the two opposing forces were tiny dots in the ground, each defined by an infinitesimal hillock of yellow earth heaped before it. Observation pits these, where certain picked men, who do not expect to live very long anyway, hide themselves away to keep tally on the effect of the shells which go singing past just over their heads to fall among the enemy, who may be only a few hundred feet or a few hundred yards away from the observers. It was an excessively busy afternoon among the guns. They spoke continually, now this battery going, now that, now 2 or 3 or a dozen together. And the sound of them came up to us in claps and roars like summer thunder. Sometimes when a battery close by let go, I could watch the thin, shreddy trail of fine smoke that marked the arched flight of a shrapnel bomb, almost from the very mouth of the gun, clear to where it burst out into a fluffy white powder puff inside the enemy's position. Contrariwise, I could see how shells from the enemy crossed those shells in the air and curved downward to scatter their iron sprays among the Germans. In the midst of all this would come a sharp, spattering sound, as though hail in the height of the thunder shower had fallen on a tin roof, and that, I learned, meant infantry firing in a trench somewhere. For a while I watched some German soldiers moving forward through a criss-cross of trenches. I took them to be fresh men going in to relieve the other men who had seen a period of service under fire. At first they suggested moles crawling through plow furrows, then, as they progressed onward, they shrank to the smallness of gray grub worms, advancing one behind another. My eye strayed beyond them a fair distance, and fell on a row of tiny scarlet dots, like cochineal bugs, showing minutely but clearly against the green-yellow face of a ridgy field well inside the forward batteries of the French and English. At that same instant the lieutenant must have seen the crawling red line too. He pointed to it. " Frenchmen," he said, " French infantrymen's trousers. One cannot make out their coats, but their red trousers show as they wriggle forward on their faces." Better than ever before I realized the idiocy of sending men to fight in garments that make vivid targets of them. My companion may have come up for pleasure, but if business obtruded itself on him, he did not neglect it. He bent to his telephone and spoke briskly into it. He used German, but, after a fashion, I made out what he said. He was directing the attention of somebody to the activities of those red trousers. I intended to see what would follow on this, but at this precise moment a sufficiently interesting occurrence came to pass at a place within a much clearer eye range. The gray grub worms had shoved ahead until they were gray ants, and now all the ants concentrated into a swarm and, leaving the trenches, began to move in a slanting direction toward a patch of woods far over to our left. Some of them, I think, got there. Some of them did not. Certain puffballs of white smoke, and one big smudge of black smoke, which last signified a bomb of high explosives, broke over them and among them, hiding all from sight for a space of seconds. Dust clouds succeeded the smoke, then the dust lifted slowly. Those ants were not to be seen. They had altogether vanished. It was as though an ant-eater had come forth invisibly and eaten them all up. Marveling at this phenomenon, and unable to convince myself that I had seen men destroyed and not insects, I turned my head south again to watch the red lady-bugs in the field. Lo, they were gone too. Either they had reached shelter, or a painful thing had befallen them. The telephone spoke a brisk warning. I think it made a clicking sound. I am sure it did not ring. But in any event it called attention to itself. The other man clapped his ear to the receiver and took heed to the word that came up the dangling wire and snapped back an answer. " I think we should return at once," he said to me over his shoulder. " Are you sufficiently wearied?" I was not sufficiently wearied. I wasn't wearied at all. But he was the captain of the ship, and I was not even paying for my passage. The car jerked beneath our unsteady feet and heeled over, and I had the sensation of being in an elevator that is started downward suddenly, and at an angle to boot. The balloon resisted the pressure from below. It curled up its tail like a fat bumblebee trying to sting itself, and the guy ropes, to which I held with both hands, snapped in imitation of the rigging of a sailboat in a fair breeze. Plainly the balloon wished to remain where it was, or to go farther, but the pull of the cable was steady and hard, and the world began to rise up to meet us. Nearing the earth, it struck me that we were making a remarkably speedy return. I craned my neck to get a view of what was directly beneath. The 6-horse team was advancing toward us at a brisk canter, and the drum turned fast, taking up the slack of the tether. But, as though not satisfied with this rate of progress, several soldiers were running back and jumping up to haul in the rope. The sergeant who took care of the telephone was hard put to it to coil down the twin wires. He skittered about over the grass with the liveliness of a cricket. Many soiled hands grasped the floor of our hamper and eased the jar of its contact with the earth. Those same hands had redraped the rim with sandbags, and had helped us to clamber out from between the stay ropes, when up came the young captain who spelled the lieutenant as an aerial spy. He came at a run. Between the two of them ensued a sharp interchange of short German sentences. I gathered the sense of what passed. " I don't see it now," said in effect my late traveling mate, staring skyward and turning his head. " Nor do I," answered the captain. " I thought it was yonder." He flirted a thumb backward and upward over his shoulder. " Are you sure you saw it?" " No, not sure," said the captain. " I called you down at the first alarm, and right after that it disappeared, I think. But I shall make sure." He snapped an order to the soldiers, and vaulted nimbly into the basket. The horses turned about and moved off, and the balloon rose. As for the lieutenant, he spun round and ran toward the edge of the field, fumbling at his belt for his private field glasses as he ran. Wondering what all this bother was about, though I had a vague idea regarding its meaning, I watched the ascent. I should say the bag had reached a height of 500 feet when, behind me, 100 yards or so away, a soldier shrieked out excitedly. Farther along another voice took up the outcry. From every side of the field came shouts. The field was ringed with clamor. It dawned on me that this spot was even more efficiently guarded than I had conceived it to be. The driver of the wagon swung his lumbering team about with all the strength of his arms, and back again came the 6 horses, galloping now. So thickly massed were the men who snatched at the cable, and so eagerly did they grab for it, that the simile of a hot handball scrimmage flashed into my thoughts. I will venture that balloon never did a faster homing job than it did then. 50 men were pointing aloft now, all of them crying as they pointed, " Flyer! French flyer! " I saw it. It was a monoplane. It had, I judged, just emerged from a cloud bank to the southward. It was heading directly toward our field. It was high up, so high up that I felt momentarily amazed that all those Germans could distinguish it as a French flyer rather than as an English flyer at that distance. As I looked, and as all of us looked, the balloon basket hit the earth and was made fast, and in that same instant a cannon boomed somewhere well over to the right. Even as someone who knew sang out to us that this was the balloon cannon in the German aviation field back of the town opening up, a tiny ball of smoke appeared against the sky, seemingly quite close to the darting flyer, and blossomed out with downy, dainty white petals like a flower. The monoplane veered, wheeled, and began to drive in a wriggling, twisting course. The balloon cannon spoke again. 4 miles away to the eastward, its fellow in another aviation camp let go, and the sound of its discharge came to us faintly but distinctly. Another smoke flower unfolded in the heavens, somewhat below the darting airship. Both guns were in action now, each fired at 6-second intervals. All about the flitting target the smoke balls burst. Above it, below it, to this side of it, and to that. They polka-dotted the heavens in the area through which the Frenchman scudded. They looked like a bed of white water lilies, and he like a black dragonfly skimming among the lilies. It was a pretty sight, and as thrilling a one as I have ever seen. I cannot analyze my emotions as I viewed the spectacle, let alone try to set them down on paper. Alongside of this, big game hunting was a commonplace thing, for this was big game hunting of a magnificent kind new to the world, revolving cannon, with a range of from 7,000 to 8,000 feet, trying to bring down a human being out of the very clouds. He ran for his life. Once I thought they had him. A shell burst seemingly quite close to him, and his machine dipped far to one side and dropped through space at that angle for some hundreds of feet, apparently. A yell of exultation rose from the watching Germans, who knew that an explosion close to an aeroplane is often sufficient, through the force of air concussion alone, to crumple the flimsy wings and bring it down, even though none of the flying shrapnel from the bursting bomb actually touched the operator or the machine. However, they whooped their joy too soon. The flyer righted, rose, darted confusingly to the right, then to the left, and then bored straight into a woolly white cloud track, and was gone. The moment it disappeared, the two balloon cannons ceased firing, and I, taking stock of my own sensations, found myself quivering all over and quite hoarse. I must have done some yelling myself, but whether I rooted for the flyer to get away safely or for the cannon to hit him, I cannot for the life of me say. I can only trust that I preserved my neutrality and rooted for both. Subsequently, I decided in my own mind that from within the Allies' lines the Frenchmen saw us, meaning the lieutenant and myself, in the air, and came forth with intent to bombard us from on high, that, seeing us descend, he hid in a cloud ambush, venturing out once more with his purpose renewed, when the balloon reascended, bearing the captain. I like to entertain that idea, because it gave me a feeling of having shared to some degree in a big adventure. As for the captain and the lieutenant, they advanced no theories whatever. The thing was all in a day's work to them. It had happened before. I have no doubt it has happened many times since. End of Chapter 9 of Paths of Glory by Irvin S. Cobb, read by Mary in Arkansas.
A Point of Detail by Sapper. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to find how you can volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. A Point of Detail. Hist! The officer gripped the sergeant's arm just above the elbow, bringing his mouth close up to his ear. Don't move. The words were hardly breathed, so low was the tense, sudden whisper, and the two men crouched motionless, peering into the darkness which enveloped them. Where, sir? The sergeant slowly twisted his head till it was almost touching that of the man beside him, and he too, whose normal voice resembled a human foghorn, scarcely did more than frame the words with his lips. Behind that mound of chalk. Several of them. The sergeant's eyes followed the line of the outstretched hand until they picked up the dark, menacing lump in the ground 20 feet away. Sombre, grim, apparently lifeless, outlined against the night sky, it appeared almost monstrous in size to the men who lay on the edge of the shell-hole with every nerve alert. A bullet spat over them viciously, but they did not alter their position. They knew they were not the target, and from their own lines came the sudden clang of a shovel. All around them the night was full of vague, indefinable noises. Instinctively, a man brought suddenly into such a place, and ignorant of his whereabouts, would have known that there were men all around him, men whom he could not see, men who flitted through the shadows, bent on mysterious tasks, men who moved silently, with eyes strained to pierce the darkness. Behind the German lines a trench tramway was in use, The metallic rumble of the trolleys on the iron rails came continuously from the distance. And suddenly, from close at hand, a man laughed. "Do you see them?" Once again the officer was whispering, while he still grasped, almost unconsciously, the sergeant's arm. "There! There! Look!" 2 or 3 shadowy blobs seemed to move uncertainly above the edge of the chalk mound, and then disappear again. And a moment afterwards, from almost on top of them, came a hoarse, guttural whisper. The officer's grip tightened convulsively. The night, of a sudden, seemed alive with men close to them, pressing around them. Almost involuntarily he got up and moved back a few steps, still peering, straining to see in the inky blackness. Something loomed up and bumped into him, only to recoil with a muttered oath, and even as he realized it was a German, he heard his sergeant's low voice from a few feet away. "Where are you, sir? Where are you?" The next moment he was back at his side. "Go back your own way," he whispered. "We've bumped a big patrol. Don't fire." And as he spoke, with a slight hiss, a flare shot up into the night. Now, had it not been for that one untimely flare, this story would never have been written. Indecent curiosity in other wanderers' doings in no man's land is an unprofitable amusement, while the sound of strafing, to say nothing of revolver shots, is calculated to produce a tornado of fire from all directions, administered impartially by friend and foe alike. Wherefore it is more than likely that, but for the sudden ghostly light, both the Englishmen would have got away. As it was, John Brinton, M.C., lieutenant in His Majesty's Regiment of the Royal Loamshires, found himself crouching in a slight dip in the ground, and contemplating, from a range of 4 feet, no fewer than 6 Huns similarly engaged. There was the sharp crack of a revolver, a struggle, a muffled cry, then silence. Half a dozen more flares went up from each line. Everywhere sentries peered earnestly towards the sound of the shot. A few desultory rifles cracked, and then the night resumed its whispering mystery. But at the bottom of the dip 5 Huns lay on the top of a stunned English officer, while the 6th lay still and twisted, with a revolver bullet in his brain. 20 minutes afterwards, the sergeant, crawling warily on his belly, approached a sap head, and after a brief word or two, dropped in. "Have you seen Mr. Brinton, sir?" he asked anxiously of an officer whom he found in the sap, pessimistically smoking a cigarette. Saps are pessimistic places. "No." The officer looked up quickly. "He was out with you, wasn't he, Sergeant Dawson?" "Yes, sir, on patrol. We just got to that there chalk hummock when we ran into some of them. He said to me, 'Get back,' he said, 'your own way,' and then they put up a flare. I couldn't see him, as I was lying doggo in a hole. But I heard a revolver shot about 10 yards away. I looked round when the flare was out, but couldn't see him, nor hear him, so I thought he might have got back. Pass the word along for Mr. Brinton." The officer went out of the sap into the fire trench, "and get a move on with it." He stood for a few moments, looking thoughtful. "I hope," he muttered to himself, "I hope the old boy hasn't been scuppered." But the old boy had been scuppered. A runner failed to discover him in the trench. 2 strong patrols scoured the ground around the chalk hummock, and drew blank. And so, in the fullness of time, there appeared in the roll of honour the name of Lieutenant John Brinton of the Royal Loamshires, under the laconic heading of "Missing, believed prisoner of war," which is the prologue of this tale of the coalfields of France. The part of the line in which the Royal Loamshires found themselves at the time of the unfortunate matter of John Brinton, M.C., was somewhere south of La Bassée and somewhere north of Luce. Closer identification is undesirable. It's not a pleasant part of the line, though there are many worse. The principal bugbears of one's existence are the tunnelling companies, who without cessation practise their nefarious trade, thereby causing alarm and despondency to all concerned. Doubtless they mean well, but their habit of exploding large quantities of ammonal at uncertain hours and places does not endear them to the frenzied onlookers, who spend the next hour plucking boulders from their eyes. In addition, there is the matter of sandbags. The proximity of a mine shaft is invariably indicated by a young mountain of these useful and hygienic articles, which tower and spread and expand in every direction where they are most inconvenient. I admit that, having placed half the interior of France in bags, the disposal of the same on arriving in the light of day presents difficulties. I admit that the fault lies entirely with the harassed and long-suffering gentleman who boasts the proud title of spoils officer. I admit... But I grow warm, in addition to digressing unpardonably. Let us come back to our sheep, in this case the Loamshires. In their part of the front line, mining activity was great. A continuous group of craters stretched along no man's land, separating them from the wily Hun for half the battalion front, a group which we will call outpost. The name is wrong, but it will serve. To the near lips of each crater a sap ran out from the front line, so that merely the great yawning hole lay between the sap head and the corresponding abode of the Germans on the other lip. Each night these sap heads were held by a small group of men armed with very lights, bombs, bowie knives, and other impedimenta of destruction, while between the saps the trench was held but lightly, in some cases not at all. The idea of concentrating men in the front line has long been given up by both sides. If, therefore, one strolls along the firing line, a tedious amusement at all times, it is more than likely that one will find long stretches completely deserted. The scene is desolate. The walk is strangely eerie. Walls of sandbags tower on either side. In some cases, 2 or 3 feet above one's head, the clouds go scudding by, while the shadows of a traverse dance fantastically as a flare comes hissing down. The Hun is 30 yards away. The silence is absolute. The place is ghostly with the phantoms of forgotten men. And sometimes, as one walks, strange figures creep into one's brain, relics of childish fears, memories of the bogey man who waited round the end of the dark passage at home, come faintly from the past. And, foolish though it be, one wonders sometimes with a sharp clutching pang of nervous fear, what is round the next corner? Nothing, of course not. What should there be? The night is quiet. The trench is English. The next party is 40 yards further on. The voices of the last still come softly through the air. And yet... But I digress again. Now, not one of the least of all the crimes of those responsible for the disposal of the underworld of France when it comes to the surface in sandbags is the following. Lest any one thinks that I am writing a textbook, I would crave patience. The scenery forms an important part of any play. Be it known, then, that to keep out a bullet some 4 feet of earth is necessary. Less than that, and the bullet will come through, and impinge with great violence on the warrior behind. This fact is well known to all whose path in life leads them to the trenches. But for all that, Tommy is a feckless lad. In some ways he bears a marked resemblance to that sagacious bird, the ostrich, and because of that resemblance I have remarked on this question of dispersing sandbags in terms of pain and grief. The easiest thing to do with a sandbag in a trench, if you don't want it, is to chuck it out. Human nature being what it is, the distance chucked is reduced to the minimum. In other words, it is placed on the edge of the parapet. More follow, and they are placed beside it on the edge of the parapet, which causes the inside edge of the parapet to increase in height, but not in thickness. In other words, after a while the top 2 or 3 layers of bags, though looking perfectly safe from the inside, are not bullet-proof, which Tommy knows, but... Well, I have mentioned the ostrich. Now, this state of affairs existed in 1 or 2 places behind outpost craters. There were spots where the top of the parapet was not of sufficient thickness to keep out a rifle bullet, and it was just by one of these spots, that the company commander, going round one night, suddenly stumbled upon something that lay sprawling at the bottom of the trench. An unmistakable something. It lay half on the fire-step and half off, midway between two saps, and the head sagged back helplessly. He switched on his torch, and having looked at the huddled form, cursed softly under his breath, for it was his senior subaltern, and a bullet had entered his head from behind, just above the neck. It had come out at his forehead, and we will not specify further. "Stretcher bearers, at once!" He went back to the group he had just left. "Mr. Dixon has been shot through the parapet, further up." "Killed, sir?" The N.C.O. in charge was in Dixon's platoon. "Yes." The company officer was laconic. "Brains blown out. It's that infernal parapet. One sandbag thick. What the blazes is the use of my speaking?" He had had a trying day, and his tone may be excused. "You sit here and you do nothing. The whole company are a set of cursed lazy loafers." Seeing that the men were getting an average of 6 hours' sleep, the remark was hardly fair. But, as I said, the day had been a trying one, and this had been the last straw. He strode back again to the dead subaltern, muttering angrily. "Oh, poor old man!" he whispered, gently lifting the legs onto the fire-step and bending over the still form. "Poor old man! You've solved the big mystery by now, anyway." The light of his torch fell on the dead man's face, and he shuddered slightly. A bullet can do a lot of damage. Then he climbed on the fire-step and looked over the parapet. It was a place where the spoils party had been particularly busy, and though the company officer was full 6 foot, he could only just see over the top. As a fire-step, it was useless to anyone but a giant from a freak show. "Hello! What's happened?" A voice behind him made him turn round. "That you, Dick? Ah, poor little Jerry Dixon's been shot through the parapet. That's what's happened." He got down and stood at the bottom of the trench beside the second in command. "The 3 top layers there are only 1 bag thick." Once again his language became heated. "Steady, old man." Dick Staunton puffed steadily at his pipe and looked at the body lying beside them. "Were you with him when he was hit?" "No. Came round visiting the sentries and found him lying here dead." "Oh." He switched on his torch and continued smoking in silence. Suddenly he bent forward and peered closely at the shattered head. "Give me a hand a moment. I want to turn the boy over." Faintly surprised, he did as he was bid. In silence they turned the body over, and again there was silence, while Staunton carefully examined the spot where the bullet had entered. "Strange," he muttered to himself after a few moments. "Very strange. Tell me, Joe," his voice was normal again, "exactly how did you find him? What position was he in?" "He was half sitting on the fire-step, with his head in the corner and his legs sprawling in the bottom of the trench." "Sitting? Then his face was towards you?" "Why, yes. Is there anything peculiar in the fact? He'd probably just been having a look over the top, and as he turned away to get down he was hit through the sandbags in the back of the neck. His head was a bit forward as he was getting down, so the bullet passed through his head and out of his forehead." In silence they turned the boy over again, and covered his face with a pocket handkerchief. "You're too much of a blooming detective, you know, old man. Much police work has made thee mad," laughed the company commander. "What else could have happened?" "I'm no detective, Joe." The other man smiled slightly. "But there are 1 or 2 small points of detail which strike me, though I can make nothing out of them, I admit. First, his height. He's 6 inches shorter than you, and yet you could barely see over the top. Therefore, what was he doing trying to look over the parapet here, of all places? Secondly, the way he fell. A man killed instantaneously and shot through the back of his head would in all probability pitch forward on his face. You say his face was towards you, and he was sitting in the corner of the traverse." He paused to fill his pipe. "Go on," said the company commander curiously. "You interest me." The third point is one on which I admit that I'm doubtful. The bullet wound is clean. Now, I'm inclined to think, though I don't know, that a bullet passing through a chalk bag would become jagged, and would not be travelling straight when it continued its flight. However, I don't attach much importance to that. And the fourth and last point is almost too trifling to mention. Do you notice anything peculiar about his uniform?" The listener flashed his torch over the dead officer. "No," he said at length, "I can't say that I do. Except that one of his regimental badges is missing. I suppose you don't mean that, do you?" The company officer laughed irritably. "I do," returned the other quietly. "It's a point of detail, even if a little one." He looked thoughtfully at the man in front of him. "Do I strike you as a callous sort of devil, old man?" "You seem to be treating the boy rather on the line of a specimen for improving your detective powers." "Perhaps you're right." Staunton turned away. "But I didn't mean it that way, quite. Sorry, Joe. The boy was a pal of yours." "He was, and a rattling good boy as well. God rest his soul." The second in command spoke low. Then, with a final salute to the youngster whose soul had gone to the Valhalla of fighting men, he turned away and vanished into the night. The next day the company commander came round to battalion headquarters. "My two best subalterns," grunted the colonel in disgust. "Within 2 days. Most annoying. Poor boys. Toppers, both of them. You'd go quite a way, Dick, before you bettered Brinton and Dixon." "You would," affirmed the second in command. "Quite a way." "And with all your theorising last night, old man," remarked the captain slyly, "we both forgot the obvious solution. He got on the fire step, found he couldn't see over, so he clambered up on top. And then when he was getting down he was hit, and slithered into the position I found him in." Staunton regarded the speaker through a haze of tobacco smoke. "I wonder," he murmured at length. "I wonder." He did not state that during the morning he had made a point of interrogating Jerry Dixon's servant, and that worthy, an old and trusted soldier, had very positively denied that either of the pelicans rampant, which formed the regimental badge, had been missing from his master's coat the previous evening. "Now, Mr. Brinton's coat, sir," he remarked thoughtfully. "Now, that did have a badge off, that did. But his servant—" He snorted, and dismissed the subject scornfully. As I say, the Major did not mention this fact. After all, it was such a very small point of detail. To the frivolous-minded, Dick Staunton was at times the cause of a certain amount of amusement. Originally in the army, he had left it when a junior captain, and had settled down to the normal life of a country gentleman. By nature of a silent disposition, he abominated social functions of all sorts. He hunted, he fished, and he shot, and he spent the rest of his time studying the habits of the wild. And as always happens to a man who lives very much with nature, his mind gradually got skilled in the noticing of small things. Little signs, invisible to the casual observer, he noticed automatically. And without being in any sense a Sherlock Holmes, he had acquired the habit of putting 2 and 2 together in a manner that was at times disconcertingly correct. "Points of detail," he remarked one evening in the dug out after dinner, "are very easy to see if you have eyes to see them with. 1 is nothing. 2 are a coincidence. 3 are a moral certainty. A really trained man can see a molehill. I can see a mountain. Most of you fellows couldn't see the Himalayas." With which sage remark he thoughtfully lit his pipe, and relapsed into silence. And silence being his usual characteristic, he came into the battalion headquarters dug out one evening, and dropped quietly into a seat, almost unnoticed by the somewhat noisy group around the table. "Afternoon, Dicky." The sapper officer looked up and saw him. "Do you hear we're pinching your last recruit? Jesson, this is Major Staunton." He turned to a second lieutenant in the Royal Loamshires beside him as he made the introduction. "How do you do, sir?" Jesson got up and saluted. "I've only just got over from England, and now apparently they're attaching me to the R.E., as I'm a minor." He sat down again, and once more turned his attention to that excellent French illustrated weekly, without which no officers' mess in France is complete. Lest I be run in for libel, I will refrain from further information as to its title and general effect on officers concerned. For a few moments Staunton sat watching the group, and listening with some amusement to the criticisms of those lovely members of the fair sex so ably portrayed in its pages. And then his attention centred on the revolver he was cleaning. Jesson, a good-looking, clean-cut man of about 29 or 30, was holding forth on an experience he had had in Alaska, which concerned a woman, a team of huskies, and a gentleman known as One-eyed Pete. And as he spoke, Staunton watched him idly. It struck him that he seemed a promising type, and that it was a pity the tunnellers were getting him. "Haven't you got enough disturbers of the peace already?" he remarked to the tunnelling officer, "without snatching our ewe lambs?" "We're at full strength, as a matter of fact, Major," answered an officer covered with chalk, "but they do some funny things in the palaces of the great. We often get odd birds blowing in. I've been initiating him all this morning into the joys of outpost." "And the How is jolly old Blighty," remarked the adjutant. "Thank heavens, leave approaches." "About the same." Jesson helped himself to a whisky and soda. "Darker than ever, and taxes an impossibility. Still, I dare say I shall be glad enough to go back when my first leave comes due," he added, with a laugh. "Is this your first time out?" asked Staunton. "Yes." Jesson unbuttoned his Burberry and took out his cigarette case. Outside the dusk was falling, and he bent forward to get a light from the candle flickering on the table in front of him. "The very first time I've been on Government work up to now." It was at that moment that a very close observer might have noticed that Dick Staunton's pipe ceased to draw with monotonous regularity. He might even have heard a quick intake of breath. But he would have had to be a very close one, very close indeed, for the next instant he was again speaking, and his voice was normal. "I suppose you've been at the depot?" he hazarded. "Who are there now?" "Oh, the usual crowd," answered Jesson. "I don't expect you know many of them, though, do you, Major? Ginger Stretton, in the 14th Battalion. Do you know him by any chance?" "No, I don't think I do." His face was in the shadow, but had it been visible, a slightly puzzled frown might have been seen on his forehead. "I suppose they still make all you fellows, on joining, go to the regimental tailor, don't they?" Jesson looked a trifle surprised at the question. "I don't think they're as particular as they were," he returned after a moment. "Personally, I went to Jones and Jones." He casually buttoned up his mackintosh and turned to the tunneller. "If you're ready, I think we might be going. I want to see about my kit." He got up as he spoke, and turned towards the entrance, while at the same time the sapper rose too. "I'd like to drop in again, sir, sometime, if I may." He spoke to the shadow where Staunton had been sitting. "Do." Jesson gave a violent start, for the voice came from just behind his shoulder. Like the hunter he was, Dick Staunton had moved without a sound, and now stood directly between Jesson and the door. "But don't go yet. I want to tell you a story that may amuse you. Have some tea." "Won't it keep till some other time, Major? I'm rather anxious to see about my kit." "Let the kit keep. Sit down and have some tea." "What the devil's come over you, Dicky?" The adjutant was looking frankly amazed. "You aren't generally so loquacious." "That's why to night my little whim must be humoured," answered Staunton with a slight smile. "Sit down, please, Jesson. It's quite an amusing little yarn, and I would like your opinion on it." "No hope for you, old boy. Dicky's turned into a social success." The adjutant laughed and lit a cigarette, and once again became immersed in his paper. To the casual observer the scene was a very normal one. 4 men in a dug out, yarning and reading, while outside the occasional whine of a shell, the dirty deeds of a Stokes gun, the noises of the trenches filled the air. Nothing unusual, nothing out of the way, except something, an indefinable something. As the sapper said afterwards, there must have been something intangible in the atmosphere, else why did his pulses quicken? He glanced at the adjutant sitting opposite him, engrossed in his book. He looked at Staunton across the table, Staunton with a slight smile on his lips, and his eyes fixed on Jesson. He looked at Jesson beside him, Jesson whom he had met that morning for the first time, and all he noticed about Jesson was that his left knee twitched ceaselessly. He ran over in his mind the day's work. He had met him about 11 that morning, wandering along the support line with an officer in the Loamshires whom he knew quite well, who had hailed him and introduced Jesson. "A recruit, a new recruit," he had said, "for your atrocious trade. He's just left old pimple-faced Charlie, who was writing returns in triplicate as usual." Now, pimple-faced Charlie was his own major, who habitually did write returns in triplicate. Wherefore, after a few remarks of a casual nature, in which he elicited the fact that Jesson was a mining engineer, and had suddenly been ordered, while waiting at the base, to join the 940th Tunnelling Company, he took him in tow, and showed him round the mine galleries. Mining work was very active in the sector. 4 or 5 small mines and 1 big one were going up in the near future, so the tour of inspection had been a long one. That his companion was not new to the game was obvious from the outset, and his pertinent inquiries, anent cross-cuts, listening galleries, and the whole of the work in hand, had shown that he was keen as well. Altogether a promising recruit, he had mused. Quite a find, keen and able, 2 qualities which, unfortunately, do not go hand in hand quite as often as one would like. And now Staunton and this find of his were facing one another in silence across the plank table of the dug-out. Jesson, with an expression of polite indifference, as befitted a subaltern compelled to listen to a senior officer's story which he didn't want to hear. Staunton with an enigmatic smile. Then of a sudden Staunton spoke. "Have you ever studied the question of the importance of matters of detail, Jesson?" he remarked quietly to the impassive figure facing him across the table. "I can't say that I have, sir," answered the other, politely stifling a yawn. "You should. A most interesting study. My story concerns points of detail. The imperative thing is to be able to sort out the vital points from all the others, then piece them together and arrive at the right answer. It must be very easy to be led astray, I should imagine, and arrive at the wrong one." Jesson concealed a smile, and waited for the Major to continue. "Yes and no. It's all a matter of practice." Staunton's imperturbable voice was as quiet as ever. "And anyway, it's only in peace time that it matters very much whether one is right or wrong. Nowadays, well, c'est la guerre." He smiled gently. "But my story, I want you, as an impartial observer just arrived, and with an unbiased mind, to tell me if you think my joining up of 2 or 3 points of detail is a sound one. Both these officers know the points of detail, so your opinion will be more valuable than theirs. A few nights ago our battalion had one of those unfortunate little contretemps that so often happen in war. A subaltern of ours, John Brinton by name, went out on patrol and never returned. An exhaustive search in no man's land failed to discover his body, so we were reluctantly compelled to conclude that he was in German hands. Whether alive or dead, we don't know. There we have the first fact in my case. Now for the second. 2 nights after that, another of our subalterns was killed in a way which struck me as peculiar. I won't weary you with all the various little points that led me to believe that the bullet which killed him did not come from the trenches opposite. I will merely state that his position, his height, and the depth of the trench were the most obvious. And granted that my conclusions were correct, strange as it might appear at first sight, his death must have been caused at close quarters, possibly in the trench itself. "Good Lord!" muttered the adjutant, who was now listening with interest. "What do you mean?" "2 facts, you see," went on Staunton quietly, "and they would have remained unconnected in my mind. Brinton's capture and Dixon's death, but a small point of detail. Dixon's jacket was without the left regimental badge when his body was found. His servant knows that he had them both earlier in the day. On the contrary, Brinton had lost his left regimental badge for some time. Am I interesting you?" "Profoundly, thank you, sir." The man opposite smiled amiably. "I'm glad of that. It's an interesting problem. You see the significance of that small point about the badges, the way in which it connects, very intimately, Brinton's capture and Dixon's death. So intimately, in fact, does it connect them, that one is almost tempted to assume that the man who killed Dixon was the man in possession of Brinton's uniform. Are you with me so far?" "The evidence seems a trifle slight," remarked Jesson. "True, but then so much evidence is slight when the criminal is clever. You see, banking on the correctness of the badge deduction, the story as I construct it seems feasible. A German, who speaks English perfectly, is given a nice warm uniform taken from a captured British officer. Then he's told to go over to the British lines and see what he can find out. He comes one night, perfectly easy, no trouble, until, walking along the front line, he meets another officer, alone, an officer of the same regiment as that whose uniform he's wearing. Unavoidable. In fact, less likely to raise suspicion, with the frequent changes that occur, if he goes to the same regiment than if he went to another. But something happens. Either the other officer's suspicions are aroused, or the German does not wish to be recognized again by him. The trench is quiet. An occasional rifle is going off, so he does the bold thing. He shoots him from point-blank range, probably with a Colt. Then he takes off the dead man's left badge, puts it on his own coat, and disappears for a time. Quite easy, especially when the trenches are old German ones. Oh, really, Major, you seem to have made a speciality of detective fiction." As Jesson spoke, his eyes for the first time left the face of the man opposite him, and roved towards the door. For the first time, a sudden ghastly suspicion of the truth entered the sapper's brain, and even as it did so, he noticed that Staunton's revolver, the cleaning finished, pointed steadily at Jesson's chest. And the essence of all the detective stories is the final clue that catches the criminal, isn't it? The revolver moved an inch or two further into prominence. "Good Lord, Dicky, is that gun of yours loaded?" cried the adjutant in alarm, and for the first time he also seemed to become aware that something unusual was happening, and he suddenly stood up. "What the devil is it, Major? What have you got that gun on him for?" "For fun, dear boy, for fun. It's part of the atmosphere. We've got to the point, haven't we, where, in my story, of course, the German in Brinton's uniform comes into the English lines. Now, what sort of a man would they send in this part of the line, where mining activity is great? I continue the theory, you see, that's all." He looked at Jesson, who made no reply, though without cessation he moistened his lips with his tongue. "A miner?" the adjutant's voice cut in. "Go on, for God's sake." "Precisely. A miner. The second point of detail, and two points of detail are a strange coincidence, nothing more. Only there is a third. And three are a moral certainty, as you've often said." The adjutant once again bent across the table and spoke softly. "Are you fooling, Dicky? Are you fooling? If so, the joke's gone far enough." But the sapper's eyes were fixed on a leg that twitched, and they wandered now and then to a neck where, even in the dim light of a candle, he could see a pulse throbbing. "It's not a joke," he said, and his mouth was dry. "What is the third point of detail, Dicky?" "Yes, what is the third point of detail, sir?" Jesson's voice was steady as a rock. "I'm very interested in your problem." He raised his hands from the table and stretched them in front of him. Not a finger quivered, and with a sublime insolence he examined his nails. To the sapper there occurred suddenly those lines of Kipling: "For there is neither east nor west, border nor breed nor birth, when two strong men come face to face, though they come from the ends of the earth." He knew now. He realized the man beside him was a German. He knew that the sentence of death was very near. What the clue was that had given the thing away he hardly thought about. In fact, he hardly cared. All he knew was that death was waiting for the man beside him, and that his hands were as steady as a rock. Quietly Staunton leant forward and undid Jesson's mackintosh. Then he sat back, and with his finger he pointed at a spot above his left breast pocket. "You've never been out to the front, you say. Your coat is a new one by Jones and Jones, and yet, until recently, you have been wearing the ribbon of a medal. What medal, Jesson? What medal? It shows up, that clean patch, in the light. John Brinton went to Jones and Jones, and John Brinton had a military cross." For a full minute the two men looked into one another's eyes, deep down, and read the things that are written underneath, be a man English or German. Then suddenly Jesson smiled slightly and spoke. "You're a clever man, Major Staunton. When will the rifle practice take place?" Thus it ended, the play of which John Brinton's disappearance had formed the prologue. But before the curtain rang down on the epilogue, the German told them one or two little things. That John Brinton was alive and well, that the existence of Ginger Stratton, to whom he had alluded so glibly, had only become known to him from a letter in Brinton's coat, that the peculiarities of pimple-faced Charlie had been forced on him by his guide before they met the sapper. In fact, as the adjutant remarked, the fellow was almost too good a sportsman to... But that's the epilogue. A file of men, a watery sun just starting its day's work, a raw chilly morning. In front, a man with a white disc of paper pinned over the heart. A word of command, a pushing forward of safety catches, a volley, a finish. And in a hole in the ground somewhere near Vermelles, Jesson, of the Royal Loamshires, attached R.E., lies sleeping in the last great sleep. End of A Point of Detail. Read by Andy Minter.
Chapter 3 of The War in Africa and in the Far East by H.C. O'Neill. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 3 The Pacific Colonies and the Capture of Kiao Chau. The Pacific Colonies. The German colonies in the Pacific, though not very extensive, were extremely important links in the German scheme of world policy. If we view the Pacific as an ocean basin lying between the land masses of America and the western coasts of Asia, we can see at once the deliberateness with which these colonies had been acquired. Their centre of gravity looks to the west, to Asia, and particularly, we may infer, to China and to India. The largest of the Pacific colonies was the northeastern part of New Guinea, which comprised some 7,000 square miles, and was known as Kaiser Wilhelm Land. From Friedrich Wilhelmshaven and Constantinhafen, the chief ports, it exported some rubber and a considerable amount of copra and cocoa. The New Guinea Protectorate also included a number of neighbouring islands, and had its administrative centre at Rabaul, in New Pomerania. This island, which had two good ports, Herbertshohe and Simpsonshafen, the port of Rabaul, was one of the Bismarck archipelago, which included New Mecklenburg, New Hanover, Admiralty Island, and New Lauenburg, with about 200 other tiny islands. To the east lay the two islands of the Solomon group, Bougainville and Bucca, which belonged to Germany. North of the equator, but forming part of the same protectorate, were the Mariana or Ladrona Islands, the Eastern and Western Carolines, and the Marshall Islands, some distance to the east. These groups included hundreds of coral islands of little value, producing some copra and phosphates. The detached island of Nauru and the Samoa Islands, which lay far to the east, like a sentinel outpost, completed the list of Germany's Pacific possessions, except for Kiao Chau on the mainland. Taken together, they formed a fairly wide and organized sphere of influence. These colonies were all nerve centers, presenting their impressions to the central brain at Berlin. Armed with high-power wireless installations, they could inform Germany's fugitive naval vessels of all that happened from India to America, and through Africa could communicate with Berlin. They afforded a potential harborage for all German shipping, and could circumvent the plans of the Allied navies. The speed and completeness with which they were occupied and rendered harmless form one of the finest achievements of the Allies. Samoa was the first to fall. The principal islands of the group, which had been ceded to Germany by an agreement with Great Britain and America in 1899, were occupied by a New Zealand contingent without opposition. The expedition set out on August 15th from Wellington, accompanied by the British cruisers Psyche, Pyramus, and Philomel, and steamed first for New Caledonia to avoid the German cruisers Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. After 3 days' interval it left, on August 23rd, with an additional cruiser, the French vessel Montcalm, and was joined by the Australian battle-cruiser Australia and the cruiser Melbourne. Rear Admiral Sir George Patey on the Australia now took charge. A call was made at Fiji, and then the expedition steamed for Samoa. It lay off the coast of Upolu Island on August 30th, and after the harbour had been swept for mines, the Psyche steamed in to Apia, the seat of the government, and demanded the surrender of the island. Taken by surprise and unable to meet the force against them, the Germans yielded. The vessels entered the harbour, bluejackets landed and seized the custom house, streets, and bridges, while the expeditionary force was landing. The German flag was hauled down, and the British flag was hoisted, to a royal salute from the warships next morning. The Australian government showed a noticeable disinterestedness in thus putting its navy at the services of the sister dominion of New Zealand before proceeding to carry out its own plans. All the remaining German possessions in the South Pacifics were taken by Australia, and with considerable dispatch. New Pomerania was the first reconnoitred, Rear Admiral Sir George Patey being again in charge of the expedition. The British flag was hoisted on September 11th at Herbertshoa without opposition. Simpsonshafen and Rabaul were also occupied without trouble, but Commander J.A.H. Beresford, who had landed at dawn on the 11th to capture the wireless station, had to fight through nearly 4 miles of bush. Mines had been laid across the road, men had been stationed in rifle posts, and there were snipers hidden in the tops of palms. After 18 hours fighting, the German force was defeated and the wireless station was captured at 1 a.m. on September 12th. A base was promptly established at Simpsonshafen, and garrisons were left at Rabaul and Herbertshoa. 2 days later the German Solomon Islands were surrendered without opposition. Kaiser Wilhelm Land also gave in without a struggle. A graver resistance had been expected there, but the Germans seemed to have concentrated their small force for the defence of the wireless station at Herbertshoa. In less than a fortnight the bulk of Germany's southern Pacific possessions had been surrendered. Nauru was handed over on November 6th. Meanwhile the German possessions in the northern Pacific had fallen to Britain's ally, Japan. Summoned at the outbreak of war under the terms of alliance, Japan had loyally stood by her bond, and in a carefully worded document advised Germany to withdraw her warships and hand over the colony of Kiao Chau. The advice was tendered in the same tone and in almost the same language as that in which, at the instigation of Germany, Japan had been advised by Russia to abandon Port Arthur in 1895. The ultimatum was delivered on August 15th and expired at noon on August 23rd. The Japanese ambassador in Berlin was informed that there was no reply, and Japan declared war and with the least possible delay set about the capture of Kiao Chau and the Mariana, Caroline, and Marshall Islands. The 3 groups were in the hands of Japan by the end of the first week of October, and they were promptly handed over to Australia. With them fell the powerful wireless station at Yap, Carolines, and another link of Germany's world empire was broken. The capture of Kiao Chau. The sole instance of success in German colonial administration was the leased territory about the Bay of Kiao Chau. The bay itself was a splendid harbour, with a narrow mouth. On the tongue of land which bounded it towards the east lay the port of Tsingtau, upon which Germany had lavished so much careful forethought. It was organized admirably. Schools were founded, broad streets were laid out, splendid buildings were erected. There were well planned and carefully tended gardens. The harbour was provided with building slips. A railway was made, and the trade of the province was shepherded along it to the port. It was, as Bülow said, a centre whence Germany could wield a decisive influence on the future of the Far East. In August 1914 there lay in the harbour a formidable German naval squadron, and the territory provided the Germans with an excellent base for operations against the imperial communications. The colony was defended by from 5,000 to 6,000 men, including machine-gun sections, garrison, and marine artillery. The governor, Admiral Meyer-Waldeck, was ordered to resist to the last, and Tsingtau was well protected from the land side and turned only one face to the sea. The Germans were amply furnished with mines and used them in great numbers. The Japanese force comprised some 22,980 officers and men under General Kamio, a specially planned siege army with numbers of guns of calibers up to 11 inch, and it was assisted by a battalion of South Wales Borderers and about half a battalion of 36th Sikhs under General Bernardiston. The plan of the campaign was to invest Tsingtau by drawing a line across the peninsula on which it stood, and then to reduce it methodically. But it was necessary also to occupy the whole territory over which Germany exercised her influence, and to take over the German line which ran to Sinan Fu. On August 27th, a number of islands lying about the mouth of the bay were seized for use as a base, and mine-sweeping operations were begun. A week later, troops were landed at Lung Khao in Chinese territory, the protest of China being met by the rejoinder that in allowing Kiao Chau to become a centre for military operations, she had already permitted the violation of her neutrality. This force was to cut off the German territory from the Chinese hinterland, and in 10 days it had seized the station at Kiao Chau, which lies some 3 miles from the western shore of the bay. A period of torrential rains set in, and the floods imposed an effective check upon active operations. But the main Japanese force and the British contingent were landed without difficulty in Laoshan Bay, to the north of Tsingtau, and the days were filled with Japanese aeroplane raids and a desultory bombardment on both sides. The Japanese airmen achieved considerable success, but the Germans, who attempted at night to retort by bombing the Japanese squadron and the British ships under Vice Admiral Kato, found that the naval vessels had mysteriously changed their moorings during the darkness. The floods had subsided to some extent by September 25th, and the Japanese began to move inland. On the following day, marching westward, they occupied the village of Tsimo, and continued their progress during the last days of the month against considerable resistance. Their right flank was bombarded by the German ships when Admiral von Spee had left after taking his main squadron out before the expiry of the ultimatum. But the Japanese suffered little damage, the aeroplanes forcing the warships to draw off. After 3 days' fighting the Allies were within 5 miles of Tsingtau, and they there met and defeated a heavy German counterattack, assisted by aeroplanes and warships, on the last day of the month. On October 1st the fortress was completely invested on the land side, and the first stage of the land operation was complete. Meanwhile, the Japanese were occupying the territory, farther inland, which had come under German influence, and by October 3rd they had taken possession of the railway from Sinan Fu. 5 days later General Kamio seized Prince Heinrich Hill, a position commanding the Tsingtau positions, and was surprised to find so little effective resistance. He now began to get his siege artillery in position, a very difficult operation in the sodden state of the ground, and, expecting a prolonged struggle for the fortress, gave a safe conduct through the Allied lines to European ladies and children with the American ambassador. Sapping was pressed forward, and on the last day of the month the Allies opened a prolonged bombardment by land and sea. It was the Emperor's birthday, and the Japanese celebrated it by beating the fortifications to dust. The main defensive works lay on the hills Moltke, Bismarck, and Iltis, which formed a line slightly to the northeast of the port. In advance of them were powerfully constructed redoubts, the approaches to which were prepared in the most scientific way. Over a mile or so of ground had been sown with obstacles. There was a dense mass of barbed wire, twisted about and firmly held in place by stakes. Then came a gentle slope, an almost perfect field of fire, without a vestige of cover. Each space would have to be carried without the help of the Allied guns, which could only interpose a curtain of fire beyond. These positions forced, an almost identical series lay beyond before the troops could reach the machine guns, mortars, and rifles that awaited them in the redoubts. Shrapnel bursting from the forts would have made such ground almost impassable, and hence the fortified hills had to be made powerless before the infantry could have a chance of success. On November 1st, HMS Triumph is said to have achieved a record by putting out of action the forts on Bismarck Hill with 7 shots. And, with this achievement, only 2 forts were left sufficiently intact to keep up their answering cannonade. The dockyards were on fire. The oil tanks sent up a thick black smoke shot with flames that gleamed oddly in the night. When the fortress was entered later, it was seen how extraordinarily accurate the firing had been. Many of the forts were mere heaps of debris, and some were burnt out. Under cover of the bombardment, the troops went forward, and on November 3rd had seized part of the approaches to the redoubts with 800 prisoners. 3 days later the final assault was being approached. The troops were near to the German lines. During the night the line of redoubts was captured with small forces. On the right wing the British and Japanese captured the first redoubt. The 2 works in the centre were taken by 4 companies of Japanese sappers under General Yamada, and the 2 on the left fell to an attack of about the same dimensions under General Horiuchi. There still lay over half a mile of dead ground, sown with obstacles, before the steep slopes to the Moltke, Bismarck, and Iltis hills were reached. But by 6:30 a.m. small bodies of skirmishers had surmounted these obstacles, and the troops lay waiting, tense and ready for the final assault en masse. This was never to take place. As the morning light broke, white flags were seen to be fluttering from the buildings of the town. The fortress had capitulated. Its fate was sealed as soon as Japan declared war, but it had been thought that the Germans would obey their Kaiser's order and hold out to the last. There seemed to the Japanese a savour of dishonour in the surrender, and this feeling was expressed in a statement published in Tokyo, sarcastically applauding the wisdom of the garrison. Germany won no laurels in the East. In 3 months the German flag had been swept from the Pacific. On land it had no longer a foothold there, and its fugitive appearance at sea was nearing its end. The colonies which Germany had purchased, leased, or taken in the Pacific were no more. Kiao Chau, which the Kaiser himself had selected, and wisely it must be admitted, had fallen to the enemy whom Germany had least of all expected to engage. This was a bitter blow. Hohenzollern ambitions had never taken such roots in the colonies possessed, as in those splendid dream colonies which others held. Kiao Chau was a sort of window through which the Hohenzollern, nose pressed close to the glass, might gaze and dream about the empire that was not yet. An attempt had been made to impress China some time before by the brutality of the German soldiery, but the loss of Kiao Chau undid all this work, and the fact that it had to be surrendered to Japan added a further bitterness. The dream empire tottered at the first puff of wind. End of Chapter 3 of The War in Africa and in the Far East by H.C. O'Neill. Read by Marianne.
Kriegstagebuch by Gerrit Engelke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kriegstagebuch von Gerrit Engelke. Somme, Oktober 1916. Abschnitt 1. Qualm, schwarze Nacht. Stolpernd, Fallend, wieder aufstehend, keuchen wir schweißwarm und apathisch nach vorn. Erschöpft von 5 Stunden Marsch. Gepäck für die neue außerordentliche Stellung schwerer, wenn auch praktischer verstaut als sonst. Fettigkeiten, Mineralwasser, Tabak und Extraportionen von Patronen haben wir mit. Wir gehen im Gänsemarsch. Vorsichtig geht ein Geländekundiger führend voran. Durch Granatlöchern ausbiegend, hin und wieder über Tote. Den Löchern nach scheint's eine böse Gegend hier zu sein. Wie mag der erste Graben aussehen? Die Allwissenden sprachen nur von Trichtern. Immer wieder Rufe von hinten. Kurz treten! Sie können nicht mehr. Soll die Linie nicht abreißen, muss die Spitze schon verhalten. Abirren Einzelner wäre fast so gut wie tödlich. Denn die Zone hinterm Graben ist, wie wir wissen, immer die am meisten von Geschossen bestreute. Heute ist's wohl ausnahmsweise ruhig. Da ist endlich der Graben. Schwarze, kaum wahrnehmbare Linie. Flüsterndes Anrufen. Ebenso von uns die Antwort. Wir kauern uns Mann neben Mann, denn Unterstände scheinen nicht da zu sein. Käme erst der Morgen. Fahle Helligkeit schwillt zögernd. Deutlich ertauchen Herbstfarben, Geländewellen und dann halblinks vor uns die angefressenen Häuser des verloren gegangenen Lessard aus den Schwelen der englischen Gräben. Etwa 900 Meter entfernt kaum zu erkennen, zwischen ihnen und dem unseren eine sanfte Mulde. Grau begrast. Es regnet. Erst Tropfen, dann stetiges Gießen ohne Aufhören. Jeder hockt für sich, Zeltbahn über den Kopf gezogen, wortlos. Nach 5 Stunden sind Zeltbahn, Mantel, Rock, Hemd durchweicht. Weiterhin liegt im Schlamm unser Spielmann Bäcker, vollkommen betrunken und klappernd vor Frost. Doch er schnarcht. Die Grabenwände kommen ins Rutschen. Immer öfter fällt klatschend ein Lehmbrocken in die Pfütze. Neben mir sehe ich ein dunkles Loch. Eine hinabführende Treppe mit anschließendem Bunker. Schwarz, feucht und jedenfalls verlaust. Platz für 3 Mann nur. Die Sanitäter, die darin liegen, wollen mich nicht hineinlassen. Ich setze mich wieder, breche eine Fleischbüchse auf, die vor mir im Schlamm lag, und fange an zu kauen. Einen halben Tag noch regnet's. Dann ruft man mich aus dem Stollenloch. Da der Eingang schon ganz zugeschlammt, krieche ich auf dem Bauch hinein. Ich schlief wie ein Tier. Abschnitt 2. Alles raus, Feind greift an, brüllt einer in unserem Keller. Schon wieder fort. Es musste gegen Mittag sein. Helm aufgestürzt, Gewehr gegriffen. Beim Hinausstolpern das ekelhafte Gefühl, wenn sie dir nur nicht schon auf den Nacken springen. Beim Herauskommen plötzlich auf mich einbrechend. Trommelbrandung, Paukenchaos, 1000 Sturmorgeln, 1000 polternde Wagen. Eine einzige Brandung von Wirbeln. Aufwölkende Rauchfontänen bis weit hin. Mitten in allem wir. Wir fühlen nicht mehr, dass wir frieren, dass wir läusevoll, dass wir nass bis auf die Knochen. Fühlen nur dies wahnsinnige, unverständliche um uns brüllen. Zittern springt mir in die Knie und Handgelenke. Nur kurze Zeit. Ich habe meine Mütze mit einem Haufen Zigarren darin neben mich gelegt. Ich stecke mir eine an. Und Wunder. Kraft dieser Ablenkung, das innere Gleichgewicht ist wiederhergestellt. 5 Meter links von mir steht einer der kleinsten und frechmäuligsten Berliner Rekruten. Ich ohrfeigte ihn einmal gründlich an der Isère, weil er es nicht lassen konnte, mich dauernd anzustänkern. Nun sehe ich, er zittert. Ich schichte Handgranaten vor mir auf. Für jeden Fall. Der Berliner schielt herüber und siehe da, er folgt meinem Beispiel. Legt Handgranaten zurecht und steckt eine Zigarre an. das Beruhigungsmittel. Dauert nicht lange, so rauchen sie alle, die Behelmten, soweit ich sie sehe. 5 Mann links, 10 Mann rechts von mir. Ein neuer Klang wird in dem Brausen hörbar. Da, 5, 15, 20 von den großen Vickers-Doppeldeckern stoßen über unsere Linie. Erkundend und Artilleriefeuer lenkend. Fliegerdeckung! Alles presst sich reglos gegen die Lehmwand. Ein Flieger flankiert mit seinem Maschinengewehr aus 100 Meter Höhe unseren Graben. Ebenso kämmt ein MG vom feindlichen Graben her unsere Brustwehr ab, um uns am Ausguck zu hindern. Plötzlich gibt einer aus dem Fliegerschwarm Hupensignale, genau wie wenn ein Auto durch die Stadt saust. Das war das Signal für die Kanadier. Überall rücken sie in Gänsemarschlinien über das Zwischengelände. An unsere Kompanie kommen sie jedoch nicht ganz heran. Sie halten sich weiter rechts. »Mensch, sind Sie verrückt!« schreit mich der Kompanieführer an. »Das sind ja unsere Leute!« Wir stützen. Nee, das sind die Tommies«, meint einer, dann mehrere. Wir schießen weiter nach halb rechts. Visier 750. Da seht, der alte Peter Karsten, Spielmann, Holsteiner. Handgranaten in den Fäusten, springt wie besessen oben auf die Deckung und ruft: »Nu man fix ob to!« Mit einem Beckenschuss kugelt er wieder in den Graben. Kreidebleich. Leider sind unsere beiden MG versandet. Sonst könnten sie die nächsten Schützenlinien bequem wegrasseln. Nun kommt auch von unserer 11. Kompanie rechts eine Handvoll Verwundeter und Geflüchteter herbeigestürzt. Die 3 anderen Kompanien unseres Bataillons sind zusammengeschossen, die Reste gefangen. Weithin im rauchenden Gelände sehen wir Trupps mit erhobenen Armen auf die englische Stellung zulaufen. Es sind die Gefangenen unseren. Sie geraten in unser eigenes Sperrfeuer, das vor dem feindlichen Graben hämmert. Am rechten Flügel unserer Kompanie ist der Angriff abgefangen. 2 Gruppen liegen im rechten Winkel zu unserem Graben ausgeschwärmt in Granatlöchern des Hintergeländes. Abgeregelt. An ein Wiedernehmen des verlorenen Grabens ist nicht zu denken. Das Artilleriefeuer ist zu stark massiert und verflucht gut geleitet. Außerdem haben die Kanadier einen Haufen Maschinengewehre in unserer Flanke eingebaut. Da heißt es: Kopf wegstrecken. Ich drehe mich zufällig um und sehe von hinten Leute auf uns zulaufen. Ich hebe den Arm. Hier ist Verstärkung nötig. Ich sehe einige vor heranheulenden Granaten in die Löcher plumpsen. Mancher kommt nicht wieder hoch. Jetzt springen mehrere Männer, ein Leutnant, zu mir in den Graben. Sie keuchen furchtbar. Die erste Frage des Leutnants: Sind Sie denn nicht wieder rauszuschmeißen? Ich schüttele den Kopf. Er stürmt nach rechts weiter. Den Nistor Balle von der dänischen Grenze ziehe ich neben mich. Er hat einen Schuss durch den Oberschenkel. Den Schmerz verbeißend sagt er keinen Mucks. Gemach schwillt das Feuer ab. Es dunkelt. Nun es stiller geworden, hören wir vor und hinter uns das herzquälende Hilfeschreien der Verwundeten. Es ist keine Hilfe möglich. Man würde sich verirren im Gelände und von den immer wieder tackenden Maschinengewehren aufs Korn genommen. Dazu sind unsere Krankenträger sämtlich verwundet. Wir sind alle müde zum Umfallen, aber an Schlaf ist nicht zu denken. Die ganze Nacht quellen die Schreie aus den Granatlöchern. Gegen Morgen verstummen sie mehr und mehr. Wir nicken im Stehen ein wenig. Merkwürdig ruhiger Morgen nach der Schlächterei. Wie selbstverständlich gehen nur etwa 200 Meter von mir entfernt sehnige, lange kanadische Sanitäter in Mantel und Stahlhelm im Vorfeld und buddeln ihre Toten an Ort und Stelle ein. Sie haben eine große rote Kreuzflagge neben sich in den Boden gepflanzt. Es fällt kein Schuss. Wieder und wieder tragen die Kanadier verwundete Huckepack in ihre Gräben. Unsere Krankenträger suchen ebenfalls das Feld ab. Jakob Lorenzen, Hannes Meyer, Müller, Julius Bendixen und 2 andere, die wir schon vermissten, wurden gefunden, alle von einer Granate zerschlagen. Sie wurden in einem Granatloche beerdigt. Den Tag über ist lange, lange Ruhepause. Abschnitt 3. Wir hatten ihn nur 1- oder zweimal im Reservegraben gesehen. Das hatte genügt, ihm den Namen Zieten bei uns zu verschaffen. Das heißt, er hatte mit dem alten Zieten nur den Reiterberuf gemein. Sonst war er wohl in allem sein Gegenteil. Blasiert, etwas morsch in den Knochen, Monokel eingeklemmt, die Stimme näselnd, monoton. Der richtige Husarenrittmeister aus Friedenszeit. Er imponierte mir mit seiner aristokratischen Weltgelassenheit. Denn so, wie er sich hier in unserem urweltlichen Graben zeigte, hätte er sich kaum besser in einem Salon bewegen können. Nur, dass er den Stahlhelm trug. Er müsste nach vorn, denn die meisten Kompanieführer seien gefallen. Er müsste vorn das Bataillon übernehmen, hatte er zum Regimentskommandeur telefoniert. So war er denn zu uns gekommen. Alle Achtung, wo sich die Bataillonsführer doch sonst nicht in vorderster Linie aufzuhalten haben. Eines Morgens musste ich als Gefechtsordonnanz ihn mit seinem Adjutanten wieder zum Bataillonsgefechtsstand zurückbringen. Nun hatte ich den Weg bei Nacht und dickstem Nebel schon dutzendmal gemacht, die Nase wie ein Spürhund auf dem nass blankernden, getretenen Pfad geheftet, hier an einem Blindgänger, einem besonderen Granatloch, dort an dem auf der Seite liegenden schwarzlockigen Hochländer mich orientierend. Aber nun lichtfressende, zertrichterte, gelbe Lehmwüste vor mir. Kein Gras, kein Pfad zu sehen. Da kannte ich mich nicht aus. Nur keine Schwäche zeigen, dachte ich. Die Sache wird schon gut gehen. Also turnten wir drauf los. Immer an Granatlöchern vorbei, die mit blutigem Regenwasser gefüllt waren. Wir müssen uns mehr rechts halten, sage ich, einem unbestimmten Gefühl nachgebend. Doch bald standen wir ratlos da. Wohin nun? Ein Glück nur, dass der Engländer nicht schoss. Sie Ochse, Sie Esel, bricht da unser Zieten los, führen uns hier in die Irre. Ich stolpere unentwegt weiter, dauernd Esel und Rind hinter mir hörend. Sehen Sie nun, wo Sie uns hingeführt haben? Sehen Sie nun ein, was Sie für ein Ochse sind? Ich schuldbewusst. Jawohl, Herr Rittmeister. Ach, seien Sie ruhig, versetzt er wieder näselnd. Ich mag gar nichts von Ihnen hören. Er wiederholte den Ochsen noch etliche Mal. Da tauchten endlich in der Ferne die Häusertrümmer von Püß auf. Und wir schlugen unsere Richtung nach dort. End of Kriegstagebuch bei Garrett Engelke.
The Children of Our Dead. From The Soul of the Soldier. Sketches from the Western Battlefront by Thomas Tiplady. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There are times when we get away from the front for a rest. We hear no more the sound of the guns, but give ourselves up to the silence and charm of the country. Before going into the Somme fighting, we were billeted for 10 days in the neighbouring village to Crécy, and as the anniversary of the battle came that week, the colonel chose the day for a march to the battlefield. The owner of the field, when the old windmill stood, from which King Edward III directed his army, came to meet us and described the battle. When the war is over, he is going to erect a monument on the spot to the memory of the French and British troops who in comradeship have died fighting against the common foe. They were happy days that we spent around Cressy, the last that some were destined to know this side of the Great Divide. The bedroom next to mine was occupied by two fine young officers of utterly different type. One was a Greek, whose father had taken out naturalization papers, and loved the country of his adoption with a worshipping passion that would shame many native born. The other was a charming, argumentative, systematic, theological student of Scots parentage. The night before we left, the Greek accidentally broke his mirror and was much upset. It was, he said, a token that death was about to claim him. The Scot laughed heartily, for he had not a trace of the superstitious in him, or, if he had, which was more than likely, it was kept under by his strong reasoning faculties. "If you are to be killed," he replied, "I am to be killed too, for I also have broken my mirror." He spoke the words in jest, or with hardly a discernible undercurrent of seriousness, but they were true words nevertheless. The two bedmates were killed in the same battle a week or two later. I had tea with them in their dug-out on the eve of the fight. They were to take up their positions in an hour, but the student could not resist having just one more argument. He directed the conversation to the new theology, and to German philosophers and biblical scholars. He simply talked me off my feet, for he possessed the most brilliant intellect in the regiment, combined with self-reliance and perfect modesty. Then the conversation turned to the question of taking a tot of rum before going over the parapet. He was a rigid teetotaler, for, said he, drink is the ruin of my country. He was opposed to the idea of taking rum to help one's courage or allay his fears. He would not, he said, go under with his eyes bandaged. He would take a good look at death, and dare him to do his worst. He was superb, and death never felled a manlier man. Browning would have loved him as his own soul, for he had Browning's attitude to life exactly, and could have sung with him, "Fear death! I was ever a fighter so, one fight more, the best and the last. I would hate that death bandaged my eyes, and forbore, and bade me creep past. No, let me taste the whole of it, fare like my peers, the heroes of old. Bear the brunt, in a minute pay glad life's arrears of pain, darkness, and cold, for sudden the worst turns best to the brave. The black minutes attend, and the elements rage, the fiend voices that rave shall dwindle, shall blend, shall change, shall become first a peace out of pain, then a light, and with God be the rest." He was found with his body against the wall where the forts of folly fall. His brave, intelligent face was completely blown away. His Greek friend was wounded, and while being dressed in a shell-hole by his servant, was hit again and killed. Some weeks later all that remained of the regiment was drawn out to a little village some miles from Amiens, and very similar to the one we had occupied near Cressy. We were taken to it in motor-buses, for the men were too exhausted to march, and the days spent there were days of great delight. We had a glorious, crowded-out service on the Sunday. It was both a thanksgiving and a memorial service, and I spoke to the men on the passing of the angels. "When the music ceased," I said, "and the herald angels departed, the sky became very empty, cold, and grey to the shepherds. And they said to one another, Let us now go even unto Bethlehem. And they went and found out Jesus. If the angels had stayed, the shepherds would have stayed with them. The angels had to come to point them to Jesus, but that done, they had to go away to make the shepherds desire Jesus and seek him. When the half-gods go, the gods arrive. The angels had to make room for Jesus, and the second best had to yield place to the best. When John the Baptist was killed, his disciples went in their sorrow to Jesus, and having lost our noble comrades, we must go to him also. The best in our friends came from Jesus, as the sweet light of the moon comes from the sun, and we must go to the source. If we find and keep to Jesus, sooner or later we shall find our lost friends again, for them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. In some such words I tried to comfort those who had left their comrades behind in the graves on the Somme, for I know how deeply they felt the loss. During the week we had dinner parties, and all kinds of jolly social intercourse. It was amusing to see the delight everyone felt at having a bed to sleep in. "Look, Padre, at these white sheets," an officer cried as I passed his window. He was as merry over them as if a rich maiden aunt had remembered him in her will. Some got leave home, and were so frankly joyful about it that it made the rest of us both glad and envious. We made up for it somewhat by getting leave to spend an occasional day in Amiens. There I went into the glorious cathedral. Almost the whole of the front was sandbagged, but even thus it was a thing of beauty, and has become for me a joy for ever. Except Rouen Cathedral, I have seen nothing to equal it. Notre Dame, with its invisible yet clinging tapestry of history, is more deeply moving. But it is sadder, more sombre. Something of the ugliness and tragedy of bygone days peep out in it. But Amiens Cathedral is a thing of pure joy and beauty. It suggests fairies, while Notre Dame suggests goblins. While I was looking at its glorious rose windows, which were casting their rich colours on the pillars, a father and his 2 children came in. The man and son dipped their fingers in the shell of holy water, crossed their foreheads and breasts with the water, and were passing on. But the little girl, who was too short to reach the shell, took hold of her father's arm and pulled him back. She, too, wished to dip her fingers in holy water, and make the sign of the cross over her mind and heart. The father yielded to her importunity, and touched her hand with his wet fingers. She made the sacred sign and was satisfied. The father and son had remembered their own needs, but forgotten the child's. After all the tragic happenings on the Somme, why should this little incident linger in my memory like a primrose in a crater? Did it not linger because of the tragedy of the preceding weeks? I had been living weeks together without seeing a child, and after the slaughter of youth which I had witnessed, the sight of a child in a cathedral was inexpressibly beautiful. The father's neglect of its finer needs gave me pain. We have lost so many young men, that every child and youth left to us ought to be cared for as the apple of our eye. We have lost more than our young men. We have lost those who would have been their children. The little ones, who might have been, have gone to their graves with their fathers. The old recruiting cry, "The young and single first," was necessary from a military standpoint, but, from a merely human point of view, I could never see much justice in it. The young had no responsibility, direct or indirect, for the war. They were given life, and yet before they could taste it, they were called upon to die in our behalf. We who are older have tasted of life and love. The residue of our years will be much the same as those that have gone before. There will be little of surprise, or newness, or experience. Perhaps, too, we have living memorials of ourselves, so that if we die, our personality and name will still live on. Our death will only be partial. While William Pitt lived, could it be said that Lord Chatham had died? His body was dead, truly, but his spirit found utterance in the British House of Commons every time his son spoke. And Napoleon felt the strength of his arm, as truly did Montcalm on the heights of Abraham. I should not have mourned the loss of the young Scot and the Greek so much, had they left to the world some image and likeness of themselves. In dying, they gave more than themselves to death. Those who would have been, their sons they gave, their immortality. After a summer on the Somme, I have come to understand something of how fear of the devouring maw of time became almost an obsession with Shakespeare. Death had taken from him some of the dearest intimates of his heart, and taken them young. And so, like the sound of a funeral bell echoing down the lane where lovers walk, there is heard through all his sonnets and poems of love the approaching footsteps of death. Sometimes the footsteps sound faintly, but they are seldom absent. How then would he have felt in a war like this, in which the young and single have gone out by the 100,000 to prematurely die? Others, however, who have given their lives were married men, and they have left images of themselves in trust to the nation. We know the last thoughts of a dying father. Captain Falcon Scott, as he lay dying at the South Pole, has expressed them for all time. "Take care of the boy," he said. "There should be good stuff in him." He found comfort in the reflection that he would, though he died, live on in his son. But he was saddened by the thought that the son would have to face the battle of life without a father to back him up. The boy would, therefore, need special care. On the evening of the first battle of the Somme I spoke to a young officer as he lay in a bed at the field ambulance. He had lost his right arm, and he told me how it had happened. He was charging across no man's land, when a shell cut it off near the shoulder, and flung it several yards away. As he saw it fall to the ground the sight so overcame him that he cried aloud in distress, "Oh, my arm, my beautiful arm!" He was still mourning its loss, so, to comfort him, I told him that Nelson lost his right arm, and won the battle of Trafalgar after he had lost it. Like Nelson, I told him, he would learn to write with his left hand, and still do a man's job. He would not be useless in life as he feared. When the children of our dead soldiers charge across no man's land in the battle of life, they will think of their lost fathers, and the agonizing cry of the young wounded soldier will rise to his lip, "Oh, my arm, my beautiful arm!" The state is providing artificial arms for our wounded soldiers. Will it be a right arm to the children of its dead? Will it be a father to the fatherless, and a husband to the widow? Unless it is ready for this sacred task, it has no right to ask for and accept the lives of these men. The state, with the help of the Church, must resolve that no child shall suffer because its father was a hero and patriot. The state must help the child to the shell of holy water without the little one having to pull at its arm to remind it of its duties. If the children of our dead soldiers lack education, food, moral and spiritual guidance, or a proper start in life, no words will be condemnatory enough to adequately describe the nation's crime and ingratitude. They are the sons and daughters of heroes, and there should be good stuff in them. It is the nation's privilege, as well as its duty, to take the place of their fathers. A few days later I walked into Arras from the neighbouring village. There were guns all along the road, and there was not a house but bore the mark of shells. Some of the civilians had remained, but these were mostly old people who could not settle elsewhere, and who preferred to die at home rather than live in a strange place. One house impressed me greatly. It had been badly damaged, but its garden was untouched, and in it were half a dozen rose trees. It was the beginning of spring, and each tree was covered over with sacking to preserve it from the cold and fragments of shells. The owner did not care sufficiently for his own life to move away, but he cared for the life of his roses. And so, when the summer came, there were roses and at least one garden in Arras. The noise of the guns was terrific, and the old man had to live in the cellar, but he found leisure of soul to cultivate his roses. His action was one of the most beautiful things I have seen in the entire war. The children of our homes are more beautiful than are our roses, and more difficult to rear. May we trust our country not to neglect them? Will she save them from the mark of the shell, and help them to grow up to a full and perfect loveliness? Our dying soldiers have trusted her to do it. From their graves they plead, "If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies blow in Flanders fields." End of The Children of Our Dead, by Thomas Tiplady.
The Moonlight Battle for Baghdad by Edmund Candler. From Pen Pictures of British Battles. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 9. The Moonlight Battle for Baghdad by Edmund Candler. The last fighting before Baghdad is likely to become historic on account of the splendid gallantry of our troops in the crossing of the Diyala River. After the action at Laj, the Turkish rearguard fell back on Diyala, destroying the bridge which crosses the stream at its junction with the Tigris. We pushed on in pursuit on the left bank, sending cavalry and 2 columns of infantry to work round on the right bank and to enter Baghdad from the west. Speed in following up was essential, and the column attacking Diyala was faced with another crossing in which the element of surprise was eliminated. The village lies on both banks of the stream, which is 120 yards wide. The houses, trees, nullah, and walled gardens made it impossible to build a road and ramps quickly and to bring up pontoons without betraying the point of embarkation. Hence the old bridgehead site was chosen. The attack on the night of the 7th was checked, but the quality of courage shown by our men has never been surpassed in war. Immediately the first pontoon was lowered over the ramp, the whole launching party was shot down in a few seconds. It was a bright moonlight, and the Turks had concentrated their machine guns and rifles in the houses on the opposite bank. The second pontoon had got into the middle of the stream when a terrific fusillade was opened on it. The crew of 5 rowers and 10 riflemen were killed and the boat floated down the stream. A third got nearly across, but was bombed and sank. All the crew were killed. But there was no holding back. The orders still held to secure the passage. Crew after crew pushed off to an obvious and certain death. The 4th crossing party was exterminated in the same way, and the pontoons drifted out to the Tigris to float past our camp in the daylight with their freight of dead. The drafts who went over were raised by volunteers from other battalions in the brigade. These and the sappers on the bank share the honour of the night with the attacking battalion. Nothing stopped them save the loss of the pontoons. A Lancashire man remarked, "It is a bit hot here, but let's try higher up." But the gallant fellows were reduced to their last boat. Another regiment, which was to cross higher up, were delayed, as the boats had to be carried nearly a mile across country to the stream. After the failure of the bridgehead passage, the second crossing was cancelled, but the men were still game. On the second night the attempt was pursued with equal gallantry. This time the attack was preceded by a bombardment. Registering by artillery had been impossible on the first day in the speed of the pursuit. It was the barrage that secured us the footing, not the shells, but the dust raised by them. This was so thick that you could not see your hand in front of your face. It formed a curtain behind which 10 boats were able to cross. Afterwards, in clear moonlight, when the curtain of dust had lifted, the conditions of the night before were re-established. Succeeding crossing parties were exterminated, and pontoons drifted away, but a footing was secured. The dust served us well. The crew of one boat which lost its way during the barrage were untouched, but they did not make the bank in time. Directly the air cleared, a machine gun was opened on them, and the rowers were shot down, and the pontoon drifted back ashore. A sergeant called to volunteers to get the wounded out of the boat, and a party of 12 men went over the river bank. Every man of them, as well as the crew of the pontoons, were killed. Some 60 men had got over, and these joined up and started bombing along the bank. They were soon heavily pressed by the Turks on both flanks and found themselves between two woods. Here they discovered a providential natural position. A break in the river bund had been repaired by a new bund built in a half moon on the landward side. This formed a perfect lunette. The Lancashire men, surrounded on all sides but the river, held it through the night, all the next day, and the next night against repeated and determined attacks. Those attacks were delivered in the dark or at dawn. The Turks only attacked once in the daylight, as our machine guns on the other bank swept the ground in front of the position. 20 yards west of the lunette there was a thin grove of mulberries and palms. The pontoon was most vulnerable on this side, and it was here that the Turkish counterattacks were most frequent. Our intense intermittent artillery fire day and night on the wood afforded some protection. The whole affair was visible to our troops on the south side, who were able to make themselves heard by shouting. Attempts to get a cable across with a rocket for the passage of ammunition failed. At midnight on the 9th and 10th the Turks were on top of the parapet, but were driven back. One more determined rush would have carried the lunette, but the little garrison, now reduced to 40, kept their heads and maintained cool control of their fire. A corporal was seen searching for loose rounds and emptying the bandoliers of the dead. In the end, they were reduced to almost their last clip and one bomb, but we found over 100 Turkish dead outside the redoubts when they were relieved at daylight. The crossing on the night of the 9th and 10th was entirely successful. With our cavalry and 2 columns of infantry working round on the right bank, the Turks were in danger of being cut off, as at Sanaiyat. Before midnight they had withdrawn their machine guns, leaving only riflemen to dispute the passage. The crossing upstream was a surprise. We slipped through the Turkish guard. He had pickets at both ends of the river salient where we dropped our pontoons, but he overlooked essential points in it which offered us dead ground uncovered by posts up and down stream. Consequently our passage here lost us no lives. The other ferry, near the bridge, was also crossed with slight loss, owing to a diversion upstream. The Turks, perceiving that their flank was being turned, effected a general retirement of the greater part of their garrison between the 2 ferries. Some 250 in all, finding us bombing down on both flanks, surrendered. The upper crossing was so unexpected that one Turk was actually bayoneted as he lay covering the opposite bank with his rifle. By 9:30 on the morning of the 10th, the whole brigade had crossed. Soon after 11 the brigade was complete and the pursuit continued. The Turks continued their rearguard action, and in the afternoon there was fighting in the palm groves of Saida, and the Turks were cleared with the bayonet after artillery had combed the wood. The main body was holding the El Mohammed position, 1½ miles further north, a trench line running nearly 4 miles inland from the Tigris. We attacked this in front, while another column made a wide turning movement on the flank, and the enemy evacuated it at night. On the morning of the 12th we entered Baghdad. Our force on the right bank, after defeating the Turkish rearguard in 2 actions, reached the suburb on the opposite side of the bridge of boats. A brigade was ferried across in coracles, and at noon they hoisted the Union Jack on the citadel. Meanwhile the cavalry continued the pursuit and occupied Kazamain after slight resistance. 4 damaged aeroplanes and 100 prisoners were taken, in addition to the 300 captured on the left bank. The gunboats are still in pursuit of the enemy, who are reported to be entrenching 6 miles north of Baghdad, covering the entrainment of troops. End of The Moonlight Battle for Baghdad by Edmund Candler. Read by Marianne.
Selections from the American Spirit. Letters by Briggs Kilburn Adams, Lieutenant of the Royal Flying Corps. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapters from which letters were selected. Foreword. Early College. First Views of War. In the Air Service. The first flying, among the clouds, the figure of war, before sailing, going over, overseas, with palms out, on the Western Front, to his younger brother, active service, the last letter. A foreword by Briggs Kilburn Adams, English tutor, Milton, Massachusetts, 1st of November 1918. In the autumn of 1916, among the 70 or 80 students enrolled in a course in English composition that I was giving at Harvard University was Briggs Kilburn Adams. For some time he remained only a name to me, yet in the themes that bore his name I soon found myself taking a special interest, for they revealed two facts about him. He had spent the previous summer driving an ambulance in France, and he had unusual ability to describe what he had seen and felt. When he came to me for a conference, I recognized in him the boy who had been sitting in the front row and looking up at me during my occasional talks to the class, with an expression embarrassingly intent, relieved now and then from any suggestion of over-appreciation by a flicker, equally embarrassing, of quizzical humour. He was tall and well-built and handsome. His bluish-grey eyes were shaded by long curling eyelashes. His mouth had a gentle, sensitive curve. His fingers were long and slender, indicating the excellent musician that he was. He spoke in a low, rather slow voice, and seemed an attractive combination of shy reticence and willingness to be drawn out. He told me a little about his work in France, how he had driven the wounded at 4 miles an hour and suffered, because he knew that even then the slight bumping over rough places was agonizing to them. The fine sensitiveness of a gentle and sympathetic nature showed in his talk, as always in his writing, but none of his work at this time had the quality of thought and style to be found in the letters to the dearly loved members of his family after he had begun to fly. As I wrote to his father, when a few of these letters first appeared in the Harvard Alumni Bulletin, he never wrote anything for me which could compare with these letters, and nothing else that has been written about the war that I have read can compare with them. They are the most beautiful bits of writing that have come out of the war, beautiful in style and colour and motion. No one else has taken me up in the air and shown me what it must be to fly. No one else has presented so vivid a figure of war as it should be portrayed. And the little touch about perhaps finding his lost sister Carol on the other side of the next cloud is one of those wonderful bits of simplicity and imagination that come only to the gifted, and are to be found only in great literature. What could be finer than the passage in that noble letter to his mother in which he writes, "I go about, as it were, hands with palms out, all about my heart, holding things outside of it. I am conscious of things I don't like, or discomforts sometimes, but I won't let them get into the inside where they hurt. If I can change them, I can do it just as well keeping them outside, and if I can't change them, well, what does it matter? They're outside." As a Harvard professor said of this passage, it is the historic, they shall not pass, as applied to personal life. Professor Francis G. Peabody of Harvard, writing to Major Adams, said of the letters printed in the Harvard Alumni Bulletin shortly after Lieutenant Adams' death that they are not only gallant and beautiful in their feeling, but singularly elevated in their style, as though his new experience had lifted him into new levels of expression and given to his language something of the clearness and freshness of the upper air. All who love or serve Harvard University, and indeed all lovers of noble young men, must read these letters with a renewed sense of spiritual education, which the tragedies of the time are providing, and will share the happy pride with which you must think of his short but complete career. At the time when my acquaintance with Briggs Adams began, his interests had awakened, and were reaching out in many directions. His love of nature, of literature, and of music. He was a leader of the varsity musical clubs in many of their concerts, was alive and growing. He liked to experiment with verse forms, to analyze the mood inspired by a symphony, to record the impressions received in a walk through the woods. But in his themes and in his talk, he kept reverting, of course, to the one great theme, the war. He had come back from France, passionately longing to see his country in the war, passionately longing to take an active part in the war himself. Indeed, before leaving France to return to complete his college education, he had enrolled for service the following year in the Lafayette Escadrille. In April 1917 he finished college, and did so as many other Ireland youths. His first efforts to enter the aviation service met with failure. How well he finally succeeded is revealed in his letters and testified by his comrades. He graduated first in a class of 20 with an average of 94, the highest mark that had been achieved up to that time. A fellow cadet wrote of his flying in England before he had won his lieutenant's commission as follows: "Our boys here, the 7 who came with me, are ready for instruction on the real machines, the fighting buses. B.K. Adams, who is a splendid flyer, has already graduated and will go too soon. He gave one of the finest exhibitions I have seen and boosted our stock 100%. He was taken dual on this real machine, and after only 10 minutes instruction and 1 landing, he said he could fly it alone. Permission was granted, and he got away perfectly, took the bus up to about 6,000 feet, looped it 4 times in succession, then put it into a spin, coming out beautifully. To give you an idea of what these buses are, I will simply say that at one point BK's speed indicator registered 155 miles per hour. It was a splendid showing, and we are all waiting our turn, trusting we can do likewise and carry on. War requires of a man the display of more rugged qualities than a fine sensitiveness, and those rugged qualities Briggs Adams had by direct inheritance. He was descended from Henry Adams of Braintree, Massachusetts, the common ancestor of Samuel Adams and John Adams, and on his mother's side from the Wilson family of Virginia, of whom one member was killed fighting at Mamont and another fell in the War of 1812. With such ancestry, it is not surprising that Briggs Adams should have dedicated himself to the greatest of all struggles for human liberty. It is interesting and significant that his father and 2 brothers are in military service. Most of the letters printed in this volume were written after he had enrolled in the Royal Flying Corps. It has, however, been thought wise to include a few letters written during his college period and while he was driving an ambulance in France, for the additional light that they shed upon his character and development. His last letter was dated March 11, 1918. On March 14, a stormy and misty day, Briggs Adams was flying at the front with a comrade of his squadron. The comrade missed him and descended to find him dead in his aeroplane in a field. It is not known whether he was brought down by an enemy projectile or was the victim of an accident. All that is certain is that he was killed in active service while flying on the battlefront. The appearance of a few of Briggs Adams' letters in the Atlantic Monthly for October 1918 caused a widespread expression of deep interest. Thoughtful readers assigned to them a high place in the spiritual literature of war. All that is noble and chivalrous in American spirit is revealed in them. Yet they were written by Lieutenant Adams with no thought of revealing anything to the world, but only to convey the warmth and encouragement of his spirit to those at home whom he dearly loved. Westmorley Court, Cambridge, March 1916. Dear Mother and Father, If my examinations have been like the sword of Damocles hanging over your heads, you can well imagine what it means to me to have that sword removed, for now I am absolutely clear of everything, and my path lies pretty straight ahead towards an AB. And along the side of that path I can see possibilities which may make the journey very pleasant. I am appreciating very much more what it means to have this opportunity for study here in college. I can almost feel myself growing and broadening from day to day, not so much in technical knowledge as in my capacity for appreciating things. I could never see, for instance, the use of learning about the life and character of an author when it was his works which we read. But this week we have taken up the poet Pope in one of our courses, and having studied his life and realizing his acute sensitiveness, I can appreciate the state of mind which produced his great satires. Tonight I was reading the Spectator papers of Addison and Steele. I liked especially those about Sir Roger de Coverley. In high school we had to read and study them in a way which made them seem uninteresting. But tonight I seemed to get into the atmosphere of these delightful papers, and I fairly loved the old knight for his simplicity and genuineness. He was constantly thinking of others, and yet, with all his Christian virtues, he had his own little foibles, such as napping in the church, and sending his servants to waken others whom he had discovered asleep. His state of mind, so happily complacent, reminded me again and again of dear old Grandmother Adams, as she always was, content with simple things, loving all and being loved by all who knew her, unquestioning in faith. She really was a beautiful example. The other night I took my violin out to play with H.M., and as we were playing Schubert's Serenade, I recalled a picture of not so very long ago when, on a Sunday, Grandmother would be sitting in our library at home, fanning herself, and watching us sympathetically as we laughed and talked. Then Wilson and Beth would begin to play the Serenade, and her face would immediately light up with pleasure. She would draw her chair close to Wilson's and sit there listening in perfect content. She had indeed no subtle or complex artistic appreciation of music, but loved it for its own sake, especially the Serenade. I certainly enjoyed that evening with H.M. She is one of the few girls I know whom, while being attractive, yet puts aside the feminine appeal, and you can enjoy her company quite impersonally. She plays well enough to read most of any accompaniments, and we played together all the old things, such as the Swan Song, the Berceuse, the Serenade, etc. I never played with better tone, and those old things which seemed so uninteresting as I used to squeak through them in my old toneless days when I was learning them, seem now rarely beautiful to me, and I cannot begin to tell you how much I enjoyed that evening. I came back to college and slept like a log, with much love from your devoted son. American Ambulance, France, 2nd of July 1916. Dear Lion, much obliged for your nice steamer letter. I read it about halfway across. All the Fords are out at the front, so I can drive a regular car after all. They do have some time at the front, believe me. I wish I could get out there. There is such a terrific noise, and so continuous, that it is almost like quiet. One fellow was about 50 feet ahead of an ammunition wagon when a shell hit it and blew the whole thing up, killed the horses and driver, but the fellow driving the ambulance did not hear anything of it until he was stopped and sent back. All our cars are around Verdun, and after it is dark, they begin to work. They fall in line with the ammunition and food wagons and go along in pitch darkness and no lights. The Germans know exactly where the roads are now, so they can set their guns in a certain position and know that they are hitting the road. They know the ammunition and reinforcements are coming up at night. so they fire away and get lots of them. The Fords drive along as tight as they can. They cannot see the holes in the road that the shells make. So, if they do not avoid them by instinct, they have to get lifted out by the constantly passing stream of soldiers. That is why they use Fords. They can pick them out of the holes easier. If they manage to keep out of the holes, they have to dodge the big wagons going the other way, horses going at full gallop, or big trucks tearing like mad. They cannot hear them coming because the noise is too great. Then, to add to the charm of driving, is the constant popping of shells. When they come back over the same road, they find 20 or 30 new holes to fall into. Any number of cars have been smashed. The fellows are getting nicked all the time, for they are more exposed than the men in the trenches. One fellow had a blowout, so he got out to fix it. Just then a shell took off the seat he had left. Another driver was lying underneath his car fixing something. A shell hit it, knocked the car away and smashed it to bits, while he was left there, lying on his back in the road with his hands reaching up holding the wrench. More surprised than you can imagine, and without a scratch. Another fellow was famous for being the rottenest driver in that section. In one of the worst places, he stalled his engine. While he was down cranking it, a shell went through his car, killing one of the wounded fellows. The driver got his Croix de Guerre for bravery under fire. If he had been a decent driver, he would have been out of the way and wouldn't have got it. This is a great life if you don't weaken. Aeroplanes are as thick as flies about here. Just now I can see 3 playing tag, pretending one is a German and chasing it. Study hard, Lion, so you can get up a class or 2, for there may be a time, like this, when you would like to take a year off, but can't do it because you're getting too old, you have to go to work, or you're getting married. RFC Cadet Wing, South Residence, University of Toronto, Canada, 28th of August 1917. Dear Mother, it is not harder here in the way of discipline, as you said you feared it might be. For while they are more strict in the essentials and give heavier penalties for mistakes, etc., they treat the men in the RFC exceptionally well. While still cadets, we wear the officer's uniform, except for certain insignia on the shoulder strap and the belt. And being considered as material for officers, we are supposed to be men and gentlemen, and so do not have all the petty and aggravating rules and regulations of privates in infantry. And the whole corps is the pride and pet of the army from top to bottom, so they are given the best of everything. I make it a practice to think only in the present, getting what little I can out of it and taking whatever is handed out, without comment or question, and doing it in a sort of mechanical way. That is what they try to give you by discipline, so that when you are told to do something, which you could never in the world do, ordinarily, you won't think anything about it, and will have done it before you realize it. Most of the things that one thinks offhand are impossible are perfectly possible if one will just go ahead and make the effort that is necessary. Must stop now and write up some of my notes. Love to all of you. Squadron 85, Camp Rathbun, Deseronto, Ontario, 23rd of September 1917. Dearest Mother, we had to get up this morning as usual, though it is Sunday. It was still dark with the stars shining when I went over to get my coffee and sandwiches, and I was in the air before the sun came up. After the war, machines will be very cheap because of the big production which the war is causing. So I will have one and take you up some early morning to see the wonder of a sunrise above the clouds. It is indescribable. I had not thought when choosing this branch that besides the cleanliness and other attractive features, there was such marvellous beauty connected with it. Even war cannot look horrible from up there. And there is such a wonderful feeling of exultation over the universe. to fly along at a high elevation where there are no bumps, the machine seemingly suspended by an invisible thread which gently gives and sways as you pass through different currents of air, driving a machine which responds like a muscle of your own body to the slightest thought of your brain. What is that town like over there to the left? Already, before you have scarcely seen it, the machine has turned and is going closer. What's that queer-looking object below? At once the engine is shut off, and you're gliding down like a bolt 1, 2, 3,000 feet till you can make it out. I wonder how it is up there above the cloud. Up the machine goes, steadily climbing like a willing slave to execute your every whim. You and all the family are going to ride with me after the war. For after the first time, you will have no moments of nervousness. It seems twice as secure and just as natural as sitting in a car. Camp Borden, 23rd of October, 1917. Dearest Mother, I have felt when I was above there, with the world shut out, that I might meet Carol. For it does not seem as though I were in this life at all. The beauty and unreality and the absolute aloneness are so totally different from any known experience in all the world's history that you cannot feel yourself. It seems as if it was just your spirit. The grotesque, fanciful shapes of cloud projections as you wind in and out among them are so incomparably white. The air is so cold and so devoid of dust and moist particles that it seems as if there was no air at all. With the illusion of absolute, awful stillness, little wonder that I could feel that I might come upon her on the other side of the next cloud. Royal Flying Corps, Camp Borden, Ontario, 30th of October 1917. Dear Father and Mother, oh, I'm so glad to be leaving this place. I never hated surroundings more. Not the cold or discomfort or the work, which I have really enjoyed keenly, but the unutterable loneliness of the scene, whichever way you look. The great American desert was beautiful as I crossed it 2 years ago, but this flat, scrubby desolation has been awfully hard to ignore day after day. Any change would be most welcome. I had become so used to having my feet pass from the stage of acute pain to numbness on every flight that I seldom minded it, and would always stay up till a certain stint of time was ended or a test completed, for I was too anxious to finish to let anything interfere. Soon after coming down, the feeling would gradually come back. But I noticed finally that I must have frozen my feet and one hand on some trip, for they have been rather sore and deadened in feeling for about a week. Not bad enough to be serious, but it shows really that it's pretty cold up there when it's below freezing, even on the ground. Montreal, Canada, 18th of December 1917. Dear Mother, we did get in before noon all right and reported as directed. We were given transportation to St. John with orders to leave here tonight at 7. I understand it takes over a day to get there, so it will probably be Monday or Tuesday before we get on our way to sea. A week from this is Christmas Day, and allowing 4 days before I can cable and a day for transmissions, don't expect to hear for about 2 weeks from today. And remember, if you don't hear, then there are countless reasons which we don't know about and which might easily account for it. And you would hear if there were trouble. So just be patient and don't worry. It is strain and worry that will wear on you and make you grow old. Remember, they won't do any good. And I'm looking forward to finding you fresh and strong on my return, so we can do the nice things together that we want to. It is nice in a way, and not so hard as I expected getting back under orders, etc. For all these fellows I have gone through with are here, and we are getting into the atmosphere again. And then, of course, I have the happy secret to carry with me, which makes all so complete and satisfactory. And I know you are glad that it is easy for me. I only wish there was something equal to it I could give to you to help. but there are lots in it out of which you can get comfort and satisfaction, and I know you will look at these things and be brave and happy. The Canadian Pacific Ocean Services Limited, RMS, 28th of December 1917. Dear Mother and Father, if you received the letter I sent ashore at the first stop, you will not have wondered why you haven't heard from me sooner. We are not allowed to send mail ashore that way usually, but the OC was going ashore, so he took it for me, though he may not have mailed it. It has been a long, tedious trip. 2 weeks, I expect, from the time we first got on till we disembark. But in the worst weather, which was round Christmas, I was never sick, and we had pretty good fun, for in a crowd of men there's always funny things happening. We all read about the disaster at Halifax, and you had to see it to form any conception of how terrible it must have been. At the farthest distances, just windows and chimneys were broken. Nearer, roofs and walls were caved in. And then, in the immediate area, a whole hillside was stripped as flat as if it had been raked. Not even heaps of wreckage. Everything level. It must have been incredibly terrific. The day before Christmas it began to get pretty rough, and that night the ship rolled so that it was impossible to sleep a wink, for it was a continual fight to keep from rolling out of the bunk. Half the ship was sick at Christmas. They decorated the dining room up a bit with paper and flags, but it only made the absence of Christmas greens the more noticeable. There wasn't one Christmassy thing the whole day. They did give us turkey in the evening at dinner, and at our table we opened a little champagne. Paul Roger 1904, only 14 shillings, which put some degree of life in us. But never again will I spend Christmas at sea. England, 30th of January 1918. Dear Beth, your letter of the 7th came today, and I can tell you how much I appreciate your writing me, for letters mean at least double what they ordinarily do in this situation. I am feeling rather badly off tonight in consequence of a most unfortunate accident today, in which I was really a contributing cause, if indirectly. You see, I was the first pupil in the squadron to fly one of the new machines, and I gave a pretty good exhibition to these Englishmen of what American blood can do. So, another Canadian next furthest advanced to me naturally wanted to try the same things, and as a result the machine collapsed, both wings falling off at 4,000 feet up, and he was killed. A perfectly wonderful fellow, jolly and liked by everyone. You wouldn't have felt so badly about it if he had been shot down at the front, for there is so much satisfaction in such a death, or even if he had been killed doing something foolish or stunting close to the ground. Those accidents happen frequently, and we just shrug our shoulders and carry on, but this was absolutely no fault of his. Furthermore, it happened in the same machine I had stunted in, and while these are war machines built to stand anything, I feel perhaps I may have strained something which gave way under the stress this time. Of course, I'm in no way responsible, but it does bring it pretty close to me, and I feel terrible about it. Fortunately, I finished all my work in this squadron today, so I won't have to go up for some time, and I guess I shall feel better later on. It is very gratifying that I was the first to finish, for there are lots of English fellows that have been here several months, and it has taken me just 3 weeks, including much delay by bad weather. But it is really a matter of pushing yourself. That is, being on the spot when there is a vacant machine or any work to be done. It was quite amusing yesterday. You see, the colonel of the wing was on the aerodrome the other day when I was up in the new machine for the first time and saw me stunting, which quite delighted him. So he learned who I was by name. Then he said, "When you finish, come to me and I will give you 4 days graduation leave." Pardon, sir, but if I can get right on to the gunnery squadron, I had rather waive the leave, as I am anxious to get out to the front, said I. At first he was inclined to think it a pose. He couldn't grasp the point of view, but he was quite delighted when he realized I meant it. However, the next course may not begin for a week or more, so I may take a leave and rest here for a few days. I haven't enough spare cash to go up to London for more than a day or two, and I do need a little rest. I have now only 2 weeks gunnery course, and I shall be a complete service pilot, and hope very much that, with the delays of training and all, I may be in active service by the 1st of March. I may have to wait a while for a vacancy, but at least my training will at last have been completed. So I'll have that satisfaction. The Royal Club for Officers Beyond the Seas, at the Royal Automobile Club, Pall Mall, London, SW, 26th of February 1918. Dear Father, I came back to town last night, arriving this morning rather fagged after sitting up all night. Of course I slept some, but you know what it amounts to. Still, there is a war on, so what does it matter? We reported at the Air Board and were given instructions to proceed tomorrow to cross over. And over there we will be told where to go. I was a little bit afraid we might be sent to Italy, where it would be novel and interesting, of course, but not on the Titanic scale of things as in France. I had to do considerable hustling around to get all my errands done, but I succeeded all right. I am having a nice uniform made to change into from this same old one, which I shall keep for work only, as it is getting pretty badly spotted up with engine oil. The pilots out there take pride in the signs of use their work uniforms show, the blacker the better. The new one I'm having made is of the universal type. The turn-down collar, big pockets, etc., which officers in the other branches wear. It is perfectly regulation, and nice to have the change and additional comfort. I also bought a good substantial pair of heavy boots for service there, and several other smaller items completed my immediate needs, for which I was obliged to call on you. But my name has just gone through the Gazette, so by April 1st I can send a draft back to you and we will be squared up. I found several letters for me at Cox's, and it made my advent to town extra pleasant. One from Wilson, Mother's from Boston, and a couple from Grace written at that time. I can't tell you what a comfort and joy the frequent letters from you all mean to me. I have never known anything like it, and it makes me very happy all the time. I'm so glad you had a good chance to see Grace while in Boston, for it is easier to get to know people if a little time elapses and you can see them again for a second time. This afternoon I ran down to Andover to get my trunk, which I had left there. I had less than an hour between trains, but it gave me a chance to see several of my friends that I crossed over with in December. They are all still there and due for another month or 6 weeks before they even go to Turnberry, because, as is always the case, new requirements are always being created. It made me very glad that I escaped when I did, for it is in the nature of an escape. While these practices and tests are valuable, they're not essential and take months to go through, and at the end they are not as effective as after a week at the front. I am spending the night here very pleasantly, indulging in various luxuries such as a good varied dinner, greater in variety though more limited in certain things than our mess, eaten slowly with a bit of wine and music, a cigar afterwards, and a sense of quiet and freedom. You need have no worry at all, for I am absolutely primed in every way: health, spirits, training, and equipment. Hereafter, I hope to be able to have more interesting things to write about, to add to that epistolary classic which you have collected. Much love to all. 18th Squadron RFC, British Expeditionary Force, France, 14th of March 1918. Dear Father and Mother, the weather has continued bad for flying, so I have been free to get settled down here. Unlike in training, one doesn't mind bad weather with its delays, for we aren't set at arbitrary work for the mere sake of being busy, but can use the time as we wish. Also, it used to be unpleasant to have anything delay my coming out here, but once here it doesn't matter, for we are on the spot and ready, and if we can't fly, neither can the Hun, so such a wait isn't a waste of time. I am getting better acquainted with the fellows now, and they have included me in their number very pleasantly. I was particularly gratified that the observer I am rooming with asked especially to be detailed to work with me, for he had only myself to judge by, not having seen me fly yet. It is most fortunate for me, as he has several months' experience in the work, and knows the country very well. He is a Scotsman, fine-looking and most agreeable, about 28 or 30, I should judge, with lots of common sense and poise. I can feel complete confidence in him when I go up, and you can readily see this is important to successful cooperation in emergencies. He was a bombing officer in the infantry before joining the RFC, and has been in since the beginning, having fought in France, Egypt, and Salonika, and is most interesting to talk to. I shall be well off working with him, so you need have less anxiety. Living together this way, we often get talking of our work, and he can give me many valuable points and tips. We live in a cosy little hut, and I am getting it all fixed up with the little conveniences which make for one's comfort. I dare say we shall be here, perhaps permanently, so long as I'm in France, so I can completely unpack and feel at home. I am going to tack up the various pictures which I have of all of you and of my friends, and so I will seem actually with you all the time. We have a new piano in the mess, and several fairly good players, and as I shall get a lot of pleasure out of it, for I can take myself completely out of my surroundings when playing, and find lots of calm comfort in it. We have plenty of the things that are short elsewhere in our mess, and that is sugar, butter, bread, etc., and nice jam for breakfast and tea. So if you are sending me the periodical food boxes, you needn't include any sugar. And I find I can buy dates in the nearby town very reasonably, but they haven't any good figs. So what you might send me is figs, chocolate, fruitcake. I haven't had a bit of fruitcake for months, and I understand fruitcake keeps well. Lord Sainsbury's cigarettes and matches. You might put in a 10-cent tin of Lucky Strike tobacco also, for French tobacco is quite impossible, and I don't like English. These things will come through out here all right if you send them to the above address, and I believe you have to leave an end so it can be opened. Don't try to send too much at once, just a small parcel which can come quickly by mail, and it will be such a treat to receive it. Put in 3 or 4 boxes of matches, for they're extremely scarce, and tell Oswald to bring some with him for himself when he comes. He needn't bother about sugar, except a little to use when on leave, for they seem to keep the army well supplied. Every one carries a little bottle of saccharin when he goes out to tea in England, and it works very well. I should appreciate a book from time to time, as we do a good deal of reading on off days, but you don't need to feel any sympathy, for we are unpardonably comfortable. I think if you would send me Current Opinion it would be nice, as it deals with much in addition to the war and gives good summaries. I believe it comes out once a month or fortnight. I seem to be asking for a good deal, but I expect you want to do things, and these I would appreciate greatly. Much love to all the family. 18th Squadron, RFC, British Expeditionary Force, France, 4th of March 1918. Dear Lion, I have been meaning to write you for a long time, but I am carrying a rather large correspondence with various spread-out members of the family, so I decided to let yours go until I got out here, believing that you would be pleased to know I am actually in active service at the front at last. Father enclosed one of your letters to him, written in January, and I am glad to hear from it that you're getting along so well in track. But a recent letter from Mum, telling me of her visit to Mr. Meggs and your results since, have pleased me more, for you seem at last to be playing the game, and that is the right thing for you to do. If you can make good at Hill in studies, as well as socially and in athletics, then you will have acquired the habits of mind and morals to ensure your success in anything else you may undertake, war or business. But you must remember to be cautious and not be content or relax after 1 week of good record. It means day after day, month after month, never relaxing your pace to get anywhere near the top. The man who is at the top has no better equipment than you have, but he merely used what he had to the utmost, and you must learn that there is absolutely nothing you cannot do if you set your mind to it. It is a case of ambition and desire sufficiently strong to make untiring effort worthwhile. In this flying game, for instance, I have felt that my individual excellence would do much towards ensuring my return. There, you see, was the desire, life or death, as incentive to my utmost effort to master all my work. As a result, I am glad to tell you that I went through the gunnery school in Scotland with an average mark of 94%, which was the best of my group of 20 fellows. In other words, mental as well as physical superiority. Yet I was not so well equipped as some. I didn't waste my time or let myself be content with well enough, but only with the best. You may see no value or connection in your doing likewise in the matter of Latin verbs and such things, but there is a connection, for it is not the verb which you master, it is the dent in your brain which the effort to master has put there, and it will make the next job you tackle that much easier for you to do. When so much besides your own welfare depends on your playing the game to the limit, the ease of mind and gratification it will mean to mother and father, the increased freedom which I can feel to meet whatever may come to me, knowing that my absence, if I should fall, will be no permanent loss, and that you are learning to live so that you can fill my place in the Adams line, I am sure you will do your best. Also, when you flunk a job, you are not getting out of it the value equivalent to the money which father puts in. That is waste, and even that waste, indirect as it may seem, does affect the total, and so is wrong in times like these. I am confident you will do the right thing, but you must remember that a succession of spurts will never win the race. That just wears you out. It is the steady pace, which all the time grows a little stronger, that pulls you out ahead. Stick to it. I haven't much war news to give you yet, for I have only been out here at the front for a few days, and the weather has been poor and bad for flying. But we are in a most interesting section of the front, near a place you have often read about, and all the time we can hear the sound of the big guns, which occasionally increases to steady thunder when Fritz starts a raid or something. It will be lively here this summer, and I shall have some interesting stories to tell when I get home. 18th Squadron, RFC, British Expeditionary Force, France, 7th of March 1918. Dear Mother and Father, I have now added the last few touches to my room, and it is indeed cosy. On the walls around about my table I have tacked up pictures of all the family and some of my friends, Poof, Woof, Elmer, etc. And sitting here in the seclusion with your faces all about me, I am very happy. I have even the picture of our house, which was on the calendar, and when it rains, the patter of the drops on the galvanized iron roof, muffled by the sheeting inside, carries me way back to the old Irvingcroft house with its tin roofs. Such is the association of ideas, for I no sooner heard it than the old house came into my mind. But there is such a lot of comfort in pictures, I never realized it so truly before. I look at one and seem to talk to it on the view of interest, with that one, thus the next, and I switch onto that bond. Even old Grandpa Kilburn is here, and of course all the kids, though I haven't a good picture of Howie. How you all seem to be looking at me so nicely, and how I love you all for the kind wishes and love I see in your eyes. The last 2 days have been wonderfully clear and warm, so our squadron has pulled off a couple of shows. Perhaps if I describe one so far as I saw it, and as what I didn't see was reported to me, it will give you a little better idea of the procedure. Every morning our batman reports on the weather prospects, and when it is clear, we have to get up a bit earlier. After breakfast, a conference is held at which the purpose and objective of the trip are given and the details arranged for. Then the men who are going put on their flying kit and go out to their machines. These have previously been rolled out of the hangars, filled up with fuel, guns loaded, bombs, cameras, etc. attached, and everything shipshape. Each pilot gets in, the engine is started and warmed up. Finally, the chocks are pulled away from the wheels and the machines taxi onto the aerodrome and line up ready to take off, the engines snorting and spluttering impatiently. As they wobble over the ground, the machines look so clumsy and ill at ease, with tails dragging and bumping, noses up in the air. The leader takes his place on the line, his machine indicated by some streamers. There have been no farewells or good luck wishes. The men have started off as if they were off in a car to go to an office. It is not masked indifference, it is simply matter of course. All are ready, and the leader, followed immediately by the others, opens out the throttle, and the machines move faster and faster, tails up now and noses low and level, like a runner stooping a bit on his run before a spring. The wheels trip along, each time touching more lightly, till, with a final bound, the machine is clear. What a fearful roar they make! Great powerful engines, unmuffled, wide open. One another they leap into the air, and at once are transformed from ugly ducklings to beautiful swans, at home and happy in their natural element, as they arch round and round ever higher. Finally, when they are sufficiently high, they move off in their close formation in an arrow line for their objective, finally fading out of sight. Some hours later they come in sight again and glide in, some as fresh as when they left, others so badly cut up you wonder how the machine could have held together. Then we heard the story told in the form of a simple report, still all as a matter of course, how they flew undisturbed to their objective, though noticing a large number of Huns in various parts of the sky as they flew along. But when they turned to come back, the Huns had gathered, over 30 counted against 4, a veritable swarm between them and home, and yet without hesitation our machines fly straight at them. They break up into groups and surrounded our machines on all sides, above, below, each side, before, behind, all discharging their venomous sting when a good sight is obtained, darting in for a burst of shots, soaring up or diving away, one after the other, a continuous melee. Our machines zigzag from time to time, but always progress towards home, unless some Hun more persistent than others has to be turned on. Meanwhile, our men, scarcely knowing which machine to pick out to fire at, keep sending off bursts whenever they get a good sight. When a Hun receives a burst a bit too close, he dives for home, and when a machine is hit, several others accompany it down for a way to cool off. They are no sports, these Huns. They will never attack unless with overwhelming odds, and even then they never come across the lines. So, in case of engine failure, they are sure to get home. Yet our few machines over hostile territory fly straight into the swarm of them, bringing down 6, and all return and have but one man hit. It isn't luck that they come through. It is superior shooting, due to a large, steady machine, a sporting blood in the men that makes them play the game, no matter what the odds. Though the Hun has a decided advantage fighting over his own territory, it is a large factor in his defeat, for it is an open acknowledgment of his inferiority, and it only takes a little spirit and some cool shooting to make him sick. You see, Mother, no matter what the odds, we have all the advantage, and after all, it is seldom that they get as large a bunch as that together. For instance, on the show today not a single one was sighted, so at their worst, you see, you have little to worry about, and they are seldom at their worst. Also, we never fight except defensively, only when they interfere with our work or try to keep us from getting home, and then they regret it, for we are well equipped for defence. I wouldn't have given you all these details if I were not sure you would extract the interest, and not let the exciting features make you worry, for I want you to know all about the work, and yet see in it the small element of danger and the very great interest, which you couldn't have if I told you nothing about it, for fear of worrying you. There are some Hun machines which go higher than these we use, but there is no machine made by any nation as fast as the high altitude where we work, and speed is king. Must get to bed now. Much love to all. 18th Squadron RFC, British Expeditionary Force, France, 11th of March 1918. Dear Father and Mother, 2 days ago another batch of letters came, including a couple of papers and a little album which I was most amused to look over. The valentine from Mother was much appreciated, with its nice sentiment. By the way, so far as possible, it would be a good idea for you all to let Father put your letters in his envelopes with his official stamp on them, for they always seem to get here several days before the others when written at the same time. I believe they go through the censor in England more quickly. There was a nice letter from Grace in the bunch, and Mother's of the 10th. Also, a very nice long letter from Mrs. Cameron, Woof's mother, whom I wrote in January for Woof's address. She was awfully good to us while at college, and I spent many happy weekends out at their home in Westford. I have sent several pictures cut from papers to Grace, showing various phases of our work, and if they get through to her, as no doubt they will, she will send them to you. If she doesn't want them back, will you keep them for me, as we aren't allowed to have cameras in France, and I will want them as a record for my scrapbook when I return. You must expect mails to take longer from out here, and to be more irregular, but I hope you will not allow yourselves to become alarmed if a long period elapses at any time, for if there were any cause due to me, you would have heard long before the gap came by cable. And now don't hold your breath in apprehension of a cable any day. Contrary to your belief, Mother, I am in one of the very safest branches I could be, because of our splendid machines, which are faster than anything in the air at the altitudes where we work, over 3 miles up, and in a very few months we are to have even better machines, the same as these, only improved. Our work is safer than that of the others because of the machines, the height, and the fact that we don't look for trouble, but only fight when attacked. And on Wednesday last, when Haig congratulated the brigade for bringing down 18 Huns, our one squadron, perfectly peaceable by nature, taught 6 of that number that we can well defend ourselves. On that occasion, over 30 Huns attacked, only 4 of ours, and ours all came back. But while we are on the subject, I want to caution you about a possibility. One of our machines has been reported missing a day or so ago, but it was only engine failure, and the machine was seen to have safely landed. So the occupants are safe, but unhappily detained in Hunland. Frequently, no word is brought from them, and no one sees what became of the machine. So you see, a man may be quite all right, but simply disappeared and was reported missing. The case is not likely to arise, however, as our engines, as a rule, are very reliable. It is merely a possibility which, in case it happened, I want you to know there is no need to worry, less than ever, for it would mean simply a safe but long wait for the end of the war. I think I am receiving all your mail, as there have not been any wide gaps in their dates. The gaps come only in their receipt. 4 of Grace's were lost, but they were among the earlier ones. We write several times a week usually, so we know if any are lost. Possibly some may have been on the cruiser that was lost last week. If so, I shall know in a short while. But I believe the mail is distributed among a number of ships, as a rule, so only a small amount is lost with one ship. That ship, by the way, conveyed us over, so I am familiar with her. The new uniform I had made in London when I left came today, and it is very good looking. It will be nice to have to change into for dinner and for going on leave, etc. I am getting all the time more comfortably settled, and am very happy here. Each day I manage to get in a flight of an hour or 2, becoming familiar with the country, meanwhile picking up many valuable points from talking with fellows. Love to all. End of Selections from the American Spirit, Letters by Briggs Kilburn Adams, Lieutenant of the Royal Flying Corps. Read by Frank Lennon.
Alphabet de la Grande Guerre 1914-1916 pour les enfants de nos soldats par André Hellé. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A. Alsace. Située à l'ouest du Rhin, limite naturelle qui sépare la France de l'Allemagne, l'Alsace fut annexée à l'Empire allemand en 1871. En 1914, après la déclaration de guerre de l'Allemagne, les troupes françaises ont franchi la frontière pour reconquérir l'Alsace. B. Batterie. Léger, souple, précis et rapide, le canon de 75, œuvre des colonels de Port et Sainte-Claire de Ville, a conquis, dès le début de la guerre, une incontestable popularité grâce à son tir merveilleux. La batterie française de 75 se compose de 4 canons. C. Charge. Malgré l'emploi des armes à longue portée, c'est l'attaque à la baïonnette, c'est la lutte corps à corps, homme à homme, qui décide de la victoire. La charge à la baïonnette est le moment suprême du combat. D. Drapeau. Emblème national. Le drapeau est aussi le signe de ralliement des soldats qui sont assemblés autour de lui pour le suivre ou le défendre. Un drapeau peut être décoré lorsque le régiment auquel il appartient s'est illustré dans un combat. E. Estafette. Chargé de maintenir le contact entre des troupes éloignées les unes des autres, afin que les différents mouvements d'une action puissent être coordonnés, les estafettes, appelées aussi agents de liaison, remplissent une mission dangereuse qui demande du courage et du sang-froid. Factionnaire. L'œil aux aguets. Dissimulé de son mieux, le factionnaire regarde et écoute. C'est de l'attention qu'il apporte à son rôle que dépend le sort des troupes qui sont derrière lui, qu'il doit avertir de l'approche des ennemis. G. Grande garde. En avant des forces principales, les grandes gardes sont installées pour arrêter un mouvement offensif de l'ennemi et donner le temps aux troupes qu'elles couvrent de se préparer à la défense ou d'envoyer des renforts pour repousser l'assaillant. H. Highlander. Allié de la France, la Grande-Bretagne a envoyé sur le continent plusieurs régiments de Highlanders. Ces soldats d'élite, originaires des montagnes d'Écosse, portent le kilt, petite jupe courte qui leur laisse les genoux découverts et vont à l'assaut au son de la cornemuse. I. Infirmière. Dans les ambulances, dans les hôpitaux et jusque sur le champ de bataille, des femmes dévouées viennent en aide aux blessés et leur donnent les soins prescrits par les médecins, sous les ordres desquels elles se sont volontairement placées. J. Joffre. Après avoir décidé que tous les efforts de l'armée devaient être employés à attaquer et refouler l'ennemi, le général Joffre, généralissime des forces franco-anglaises, remporta le 13 septembre la victoire de la Marne et anéantit le plan d'attaque brusqué allemand. K. Kilomètres. Jamais aucune guerre n'a groupé un nombre aussi élevé de combattants, ni n'a comporté d'opérations se déroulant sur un front aussi étendu, 3000 km environ, que la Grande Guerre européenne de 1914. L. Lance-bombes. Les armées de la Grande Guerre emploient des canons à longue portée qui envoient leurs projectiles à plus de 30 km. Elles se servent aussi, pour la guerre des tranchées, de mortiers, crapouillots ou lance-bombes, en usage au XVIIe siècle. M. Mitrailleuses. Tapies à l'abri d'un talus ou d'un fossé, les mitrailleuses arrêtent souvent, par leur feu rapide et meurtrier, l'élan d'un adversaire décidé. Dans un crépitement farouche, elles crachent sans arrêt leurs projectiles. La ligne ennemie fléchit, se relâche et l'attaque est brisée. N. Noir. Les troupes noires, formées avec les indigènes des colonies françaises d'Afrique, Algérie, Maroc, Sénégal, ont été transportées dans le nord dès le début des opérations et prennent part aux batailles de la Grande Guerre. O. Observateurs. Grâce à l'emploi du ballon captif, les officiers observateurs peuvent surprendre les mouvements de l'ennemi, repérer l'emplacement de son artillerie ou se rendre compte des résultats d'un tir. Ils transmettent leur observation au commandement qui prend ses dispositions en conséquence. P. Poilus. Comme les soldats de la Convention se sont battus en 1793 pour les droits de l'homme, les poilus de la Grande Guerre, barbus ou non, se battent pour le droit des nations, contre l'oppression et la suprématie de l'Allemagne. Q. Quartier général. C'est au quartier général que sont centralisés tous les renseignements concernant les emplacements, les forces et les ressources de l'ennemi. C'est du quartier général que partent, selon la situation, les ordres d'attaque, de maintien ou de retraite. R. Russe. Depuis le commencement de la guerre, la vague gigantesque qu'est l'armée russe bat la frontière austro-allemande de tout le poids de ses 9 millions d'hommes, en usant, dans son flux et son reflux, les forces de ses adversaires. S. Sous-marins. Les sous-marins doivent guetter et torpiller les vaisseaux de guerre, un ennemi. Contre le droit des nations, les sous-marins allemands ont détruit des navires de commerce avec leurs passagers, et ces événements ont été célébrés dans leur pays comme de grandes victoires navales. T. Tranchées. Pour se protéger contre l'artillerie, l'infanterie creuse des abris dans la terre et s'y dissimule. Ces abris sont les tranchées. Au moyen du périscope, appareil à miroir qui dépasse le talus de la tranchée, le guetteur suit les mouvements de l'ennemi. U. Uniforme. Un uniforme trop visible présente de nombreux inconvénients pour la troupe qui le porte. À la capote indigo et au pantalon rouge, qui se voyait de loin, on a substitué en France un uniforme bleu clair ou bleu horizon. V. Voiture. Les voitures automobiles blindées portant des canons ou des mitrailleuses font de hardies reconnaissances, poursuivent de leur feu les zeppelins et les taubes et inquiètent l'ennemi par leur mobilité. Elles sont le plus souvent montées par des artilleurs ou des marins. W. Wagon. Les Belges, dont le territoire neutre fut violé par les Allemands, ont opposé une résistance héroïque à leurs envahisseurs. Les trains blindés belges armés de canons peuvent se porter à toute vitesse vers le lieu du combat et soutenir les manœuvres de l'infanterie. X. Les tranchées sont flanquées de mitrailleuses. Elles sont en outre protégées contre les attaques de l'ennemi par des réseaux de fils de fer barbelés, par des fossés et par des chevaux de frise qui ont la forme d'une rangée d'X aux extrémités acérées. Yacht. Par les soins de la Croix-Rouge, des chalands et des yachts de plaisance ont été spécialement aménagés pour recevoir des blessés près des lignes de combat et les transporter par eau vers le lieu de leur évacuation. Z. Zouave. Un humoriste a dit que les zouaves avaient été créés pour servir de sujet à la dernière lettre des alphabets illustrés. Mais ce n'est certainement pas leur seule raison d'être. Les soldats allemands qui les ont vus à l'œuvre pourraient le témoigner. End of Alphabet de la Grande Guerre 1914-1916 pour les enfants de nos soldats par André Hellé. Read by Herman Roskams.
Chapter 1 of 18 Months in the War Zone by Kate John Finzi. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Book 1, 1914, As It Was in the Beginning. Chapter 1, October 1914. October 21st, London. It was not without a sense of relief that we watched the hands of the station clock move on to the stroke of 6, heard the train door slam, and cast a last look at the anxious little group of friends who clustered round the carriage doors to bid us farewell and Godspeed. To be quite frank, their cheering savoured somewhat of mourning and much of admonition. Were we not the tattered remnants of a once flourishing Red Cross detachment, whose energies and equipment alike had been left behind at the enforced evacuation of Ostend? Were we not about to face all kinds of undreamed-of perils? So they whispered to us, but as we relapsed into our seats, to the accompaniment of a cheery chorus of ragtimes from the extensive repertoire of the recruits in the neighbouring carriage, our hearts beat hard with trepidation and anticipation of the great unknown. After all, who were we amongst the countless thousands clamouring to "get out" to the scene of action? Merely two Englishwomen, of none too much experience and no too great age, whom it might please fate to carry into the scene of action, there to play the smallest of parts and to be vouchsafed an insight into the vagaries of war. Southampton. It was a clear, still, moonlit night when we reached Southampton, the dock silent and darkened. Outside many ambulance wagons awaited their turn to be loaded. The hotel to which we had been recommended had been commandeered as an embarkation office. Moreover, Mr. N., the clergyman who was to have met us and finished the journey with us, failed to turn up. So, after passport formalities, we went straight on board. All we carried by way of luggage was one small hand valise apiece, containing, besides changes of underwear, the regulation Red Cross caps, aprons, dresses, that uniform so effective en masse, so unbecoming to the individual. October 22nd, SS , 8 a.m. The cabins were nearly all taken for the officers of the Irish regiment crossing on the boat, so we passed a more or less restless night in the saloon. As the stewardess said, we like to give the men the best of everything. Who knows when they will next sleep in a bed? It makes one choke to see these fine strapping fellows going out so cheerfully to meet their fate. It is only then that one ceases to think of war as a great game, and sees it as a great slaughter. When we set sail the mysterious blue, herald of dawn, was over all. But we are entering Havre harbour in a sea that is black and dreary and full of forebodings. Le Havre. The post office here might be in Finsbury, the cablegram window in Leadenhall Street, for Havre is full of British Tommies in their smart new khaki and gilt numerals and badges, and they walk up and down the streets in twos and threes, very much at home, or separately, equally lost. When we landed at Havre, the Reverend E. N., our khaki-clad parson, joined us, and, having deposited our luggage at the station and lunched, we wended our way to the British Consulate and the British and French Red Cross offices, in the hope of gleaning some news of the rest of our party, who seemed to have vanished off the face of the globe. Our Red Cross uniform carries with it a strange mixture of respect and suspicion. Respect for the noble symbol we bear, suspicion on account of the many unlicensed people of somewhat doubtful repute who have flooded the country since the outbreak of war, perpetrating many indiscretions, opening many uncalled-for charities, all under the name of the Red Cross, with which, 10 chances to 1, they have no connection at all. To us, however, everybody is so kind and courteous, and our parson, being a tall, white-haired man of military bearing, and in appearance much more like a general than a sky pilot, commands universal respect and salutes. We decided to spend a night at Havre, and call early for news at the Consulate, and it was then that my modicum of French and savoir-faire in the ways of hotels and hotel proprietors stood us in good stead, for the rest of the party knew no word of French and appeared never before to have travelled abroad. At the Consulate we came across Lady , one of the women we are seeking and who was supposed to be seeking us. As we entered the room a familiar voice rang out, "In the name of the Belgian Government you can do anything," and we found ourselves face to face with the chic little woman who, charming though she may be at a London "at home," is, we fear, liable to give our allies a false impression of English women in war time. She has already courted notoriety quite successfully in Belgium, where she would appear at the most busy moment in the wards and smile with a "May I see you round the hospital?" only to be followed by her pressmen with a camera. Seeing she has never, to our knowledge, done a day's work in the wards, we are growing tired of her portraits in the daily papers and weekly journals. Lady rendering valuable aid to a severely wounded Belgian, or a war heroine who is giving her services at the front. We retired early, but the incessant sounds of coming and going made sleep impossible to me. As the moon peeped through the open window on the restless form of my companion, I crept out of bed and knelt by the embrasure. She looked very young with her halo of fair hair, and for the first time I realized how utterly alone we were. It is odd how quickly people come into one's life nowadays, become the most important factor of existence, and, meteor-like, pass out of one's ken, leaving nothing but a fast-dimming memory to prove how large they once loomed on the horizon. After all, war or no war, we were absolute strangers, of different interests, different education, different social standing. Yet for weal or woe our lot is cast together. Only for a moment these thoughts assailed me. Then the bigness of the great game in which we are to play our parts drove all little personal feelings away. October 24th. Rouen. We arrived yesterday in the wild goose chase after Mrs. C., who wired for us and was to have given us employment, and are installed at a little hotel perched on the top of the hill, from the windows of which we can enjoy the old garden, gorgeous in its autumn tints of brown, gold, and green. There being an over-sufficient number of well-equipped hospitals here, as in Havre, we have not bothered to inquire after work, but the Rev. E. N. has gone on to Paris, and so we spent the day enjoying the sights of Rouen, of the beauties of the Gothic Cathedral of St. Ouen, of the smartness of our Tommies, of the less solid but striking lithe and business-like looking French soldiers. In their historic and treasured red trousers and blue coats there is much to be said. Yet it is the incongruity of the cosmopolitan crowd that is most noteworthy. Dusky Zouaves, in wide pantaloons and brilliant coatees, are to be seen on all sides, mostly with bandaged limbs, be it noted, and alongside swarthy Indian Mussulmans, clad in khaki and topped with turbans. Side by side with them go interpreters in mufti, Scottish soldiers in tartans and covered kilts. Little French girls walk past with R.A.M.C. badges and numerals pinned across their shawls. Army nurses in grey and red, the usual crowd of dark French women in their sombre weeds. Watching the seething mass of humanity on the quay, the marching soldiers, the footsore, homeless refugees, the motley crowd culled from every conceivable race in every quarter of the globe, it seems as if the powers above had decided to abolish the distinction between East and West, black and white, and weld together one race to combat the oncoming Germans. For surely we are pitted against a foe so strong in physique, and so brave and cunning, that many years of strenuous training and thrift will be required to fit the united races to withstand his onslaught. October 25th. Mr. N. returned last night from Paris armed with introductions to Lord at Boulogne headquarters, where we are to go, and the information that the Paris hospitals are being steadily cleared. All this time we have had very little news. Since the fall of Antwerp on October 9th and the beginning of the Ypres Armentières battle 2 days later, we have had nothing but rumours to subsist on, and these alternately wildly optimistic and disquieting. It seems so strange to think, while wandering through the churches here, glorying in the leisure to enjoy the exquisite contour of the Gothic arches, the rich mediaeval windows, the Renaissance chapels, that to those enemies who are proving themselves such utter vandals we really owe so much of our knowledge of art and architecture. Can any cultured being who has at some time or another associated with his art-loving foe, studied his literature, perused Burckhardt, delved into the depths of Faust's philosophy and the heights of Zarathustra's madness, sat on Brunhilde's rock, or felt the Valkyrie riding past in the furious sweep of the snowstorm, gazed from the heights of the Black Forest into the unknown stretch of sky beyond the blue hills, with that yearning for beautiful things engendered by a land endowed by nature with every gift, and, descending into the darkening forest, realized the milieu which inspired Grimm's fairy tales and Morgenstern, and even the translators of Ibsen and Jacobsen, can such a being fail to be nonplussed at this huge upheaval? October 26th. Train militaire. We are passing through the lovely Norman country at a snail's pace in a military train bearing French soldiers to the front. Their distant Marseillaise sounds less hearty than our Tommies' "It's a long way to Tipperary," but then they already know the devastation war has wrought in their homes. They are the defenders of an invaded country. The cost of our ticket to Ambecourt, military rate for our uniform amongst the French receives the utmost consideration, is 1 franc 15 centimes. After Ambecourt it appears there are no trains to Boulogne, so how we are to get across the 60 intervening miles no man knows. Abancourt, 7:30 p.m. We reached the neat little model village of Abancourt at dusk. It stands on a wind-swept plain, over which the lowering clouds are scurrying menacingly this evening. Just as at Havre market women offered us flowers for the blessed Croix Rouge, so here the proprietor of the postcard shop insists on giving us pastilles de menthe to take on our journey. U. This is the nearest point we can get to Boulogne, and having knocked up the sleepy hotel keeper at 10 p.m. to obtain a night's lodging, having made Bovril for us all out of the tablets some good friend had thrust into my travelling kit, and served out rations of horseflesh sandwiches and nuts to make them savoury, I have at last tumbled into my damp bed, wrapped in a travelling rug. A dismal rain has set in, which brings to mind the words of the secretary at the Rouen consulate: "When winter sets in the fighting must temporarily cease." I know every inch of Belgium, know too that no attack can be made on country so sodden that every wheel sinks at least a yard into the ground. Believe me, what the Germans have they will hold, at least this winter, for Belgium will be impregnable. October 27th. We rose at 5 a.m. to catch a train bound towards Abbeville, and, after a refreshing draught of black coffee in glasses, found ourselves installed in the train, with the prospect of staying there till 5 p.m. If we had wondered at finding Eu well guarded on all sides, we no longer did so when we learned that only a few weeks back it was in enemy hands, and formed, in fact, the German headquarters on the march on Paris. Shortly before reaching Abbeville a young Belgian soldier in the carriage next door put his head in to inquire politely whether we were some of the Infirmerie Anglaise who had tended the Belgian wounded in Ostend. It appeared he recognised Miss A. as soon as she doffed her ugly felt uniform hat, as the nurse who had dressed his wounded back the day he was carried into the Casino Hospital after the Battle of Termonde. His career, which he sketched delightedly for our edification, perched on the arm of the window-seat, had been eventful, to say the least of it. Aged 17, Fernand L., of Brussels, together with 15 others of his school class of 20, joined the ranks as volontaires, and served through Namur. Captured by the Germans in a farmhouse where he was scouting, he contrived to escape and reach his native town, where the now famous burgomaster, the valiant Monsieur Max, got his papers viséd. By asserting that he was only 15 years old, and therefore not liable to military service, he finally reached Cherbourg, and is now on his way back to the front, hoping to join some regiment at Calais. A charming boy, full of enthusiasm for the war and the conviction that we shall soon be marching into Berlin. His one regret, when he heard how the hospital equipment had had to be abandoned to the enemy, was that he had not helped himself to a much-needed blanket. "Had I but known," he exclaimed, "I would have taken 4." Fernand L. was clad in a wonderful combination of garments that he seemed to have gleaned on his journeyings. Most remarkable amongst them were the green knitted socks and pair of canvas shoes which some good Samaritan had given him at Ostend, in those days when even the supply of anaesthetics was apt to run low. Proudest of all he was of the fact that he had once spent a few days in Liverpool to play in a football match, which fact, he felt, bound him to his allies more than any of the forced ties of war. His companion, a few years his senior, who spoke 7 languages, was a good-looking youth with a radiant smile. They had been together through various escapades, and were full of the atrocities of the Germans, which, alas, seem authentic enough. Once when they were fleeing they had come to a deserted village, where a farmer gave them shelter. His only daughter had been brutally mutilated and murdered before her own parents because, in resisting the embraces of an officer, she scratched out one of his eyes. "They cut off her breasts and carried away a foot as a trophy," was the tale they told. As they got out, the Belgians, in token of gratitude, pressed into our hands the little paper flags of the Allies that they were wearing and buttons from their coats. Then, seizing a notebook from my pocket, Ferdinand L. inscribed their names and addresses at Bourges, exacting at the same time promises that we would call and see them, or their families, on our way to the Rhine in a few months. The well-guarded lines, the ammunition trains, the big guns and horses and other paraphernalia of war, how real it all begins to seem. At Abbeville, where we explored the shops and camps and churches, a nasty rumour came through, via 2 cavalry officers, that the Germans are at Calais, and many of the townsfolk appeared at their doors to bewail their fate. On leaving every place of beauty one wonders how long it will remain safe from the vandals. One leaves it with a sentimental longing to linger for one last look. October 27th, Boulogne. The sky was a lurid red as our train steamed into Boulogne, and an evening mist hung over the town. On all sides, high masts rose high into the sky. Hospital ships, ambulance trains, little fishing smacks, one does not know to which to give most attention. Everywhere the population of picturesque fisher folk in their brown blouses gives way admiringly to the Red Cross ambulances and officials who carry on their work on such an enormous scale. The journey had seemed long enough in spite of its many incidents, as day by day we watched the pretty though uninteresting fields slip by, or restlessly paced the stations during the interminable halts, with little food for thought, save vague surmises as to the future, and little to eat save the slightly bitter bread of the people and apples, the only things obtainable at wayside stations already ransacked by the hordes of hungry soldiers who had passed through earlier. And oftentimes we had been glad enough to descend from the carriages to refresh ourselves at the station pumps, marked drinkable or non-drinkable, as the case might be. We had formed an odd trio. The tall bent figure of the clergyman, with his dreamy demeanour and utter obliviousness of all things practical; my commandant, a young woman who, having spent most of her life at hospital work, hailed every diversion from the same gleefully. Everything to her was new, for she had never been out of England before, and to a veteran traveller her joy at the ways of this new country was extraordinarily interesting. Thirdly, there was myself, fresh from the salutary discipline of the wards of a London hospital. And now it is all over, that journey. The destination is reached. The unknown will soon be revealed. The Commissioner to whom we were directed received us with open arms. "Nurses! Thank God!" was the exclamation as we were turned over to the mercies of the billeting officer, who designated an airy room overlooking the quayside, on the third floor of the Red Cross headquarters, for our use. Yet it appears that in spite of the dearth of nurses there are many formalities to be gone through before we can begin work, and as only nurses who have had 3 years' training in a big London hospital are to be accepted, for is anything but the best good enough for our fighting men, there may be some difficulty for probationers. Thus, having deposited our bundles and our billets, we were sent to see Lady at the hotel, where she combines the duties of lady-in-waiting to Queen Amélie of Portugal, and organizer-in-chief of the Red Cross nurses. Here we learned for the first time of the confusion that arises out of the fact that both qualified nurses and members of the Voluntary Aid Detachment are wearing the same uniform. We heard, too, of the difficulties experienced by the authorities to prevent unlicensed people organising hospitals which they are unfitted to run. As we wended our way back wearily through the lighted, crowded streets teeming with life, Miss A having signed a year's contract as a trained nurse, something told me that this is to be the scene of my activities too, that so long as my betrothed is in France, Providence will let me play my part. On returning to headquarters we learned for the first time the unpleasant function of the censor. All letters have to be left open, posted in the military box, and, if they are to pass the censor, must contain no mention or description of places, troops, ships, people we have met on our journey, etc. This is not merely a precaution against spies, we are told, but a measure of prudence in regard to false rumours. For men who have never got farther than Boulogne, and have never been within gunshot, have been known to write home long tirades about the bloody trenches in which they stand all day, dodging fragments of shells and killing Germans by the score. October 28th. After breakfast this morning we set out to see whether there were any letters from home at the consulate. On our way up the hill a funeral overtook us. There were 4 hearses and 7 coffins, each covered with a Union Jack, which contrasted strangely with the weird-shaped French funeral carriages, and the drivers in costumes like beadles, with large 3-cornered hats. We followed the cortège a quarter of an hour up the hill to the cemetery, where the newly consecrated ground was full of freshly covered graves. The coffins were soon lowered, and as they lay there in a row, not an eye of the little group of onlookers was dry. The R.A.M.C. pallbearers, the chaplain who went through the service with a rapidity that showed his familiarity with the job, a handful of French peasants, that was all. and they laid them to rest at the top of the hill, and only 2 English nurses who never saw them could bear the message of their last resting place to their homes. God, that such wanton destruction should be! Opposite our window, as I write, the ambulance men are deftly unloading a train and carrying their sad, still burdens aboard the hospital ship on which Miss A. crossed from Ostend. All day long, all night long, the wagons come and go. Funerals pass, not 1, but 3, 4, 5 at a time, followed by orderlies, turbaned Sikhs and Gurkhas, looking quaintly odd with their unaccustomed shirts, gifts, no doubt, from some willing helpers at home, hanging loose below their coats, like a flounced skirt, and creating a perfect sensation whenever they pass the simple peasant folk. Later we walked into Wimereux and took snapshots of the wounded Tommies who thronged the beach. They were mostly arm and leg cases, and a cheery if rough-looking lot, too, in their bedraggled khaki, which, from the distance, was scarcely distinguishable from the sands. The Rev. E. N. has found plenty to do, and is already taking work out of the overtaxed Bishop's hands. I, in the meantime, am making the best of my leisure, and enjoying every hour of the sunshine. Father N., as we call the Padre, got into conversation with an army veteran to-day at lunch, whose views were interesting. "Do you think the Germans will get to Calais?" he asked. "Probably not, but if they do, they'll make for here. This is the place they're after, as a post for their submarines. And heaven knows what we shall do with our stores. It won't be possible to get them away in time." About a mile along the quay we came upon the debris of a camp with the fire still burning. Piles of reaping machines, traction engines and carts, all bearing the names of English firms from Manchester to Crouch End, lay alongside, and finally in the distance there hove in sight the French refugee ship which was blown up in the Channel yesterday between here and Folkestone. In the evening we joined a group of nurses round the fire. They are pleasant girls just down from Paris, where they did relieving work at some of the hotel hospitals. The Astoria in particular they describe as a maze. You go to get a drink of milk for a patient, and when you've found the milk you've lost your man and may hunt for hours, only to find in the end that his need has already been supplied, they say. Their assistants were culled from the French nobility, whose unflagging efforts to help are typical of France's indomitable spirit. Amusing incidents often occur. One doctor, on being much pressed, accepted an invitation to tea with a well-known aristocratic family, who assured him that they were inviting people who would be of especial interest to him. His amusement on arriving may be pictured when he found that the other guests consisted of a roomful of wounded Tommies. Another doctor, overwhelmed by the amount of titles to whom he had been introduced, meeting a nurse in the corridor, began warily with, "Look here, I say, now, are you a blooming princess?" before he gave his orders. In spite of the wonderful dirt and bad drainage that reigns in the nurses' quarters, we must be grateful, they say, for our accommodation. Nurses aren't expected to require much, it seems. Someone quoted the old chestnut from Punch of the lady who, on being asked by the newly arrived nurse in which room she was to sleep, exclaimed in blank amazement, "Oh, but I thought you were a trained hospital nurse." October 29th. Let me tell you the tale of No. Stationary Hospital. It should go down to posterity as a memorial of what British resourcefulness may achieve, even if its existence was the outcome of the proverbial British state of unpreparedness. For what in the annals of history has equalled the holocaust and chaos of modern warfare, of which there was no precedent, of which everything has had to be learned by the bitterest experience? 3 days before we left England, at the beginning of the fight for Calais, which continues to grow more violent daily, a certain Major N. found himself in charge of the wounded who were being brought down by the thousands in trains and left helpless on their stretchers by the quayside to await the arrival of the ever-busy hospital ships. Already the C and I hotels were chock-a-block with wounded, who lay so close together in the corridors that it was necessary to climb over one stretcher to reach the next patient, and often stand astride the pallets to dress the wounds. The casino was opened, but in less time than it takes to tell was as crowded as the others. A disused sugar shed, a vast wooden barn whose cracked cement floor is piled high with dust, whose smashed glass roofing is besmirched with dirt, is hardly an ideal site for a hospital, but it is the best thing to hand, and the Major commandeered it, and here, before the lumber had been cleared, before the glass had been repaired or the walls whitewashed, the wounded began to tumble in. It wasn't much of a place, but it was out of the torrential rain which had set in and bade fair to continue, and it was less cold than the open air. By day and night the orderlies worked, alternately preparing the place and attending to the wounded. A solitary English girl who happened to be on the spot had volunteered her services, and was doing her best single-handed in the wards. One day the Major, walking on the quay, saw some Red Cross nurses. They were the identical ones we had met on their arrival from Paris. On hearing that they were waiting for their orders, and that they were all qualified women, he commandeered them, even as he had commandeered his barn. Back they came to headquarters to fetch more assistance. "Why don't you come too? It's a case of all hands aboard," said one. It was thus I came to work at the first clearing station at the base. Such was the stationary hospital when, laden with all the loaves we could carry to supplement the ration biscuits, we set to work in the casualty ward this afternoon. For the 1,000 wounded likely to come through daily there are 6 fully trained nurses and myself, besides the male staff of R.A.M.C. doctors and orderlies, and 2 or 3 Red Cross surgeons and lady doctors. 10 beds and a number of sacks of straw form the main equipment. Planks supported by 2 packing cases are the dressing table. At one end men are engaged in putting in 3 extemporary baths, others whitewashing the walls. A boatload had just left for England as I came in, and we proceeded to get a meal for those who remained. But it was a struggle to get sufficient tea out of the orderlies, who had been working all night and were dead beat. The men's delight at the bread and old newspapers we brought was incredible. Those who were able to clustered round the solitary stove in the centre. Great, rough, bearded fellows, covered with mud from the trenches in which they had lived for weeks. How different they look from those who set out! The worst cases lay on their stretchers as they had arrived. One simply said, as I took him his tea, "This is heaven, sister." A tall, dark man entered. The C.O. Someone said, "Take those 2 Germans down to the boat." I heard him order. Then, turning to us, "You'd better come to our mess room and get some tea yourselves," he said. 4 trainloads are expected shortly. We trooped into the small sanctum dignified by the name of mess room, where the Major's orderly was busily preparing tea on a Primus stove. There was no milk, but the bitter black beverage out of the large tin mugs was welcome none the less. Someone had secured a cake that we cut with a sword as the cleanest thing present. Next to the mess room are the officers' quarters, into which we were privileged to take one glance. Small whitewashed cubicles furnished with a camp bed, a shaving glass about 3 inches by 6 inches in size, and an old sugar box converted into a wash stand. Tea finished, we set to work to get beds ready for the next batch, the first of the 4 trainloads expected. 10 bedsteads for 1,000 men. It sounds almost incredible, but it is nevertheless true. And although we are told that more are expected at any moment, we have only wooden pallets at present and a limited supply of blankets. 1 to lie on, 2 for cover. A coat for a pillow was the order of the day until a pile of mattresses came in. October 30th. We worked till midnight and were on duty again by 7:30 this morning. From our billets to the hospital is nearly half an hour's walk, which, over the rough cobblestones in the blinding rain, is hardly attractive. At any rate, it has the advantage of clearing the haunting smell of the gas gangrene out of our nostrils. As we came on duty this morning, laden with every old journal we could find, a huge burly Scotsman let himself down from the ambulance train. We gave him a newspaper, but he was inclined to talk. He is the first man I've met so far who has signified his longing to get back to the firing line. "While I've got a limb left," he said, "I should like to have a pot at the Germans, and I can fire my machine as well with 2 fingers as with 5, if they'll let me." The cause of his indignation was the mutilated corpse of a Red Cross nurse they had found in a little village where the Germans had been. "God knows how far they dragged her round with them, but she was horribly mutilated," he said with a shiver. "I'm a big man, but our Major was bigger, yet neither of us could help choking. And can ye wonder we want to get at 'em again?" The worst part of the wounds is the fearful sepsis and the impossibility of getting them anything like clean. "First time I've had my boots off for 7 weeks," is the kind of exclamation that recurs all day, as we literally cut them off. Hardly any of the boots have been off for 3 weeks, with the result that they seem glued on, whilst the feet are like iron, the nails like claws. Some of the men have not had their wounds dressed since the first field dressing was applied, for the simple reason that the rush on the hospital trains makes it impossible to attend to any but the worst cases, many of whom, as it is, are dying of hemorrhage, accelerated by the jolting on the journey. There is no time to do anything but the dressings, and if we did want to wash the patients there is nothing but the red handkerchiefs we hang round the lights for shades by night, for towels by day. Water, especially boiling water, is at a premium, as it all has to be fetched from outside where the veteran cook stokes hard all day in the driving rain, ladling us out a modicum into each bowl from his cauldrons. "I never thought to see such sights," exclaimed a nurse of 30 years' experience as a new trainload came in. But we have no time to think of our own sensations. Fingerless hands, lungs pierced, arms and legs pretty well gangrenous, and others already threatening tetanus, against which they are now beginning to inoculate patients, mouths swollen beyond all recognition with bullet shots, fractured femurs, shattered jaws, sightless eyes, ugly scalp wounds, yet never a murmur, never a groan except in sleep. As the men come in they fall on their pallets and doze until roused for food. A few are enraged to madness at the sight of a German. "They fired on our Red Cross," they cry. "Burnt every man alive. Why do we treat them so well?" Quite a number of prisoners who had been taken near Lille were brought into the clearing station this morning. Being the only linguist present, I was installed as interpreter. They were in a horrible state of nerves, and asked when they were likely to be killed. One of them was nastily peppered about the heart with shrapnel, and asked, "When shall we be shot?" I explained whilst dressing his wounds that Britain is a civilized country, and, in contrast to the Huns, does not hit a man when he is down. Never shall I forget the look of relief on the man's face. "They told us we'd be tortured if you got us," he exclaimed. Later on I was asked to send a card to his mother. It was difficult to know what to say, but "Your son, though prisoner and wounded, is safe and being well cared for," seemed to meet the occasion. Suddenly, without a word, he seized the scissors from my belt. Recalling tales of vindictive prisoners, I stepped back. The precaution was unnecessary, for the little Hun was only cutting a button off his coat pocket. "Hier, Sie haben ja nichts genommen." "Here, you haven't taken anything," he exclaimed, Teuton boorishness veiling the kindliness as he handed me the souvenir. A strangely human incident occurred a little later. A group of Tommies were watching a Boche having a bayoneted hand dressed. He spoke quite good English, but was apparently too frightened to answer any of their sallies. Presently, however, he turned to me with a request that he might be allowed to send a line to his wife to say that he was alive. "'E's young to 'ave a wife, sister," suggested a lame man, the maintenance of whose large family apparently proved a burden to him. "'Ow old are yer, you?" he asked, addressing the prisoner. The Hun pulled out an old letter case and abstracted the portrait of a pretty English-looking girl in a garden arbour. "My wife," he exclaimed. "She has 17 years, I 19. We was married 2 days when I came away." In a moment the hostile crowd around him was turned to one of sympathizers. "Poor beggar! After all, he probably doesn't want to fight any more than we do," said the lame man. "No," replied the prisoner, and all the racial antagonism of Saxon versus Prussian showed itself in his words. "We Saxons not want war, we want peace, but they not ask us." October 31st. Who could believe, had they not seen for themselves, the manifold horrors of war, the vermin against which there is no coping, vermin that in ordinary times one never saw? The men are alive with them, so are we, a fact which necessitates a tremendous search at every available opportunity. Even amputated limbs are found to be crawling. The girl who was working single-handed in this barn until we arrived was walking along the quay yesterday when a feeble voice called her from a stretcher. It was her brother. He died in the night, but she is on duty all the same. All day long the rush continues. The question, shrapnel or bullet, rings incessantly in our ears as each man comes up to get his dressing done. One boy of 19 had no fewer than 6 bullet wounds in one arm and 2 in each leg. It took 2 of us an hour to dress his wounds, and afterwards, as I washed his beardless face in response to a gentle request, I could scarce refrain from sending up a prayer of gratitude that my own brothers are dead and not mutilated like these boys. Towards sunset I was called to the side of a youthful Saxon, already rigid with tetanus. Through his clenched teeth he could still groan to the orderly's command to lie still. Ich kann nicht still liegen. I can't lie still. At 7 o'clock, after nearly 12 hours' work, we went home to dinner, and, it being our turn to take night shift, were back again at our posts, with clean aprons and a satisfied inner man, 2 hours later. The orderly officer called for any who had not yet had their second anti-typhoid injection, and I, being one of them, was injected on the spot. During the long night we hurried from patient to patient in the darkened, cry-haunted ward, covering the restless, sleeping figures, moving them into more comfortable positions, with a prayer for each one's mother. I could screw up no feeling of resentment towards the dying Saxon boy, in spite of the cries of our men, but only against that vile Prussianism that brought up its children to regard rapine and slaughter as a divine necessity. By midnight things were quiet enough to allow us to cut up dressings as best we might. By this time, owing to there not being a chair in the place, I confess my legs were almost giving way. Moreover, the injection took speedy effect, and a stiffening arm and rising temperature do not facilitate work of this kind. Frankly, I do not think any of us will ever be as busy again, and our one prayer was for strength to "carry on." Many of the men were tormented by coughs that kept the others awake. All we had to give them was lukewarm water and the rinsings of a condensed milk tin. For euphony we called it milk. Those who could not sleep, for vermin, lit cigarette after cigarette until their supply ran out. At 2 a.m. we retired to the nurse's "bunk," a whitewashed, rat-ridden, ill-smelling partitioned compartment, whose sole furniture consisted of 2 shelves, until someone was inspired to fetch the dressing-table, 2 empty boxes, oh joy of joys, upon which we took it in turns to sit, and a coke fire, on which we boiled eggs for our midnight meal. Half-way through my egg the orderly called me. "The prisoner can't last much longer. Will you come and speak to him, sister?" It seems as if the ward were one huge battlefield, for cries greeted me on all sides. "Get at 'em, lads!" shouted the burly Scot in the corner as he urged forward his comrades in his sleep. "Christ help us!" groaned an armless dragoon, coming round from the anaesthetic. I soothed the dying German as best I could when the awful spasms came, and through his clenched teeth he signified the pain in the Kreuz, small of the back. What could I say but "Guter Junge, bleib still. Es dauert nicht mehr lange." Good boy, lie still. It will not last long now. With his remaining hand he pressed mine as I wiped the pouring sweat from his brow. After all, suffering is a great leveller. The orderly, an old South African campaigner, looked at the light that began to flood the sky. "They usually go west at this hour," he remarked grimly, with a shudder. I shuddered too. The place was alive with spirits. For a moment we seemed to hear the sigh of the departing, feeling the rush of many wings as they brushed past. Then a gaunt, muffled figure appeared at the door bearing a lantern, for all the world like a hoary figure of Time, and we awoke to reality. "I've brought down a trainload," he said. "A round dozen of them are urgent cases and must have beds." Perforce we had to shift the sleeping forms onto the concrete floor, all bruised and torn and bleeding though they were, cutting shorter their all too short rest. An officer was brought in wounded in the abdomen, but cheerfully talking of getting home. He, too, passed away before 8 o'clock. From the nursing point of view the work is most unsatisfactory, as disinfectants, to say nothing of dressings, are continually at low ebb. To-day the iodine ran out. One of the surgeons came round and signified his intention to dress a bad femur case. I got together what things I could when he called for iodine. There being none to be had, he signed resignedly, and with "Then we will leave the dressings for the present," walked off, only to return an hour later with a quantity he had found in the town. Of course, there can be no attempt at asepsis in a place so ill ventilated, or rather, not ventilated at all, for there are no side windows, and, although the skylight is sufficient for lighting purposes, the ventilation is effected by means of the excessively draughty entrances. It is distinctly unhealthy, and the odours in the place are indescribable and never to be forgotten. There is no lavatory accommodation, although latrines are situated along the quay, whither the blind are led by the armless, the lame carried on orderlies' backs. Refuse of all sorts that cannot be burned in the incinerator is disposed of in the sea, and it is good to note that the sacks of straw are being gradually replaced by real beds, and the supply of blankets is greatly augmented. Unsatisfactory, too, from the nursing point of view, is the fact that the men pass through the clearing station so rapidly that we seldom do the same dressing twice, and though there are days when, owing to rough seas or overladen boats, we are able to watch the progress of the patients, for the most part it is only the immovable cases that remain, and the rest are hurried through, leaving one wondering how they will get on. Did I say hurried through? There is no need to hurry the men who are to go home, for no sooner is a boat announced than a general scramble ensues, and they will leave their breakfast, clothing, even their treasured trophies behind, in order not to be late. "Just a bit of 'ome, and we'll be twice as strong for the next bit of fightin'," they say. There follows the inspection of labels, for each man is labelled for his destination: blue for England, yellow for Havre, white for the convalescent depot. And sad indeed are the faces of those to whom the medical officer has not vouchsafed the coveted blue ticket. Just as day dawned, with a last spasm, more awful than the others, the little Saxon prisoner died. As his close-clenched jaws relaxed, the orderly remarked, "Not bad looking for a corpse, sister. Must have been a pretty child." I asked for his corpse number, but it was not to be found. In my heart I wish the boy's mother could have known he died well cared for. It is all very primitive. We have no screens to hide what once was mortal from the others. We came off duty at 10 a.m., just as another batch of 1,100 men began to arrive, and on our way home caught a glimpse of K of K, who is paying an incognito visit, as he stepped from a destroyer. End of Chapter 1 of 18 Months in the War Zone, by Kate John Finzi. Read by Marianne.
The War as Art Critic by Lee Simonson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. Among the startling ironies of this war is the role it assigned to the artist. He had remained an image maker, primarily interested in recording fields in sunlight, women disrobing, bowls of fruit and sprays of flowers. To his amazement, he found himself necessary to assure the efficiency of a 50mm gun, the safety of a cargo of herring, or the sale of 1,000,000 bonds. The technique of his purely pictorial experiments, Impressionism, which had bewildered the juries of 50 years ago, and Cubism, which outraged the juries of yesterday, became part of the technique of war. For camouflage began with the discovery by the manager of the largest emporium at Lyons that if a sentry's cape were dabbed with colour in much the same manner as Monet had painted a haystack, the sentry became a less obvious target. And the development of camouflage has paralleled in its logic the development of modern art. As one passes the camouflaged steamers in our harbours, it is apparent that the particular system of colour planes which disguise them would never have been so readily devised if the clue to it had not already existed in Cubist and Futurist canvases. The atmospheric unity binding figure and landscape in a picture has been transferred to the soldier in the field, and the identity of a freighter becomes as unrecognisable as the features of Mr. X in a portrait by Picasso. We have found that naked weapons are ineffective, and called on the artist to decorate them. Every belligerent in turn has experienced the necessity of illuminating the naked word, and relied on its designer of advertisements to illustrate the text of each crisis eloquently enough to arouse a nation to lend its savings or change its diet. But the mere fact that the artist may also help to win the war in unexpected fashion does not satisfy us. We demand a profounder interpretation of war than he can give by advertising it piecemeal to the man in the street. We crave any purgation he can find for our pity and terror before the amazing proportions of modern carnage. We appeal to him to resume his historic role as the interpreter of human events, in recording the permanent significance of our memories, in dignifying our common experience. Our impatience expresses itself in an insatiable appetite for pictures. We want pictures, pictures of every ruined church, every trench in winter, in the mud of spring, bombardments, aeroplanes, Hill 203, Hill 304, field hospitals, base hospitals, ships at sea, every process of building them. The innumerable photographs on newspapers and magazines do not satiate us. We need the artist to dramatize the significance of every moment typical of the career of a soldier, a ship, or a cannon. Nothing must escape us. And the necessity of satisfying this craving has in turn become part of the conduct of war. Each French army has its official painter, and there are others incessantly touring every front. American painters have been attached to our expeditionary forces. The British government commissions a series of 36 lithographs. This is perhaps the first war in which the artist is a necessary adjunct to the general staff and has a competent standing. Possibly because we recognize the supreme importance of this war as contrasted with all other wars, and its significance in the destiny of mankind such as no other war has had or may ever have again, the features of every hill and every trench, as well as the features of every general and the type of every soldier, seem eternally memorable. But we are like a lover who feels that the scene of his tryst is a shrine, and carves initials on trees with the sense of turning them into monuments. We are like the mourner who exaggerates the importance of a tomb in perpetuating the memory of a hero. A few hills and valleys of this war will become permanent memories, but we shall feel no particular need of visualizing them slashed with trenches and pitted with shell holes in order to intensify our realization of their importance. In most of our furious picturing of this war, we have done nothing more than encourage reporting on an elaborate scale, and we are certain to report most eagerly the very facts which will not vitally interest us 5 years after the conclusion of peace. We are editing a history of the war more fully illustrated than the history of any other war, a fact chiefly of interest to future historians. Our official documents will be more vivid than others have been, and perhaps a more precious source of material for the novelist. And the fact that we dispatch our most distinguished etchers, lithographers, and draftsmen to the front cannot alter the futility of our enterprise. Constable might have been sent to sketch the sunken road at Waterloo, or Innes commissioned to paint the stone wall at Gettysburg. What significance would they have for us now, as distinct from any road in Kent, or any other stone wall in Vermont? For the problem of illustrating the war is simply the problem that confronts any artist in recording any object. He must find some way of depicting it which can permanently revive our sense of its original significance. Because we conceive this war as a struggle of spiritual forces, we conceive every ship, every forge, and every garden plot as their protagonist, as well as every soldier. And by constant process of transference of emotional values, every object has been surcharged with an emotional significance which may never again be plausible. But for any painter to succeed in conveying even their vicarious significance, two talents are essential: imagination enough to seize what aspect it is which makes any scene, any figure, inherently memorable, and intensity of conviction powerful enough to find a pictorial method of expressing it. For it is only the intensity of an artist's conviction which compels us to remain interested in whatever he depicts, whether it be a war, a beggar, or a ballet dancer. 2. Of the Englishmen who have attempted to portray the war, C.R.W. Nevinson alone seems to possess this necessary quality of imagination, which becomes apparent if one compares his work with that of the other English lithographers. Compare Nevinson's patrols with Piers's study of a freighter loading at night, and sententiously entitled "Maintaining Overseas Forces." Whatever meaning this latter lithograph may have, is given to it because, I am informed, this is a ship supplying an army. What the picture illustrates is the trick, known to any draughtsman, that by standing near the waterline and gazing at the bow, any tramp steamer of 3,000 tons can be made to have the bulk of a leviathan. Mr. Piers, to get his momentary climax and achieve his immediate effect, has made the ship seem big, a powerful thing, protected by its searchlights as by an arch of swords. Now, this notion of a steamer may be pictorially effective, but it is merely part of our arrogant confidence in the bulk of a merchant marine, which the submarine destroyed forever by proving the largest ship an extremely vulnerable shell. Maintaining an army overseas, if it means anything, means an almost defenceless journey over a waste of menacing waters. Note how unerringly Mr. Nevinson has made his ship seem small, how in its relation to the mountainous swell of black waves it is almost obliterated, a fragile thing before the eternal menace of the sea, whether it be submarines or reefs or floating mines. Patrols might even more fittingly be entitled "Maintaining Overseas Forces," for in the relation of its forms, the lines of its movement, the suggestion of menace and danger in the blacks and greys, it expresses precisely what we have felt time and again, that the safety of the largest armies in the world hung by a single thread, a thread of little black ships threading their way over black waters. What Mr. Nevinson has expressed is our vision of ships in this war, of the eternal roll of ships asserting their precarious mastery of the sea. Mr. Piers, however cleverly, has achieved nothing more than the portrait of any steamer. Or again, compare Nevinson's La Patrie with Mr. Shepperson's lithograph of wounded arriving at a London railway station. Mr. Shepperson has seen an interesting pattern of black and white in the gloomy tunnel of the train shed and the lights that filter through it. Had he intensified, we might have felt the desolation of helpless men in a black vault as though visibly in the shadow of death, or escaping as from a tomb. But Mr. Shepperson obviously had experienced no reaction intense enough to prompt him to intensify his pattern. Perhaps because he feared to be too gloomy, more probably because the scene aroused no profound emotion, whether gloomy or gay, he leaves his lithograph a sketch, vigorous and picturesque enough, which asserts that wounded soldiers are unloaded at a railway station, just as his other lithographs indubitably demonstrate that these same wounded are originally carried to a field dressing station and ultimately recuperate on the lawn of a country estate. Mr. Nevinson's hospital scene, La Patrie, is black also, but the artist has something to convey by the mere quality of blackness. He is not afraid to make it as gloomy or as unpleasant as may be necessary to express the reality before him. And here he is not concerned with the record of hospital routine, but with the gaunt fact of human agony. The gloom of this barn is its pall. The sharp lights accentuate the stiffened contours of men rigid in pain, the ponderous and monotonous rhythms of helpless bodies. There is pain here, death, the patient gesture of suffering. In 1930 you might label Mr. Shepperson's lithograph "Arrival at Charing Cross of Victims of a Railway Accident," and no one but a collector of first editions of English lithographs would be any the wiser. But the fact of war is inherent in every line of Mr. Nevinson's field hospital. To any spectator it will always proclaim, "In a great war, this was our agony." But the modern battle itself baffles the artist, because its point of impact may be beyond the horizon or in the air. Not even at its climax does the action focus itself. Its essential action is the colossal impulse of mechanical forces crashing from horizon to horizon, the particular machine trivial in comparison, so that our conception of battle is an almost abstract thing, a concept of conflict we cannot wholly visualize. The futurists with whom Nevinson experimented insisted on the importance of conceiving the life of a city street as abstractly, the buildings vibrating to the concussions of careening motor buses and the tremors of subways roaring invisibly through their foundations. But the lines of force which they invented to express the dynamics of modern life and their bewildering kaleidoscopes were inexpressive, because our emotion at the sight of a skyscraper does not depend on our learning that to stand it must be built to sway so many inches to and fro. But our emotions at the sight of an aeroplane force us to conceive space as a mass that is thrust against, cleaved. If the aeroplane dives, we feel the volume of air resisting the pilot as water a diver, and we imagine air currents as having surfaces on which his plane can rest, as an outstretched swimmer rests on the surface of the water. Otherwise, an aeroplane is nothing more than a smudge against the sky. The expressive power of Nevinson's lines of force in his pictures of scouting and fighting planes creates the same sense of space that the sight of aeroplanes in flight arouses, conveys the same sense of power emanating from a minute silhouette. In searchlights, the sky is a dome against which the lines of light thrust, as cannon might feel out unseen positions. And Nevinson can relate the diffuse illumination of a star shell to the jagged masses of trench and barbed wire. Its light slashes out of the blackness as with a knife. He has found graphic means to express the dynamic linking of earth and sky by the forces that plunge through them, the most impersonal and yet the most dramatic aspect of modern warfare, probably the only aspect which has a purely pictorial beauty. 3. But whatever the sublimity of the panorama which obliterates the soldier, we wait for him to emerge when he can again become articulate as a human being, and achieves expression in his moments of reflection and comment. For this is the first war in which the value of war has been so universally questioned, and in which the morale of any infantryman depended less on his faith in victory than on his philosophy of victory and his political creed, however crude. He is a brother-in-arms to the race of peasants who plough their fields under fire, and to the machinist who may be turning shells on his lathe while dreaming of industrial revolution. Monsieur Jonas, Lieutenant Fabre, and Mr. Flamand tour the front and produce their official paintings, which contain merely collections of animated uniforms, for they cannot distinguish the soldier from the conscript of any other epoch, except for the details of his equipment. But the most summary drawings of Steinlen or Forain stamp his personality. Of Steinlen, Anatole France wrote, quote, "He has suffered and laughed with the passer-by. The soul of the crowd has passed into him. He has felt its terrible simplicity and its grandeur." End quote. Steinlen never forgets that the poilu was yesterday the passer-by with whom he laughed and suffered, the beggar huddled asleep in doorways, the lovers in mean streets, the street singer of Montmartre, the factory hand of Montrouge, the gamin of the streets. The advent of war can add nothing to Steinlen's hatred of militarism, for he has pictured workmen facing armed police during a strike. He has portrayed a line of locked-out workmen trudging heavily, aimlessly through the snow. He understands as instinctively a column, a line of them, as soldiers trudging through the mud of Flanders, men again suffering in a struggle which to them is inevitable, though he portrays the soldier as an individual in that line. Because he could feel compassion for the loneliness of tramping through country villages at dawn, he can portray the loneliness of soldiers on leave in an empty street and call them stray dogs. Forain's line is the product of his wit, as Steinlen's is the product of his compassion. Beneath a summary sketch of two soldiers chatting in a trench, he wrote, "If they only hold out." Who? The civilians. And rallied Paris more effectively than any battle cry. France roared for a year to the echoes of "Pourvu qu'ils tiennent, les civils," until the watchword of Verdun silenced them. And this same power underlines another newspaper sketch of two poilus kneeling beside the grave. What do you expect, old fellow? This is life. Is any more final expression of the soldier's attitude toward death possible? Or of the life of the trenches than in War Landscape 1, in which the lines of the trench almost hide a few distant sentries at their listening post, their backs to two graves near a plank walk? All our outcry against atrocities and the brutalities of invasion are epitomized in drawings which show nothing more than the gesture of a dead peasant's body sprawling in a field, or a helmet on a table and a child staring at a closed door. Forain's propaganda in war is powerful because he has always been a propagandist, intensifying his line until he could use it as a weapon. All his etchings and lithographs, as well as his political cartoons, have attempted to express a criticism of life, whether he drew a criminal or a parvenu, judges or actors, deputies or stockbrokers. The penetrating power of his irony, which made him the satirist of his contemporaries and perhaps the wittiest commentator on French life, has enabled him to make an army articulate. For American painters who depart officially or unofficially to picture the war, the lesson of Steinlen's and Forain's lithographs or Nevinson's paintings is the same. The opportunity of seeing the war at first hand will not prove the essential stimulus. The mere impact of their experiences will not breed the power to record them. The quality of their imagination will determine what they see of war. They will understand the life of the trenches no better than they have understood the life of their own time. 4. What influence a world war may have on the development of contemporary painting is a problem for conjecture. We may be led to argue that such war pictures as we have today are, after all, only the work of onlookers, that so stupendous an event as a world war cannot fail to inspire masterpieces, that the trenches must breed geniuses as well as destroy them. But the masterpieces of this war will probably be such as other wars have inspired, in the main dramas, poems, novels, rarely pictures. In almost every epoch, war as a theme has been almost totally ignored by painters creative enough to produce canvases of any permanent value. War has never changed the centre of their particular interest, even when they were its participants. Invariably they returned to their subject. Michelangelo reconstructed the fortifications of Florence in defence of the new Republic of 1529, defended the hill of San Miniato under bombardment, and saved the Campanile by covering it with bags of wool and mattresses hung on ropes. When he returned after the surrender of Florence to the Medici, he returned to his subject, the nude. Later, the first studies for the Last Judgment. Day and night for the tombs of the same princes he had fought as general and inspector of fortifications. His one study of battle 25 years previous was the cartoon for the Battle of the Cascine, in competition with Leonardo da Vinci, who designed engines of war, but whose only battle picture seems to have been the Battle Anghieri for the same competition. Courbet, to turn to more modern instances, took a violent part in the Commune of 1871, and was one of the mob which destroyed the Vendôme column. But there is not a sketch to record the violence of his experience of a war which had made him a revolutionist. He returned to his subject. The immediate consequence was a series of still lifes and landscapes, apples and pheasants, the giant chestnut trees. The War of 1871 left no profound trace of itself in the history of French art, except in the cases of such painters as de Taille and de Neuville, who could contribute nothing to its development. The American Civil War, which can also be considered not only a military conflict but a struggle for essential human rights, was followed by the development of landscape and genre painting as the typical forms of American expression. And such genius as American painters possessed was far more influenced by the romanticism of a group of French painters who had depicted the forest of Fontainebleau in 1840 than by the fact that they were living in a new political era marked by the year 1861. As a French critic, M. de Sizeran remarks, after reviewing the inevitable banality of the war pictures at the recent Paris Salon, quote, "It is easier for a megalomaniac to set fire to a whole planet than to introduce an unexpected line or a new tone in the painting of a period." End quote. For an artist is interested only in his own pictorial problems, and unless war can touch the particular facts which stimulate his capacity for aesthetic experiment, he will ignore even a world cataclysm. In the most martial works of Michelangelo, Rubens, or Velasquez, war is used less as a theme than as just such a pretext. The Renaissance rediscovered the human body and the range of its movements, and grew progressively more and more interested in the rhythmic linking of figures in action, creating the type of painting still called a composition. Experiments in composition enlisted the inventive energy of the greatest minds. Both Rubens and Michelangelo welcomed such a subject as battle, because, like the Last Judgment, it provided them with a reason for combining more nude bodies in action, in every conceivable posture in poise, than any theme they themselves could have invented. If we may believe contemporary accounts of the Battle of the Cascine, the dominating figure of the composition was a naked soldier surprised while bathing, but reclining on the bank of a stream in the pose of a languorous god, utterly oblivious of the fracas within a few feet of him. Probably an early study for the gesture of the recumbent figures realized more than 30 years later on the Medici tombs. Rubens was a little concerned with verisimilitude in the Battle of Tunis or the Battle of Ivry. In his sketch for Henry IV entering Paris, the dominating group is again the nude, prisoners stripped naked by pillaging soldiery and hurled from a bridge headlong into the Seine. The greater realism of Velasquez's Surrender of Breda is the consequence of no changed interest in war, but of the fact that the central problem of painting had become the nature of light enveloping the human figure, and the painter capable of research preferred to study light on figures less violently in motion than in the more classic types of composition. Composition became the problem of relating and lighting groups of portraits. Velasquez found in the Surrender of Breda the pretext for a portrait group, and as such it still interests us. But the problem of light has continued to obsess the painter, its creation of colour, the new means it gave him to express form. And because an olive tree is as effective a vehicle for chromatic overtones as a human being, the original importance of the human figure as a theme has successively declined, until even the mildly dramatic quality of a group of portraits by Velasquez or Hals disappears in the canvases of Manet and Renoir. Hence the bulk of modern painting is done by academics to satisfy the greater public, which has always craved dramatic element in every form of artistic expression. The academic painter remains popular on condition that he allow no aesthetic experiments to interfere with his ability to supply pictures in which the human theme is dominant and the dramatic element retained. Academicians, of course, avoid the difficulty of achieving this by attempting the problems of relating figures in motion which challenged the energy of Rubens and Raphael. They prate of the lessons of the great masters, and supply the element of human drama with enough gesture and detail of facial expression to explain the theme of any anecdote. Not 1 in 10 is able to control on a single canvas the number of figures involved in a riot or a coronation. And at the very moment that the public has discovered the elaborate drama of a world war, packed with every type of engrossing anecdote, there is not an academy capable of producing a picture of a skirmish masterful enough to interest its own patrons, even as a story, 10 years after it is painted. The only new type of art this war can produce is foreshadowed in Nevinson's canvases of searchlights and aeroplanes. For Nevinson has expressed the war precisely because it supplied him with his own subject, rather than tempted him to find a new one. His aesthetic problem had been the problem of finding some pattern which could express the impersonal character of the mechanical forces dominating modern life, and which the largest crowd, seen as a group of individuals, no longer reveals. Such a pattern modern war supplied him. If Steinlen and Forain find the individual still expressive of war, it is because their subject derived from Daumier is the art of portraying an individual so that he reveals the social forces of his time and becomes the most immortal comment upon them. But paintings such as Nevinson's will tend more and more, as their inherent structure is developed, to become highly decorative patterns. Their dramatic element, their power of suggesting dynamic forces, will remain impersonal. And not the most dramatic drawing of a poilu by Daumier himself could satisfy the present popular craving to hear the story of war which the greatest of modern wars has awakened. The public will turn to the agencies which supply the pictorial drama. War pictures will again become a profitable and frequent subject, particularly at the Royal Academy and the French Salon. Because for a generation the majority of every population will be the wives or widows, the mothers or offspring of soldiers, these war pictures will have a more genuine popularity and a wider public than de Tailles or Meissoniers. More painters will be impelled to paint them, because more painters will return from this war than from any other, with no capital save their medals and their memories, and faced with the necessity of retrieving interrupted careers at the first opportunity. Their war pictures, by reviving immediate memories of heroism and death, will move their spectators, perhaps profoundly, and create the illusion of being great works of art. They will inevitably receive medals, be commissioned by the state, presented to the state. If America cannot produce them, we will import them and present them to our museums, where it will probably be as difficult to dislodge them as their present counterparts, the defence of Champigny or Washington crossing the Delaware. Ultimately they will descend to the lumber room, and if the generation which sees them disappear from its galleries still reads Under Fire or Men in War, It will find the type of its heroes in the print room under School of Daumier, see Steinlen and Forain. Possibly by then the full-length sisters of the goddesses on our postage stamps and silver dollars, holding in one hand the Cathedral of Reims instead of the scales of justice or a cornucopia, will also have disappeared from the walls of state capitals and public libraries, replaced by the more decorative patterns of searchlights and winging planes. And these will tell the ultimate story of this war, that in making war we filled the earth with horror, but filled the heavens with wonder and kept them beautiful. End of The War as Art Critic by Lee Simonson. Recording by Ruth Golding.